and welcome to a So Steady online event. Please have all your tools and note-taking capabilities ready. Your event begins in less than 3 minutes.
Good morning. It is Stacy with So Steady, and I am joined here with 4 of our 6 amazing educators that are going to be live with us today. We are so excited to be bringing you this amazing event, which is going to start off with the launch of a brand new product. And then we're going to spend the whole day showing you how to use this product, but also how to do some amazing quilting with it. Right, guys? Yeah? Okay. So I'm going to give each of my amazing educators a chance to kind of share their excitement for today. And then I thought we should jump right into the launch of the product. What do you think?
Sounds good.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and start with Kate. You're front and center, and then we'll move it around a little bit. Okay.
Yeah,
Right, so
I'm super excited. So I've got the partial set up a little bit so you can see a sneak peek. And what I love about the system is it definitely makes it easier for me to move everything around. So that is something that I know not just me, but quilters everywhere have wanted a solution for. So I'm really excited that we're going to be able to share that with you today.
Excellent. All right, Donna, you're ready and stand by. You're on. Oh, we can't hear you. You're muted. I'm going to unmute you. All right, we're going to let Ann go.
Okay.
Oh, no, Donna's back.
Hi, everybody. This is going to be so much fun today. This is such an exciting time. I think Valentine's is always pretty special anyway. And then when we get to find out about a new product, that's even better. But this is one that I've been really excited to get a hold of and start working with. And I know you will be too. And Stacy does such a great job on presenting it. So I can't wait to see what she has for us.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Donna. All right. Donnell, are you ready to tell us a little bit about your excitement?
I am, and I'm going to be showing you how to work with a panel print. You can see I've got it here, and we are going to be able to do this so much easier with this awesome new system that we have. And I'm also going to be showing you how to put your quilt together, sandwich it, get the back, the batting, and the front all together. So this is just the top right here. It doesn't have the batting or anything. So when I am joining you in a couple of hours, we will be showing you how to put this together in a quilt sandwich, and then we will be putting it onto this system and doing some quilting.
All right. And then finally, Anne, give us a quick intro, and then we're going to head into the launch.
Sounds great. The quilt you see behind me is what I have been doing a lot of, which is the Quilt As You Go blocks, because we can do great big quilts, but they were very hard and kind of time consuming. But now with this new product, we'll be able to do a lot more great big quilts. I have two that I'll be working on today. One is it's a big twin size one, and the other one is going to be a baby quilt, but it's a pretty big quilt. So I am really excited to get to show you that today, and the brand new tools that we have to work with. So take it away, Stacy.
All right. Are we ready? Let's
Yes.
go ahead and show off the launch box. So this is the amazing box that you're going to get your new system in. And let's go ahead and open this box up. What do you guys think?
Sounds great.
All right. So I've got the box right here. Let's see what kind of awesome cutting solutions I have nearby. And I'm probably going to regret this because I'm going to have to use a pair of scissors that I would normally use on fabric. But I'm going to go ahead and just open up the top of my box here. And right there it says some contact information at the bottom. And I'm going to just open this up. Let's see. All right. We've got that. Sliding open. Okay, there's some instruction sheets in here. The instruction sheets are showing me how to use this new system. And so on the front side, we've got some instructions on what we're going to be doing to be able to use it. So it gives me assembly instructions right here and a little QR code to be able to watch a video on how to assemble. And then on the back side, everyone, you are going to find your coupon codes for every class that we're hosting today. That is 6 different coupon codes that are going to, you can access these classes on the So Steady University. And we're going to giving you a link and showing you how to go ahead and access those with the link on the back side. So you'll be able to go ahead and get all of that on the instruction sheet that's inside the box. That's a $100 value in classes alone. And then let's go ahead and look at the inside of the box. Looks like I have a ruler work glider. Why? Because when we're doing any kind of quilting, whether it's free motion or ruler work, we highly recommend this glider. And we're going to show the educators are going to show you how to install that today and why that's awesome. Now we have a polish kit. That's another thing that we like to use on our So Steady tables. You'll oftentimes see people using this polish kit even on their machine beds because it really, really gets everything nice and slick. Now we're going to open the system. All right. So in the system, we're calling these our fabric rods. There's 4 black rods that are coming in, or dowels, that allow you to go ahead and wrap the fabric. We're going to have all our educators show you how you do that today. Again, 4 of those. And then we have 4 of these. And this is basically the, we're calling this our arms. So we always talk about, or Donnell likes to say, what she'd love to have is four ladies holding up her quilts while she's quilting for her sometimes, right? So these are the arms that are going to hold up your quilt for you while you're quilting. So we had lots of people guessing out there, what are we going to be unveiling? And that's right, guys, this is our Sew Steady suspension system. So basically what we have here is we've got this little arm. And now, now that I've gone ahead and pulled it out, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you take it away because you were on first for the class. And I'm going to have you show how to assemble these and kind of launch right into your class. How does that sound?
That sounds like a great idea. I'm going to step around the camera. Bear with me just a moment while I walk around.
Okay, and then I will go ahead and turn my lights on and we'll go ahead and jump over here. So our new Sew Steady suspension system is, and all the educators that have joined us for the intro today are going to be back later. So we'll look forward to having all the educators come back later today to join us and be able to educate throughout the day. We're going to be really spending a lot of time today doing education. And so, there's going to be breaks that you might need to take. Don't worry. You can go back and rewatch this. You're going to have 48 hours to watch this as much as you'd like. And then once you, if you choose to go ahead and purchase the launch box, we will have that digital download for you so you can access those classes. Now, the videos on the university side will not be available right away because we're going to spend a couple of days getting them into your actual classes, but the university you'll be able to go ahead and access right away. So I'm going to give you the education right away. Any pre-orders on these launch boxes will be shipping in mid March. So just know that we're doing pre-orders for the actual tools, but you'll get the education right away. All right, and now that I've spoke, one other thing I want to make sure everybody knows is that you're going to have the opportunity to ask lots of questions. I'll be answering them in the chat, and then I'll be able to go ahead and make pause, and we'll do some giveaways throughout the day, of course, because we love giveaways. And then finally, we'll go ahead and answer some of those questions live as well. There are going to be some classes with handouts, some without. We'll go ahead and post links to those. As far as supply lists are concerned, I'll post a link to all of the classes that we're doing today so you can learn about what those supplies are as we go as well. All right, Anne, I'm sorry. I just keep talking, but now you can go ahead and take it away.
It's okay. You've got lots of information, and you know what? We have such a fun project to work with today, and something really awesome. When you get your set, it's going to look kind of like this. You're going to have all of these pieces. This slips on here just like that, and then you'll put your clip on, and it's going to snap on. Hopefully y'all can see this. I'm trying to get this right into the camera. And then of course you've got a little bolt, not bolt. Anyway, I don't know all the technical terms for tools anyway. So anyway, this is what you've got. And then you can adjust this little guy any way you want to. And let me go ahead and just clamp this one. This is not where I'll need it. I already have one in place. Let's move that out of the way. But at least I can show you. You'll slide this up, just roll it until you get it as high as you need it. And then you can clip it onto your table. And it's nice because some of your tables are quite thick, and you would need to maybe roll it up a little bit higher. Also, I love these because I love to go to retreats, and I can take these with me. They're very, very portable because they're so small and because they clamp to your table. Some of the tables at retreat centers are those lifetime tables that have the really thick edges to them. So this will actually raise up high enough that I can clamp it around one of those really thick tables. Now my table is only about an inch thick, so it works perfectly for what I'm doing. So I'm going to go ahead and unclip this one because I won't need it today. if I were you, when you can order these, I know you can order them today, go ahead and get the box of 4. And the reason I say that is because I have 3 of the clamps right now set up on this particular table that I'm using. In a little while, I'm going to be working on my Q20, and on it, I probably will only need a couple of the clips. But you may be working on, a bigger quilt. This quilt, let me tell you a little bit about this. My sweet little grandmother sewed all her life, but she made clothing about 36 years ago. She got into quilt making. I don't know what brought her to it, but I'm thrilled that she did. And I had a new house at the time, and she said, I'm going to make you a quilt top, and then you can take it to somebody and have it quilted. Well, that was 36 years ago, and she was just beginning. And so she made me this beautiful quilt top, and I even provided some of the fabric for it. And I never had it quilted because I really didn't know anybody at the time that did that kind of stuff. And now I've known in the last few years, the reason I never had it quilted is because I'm the one that's supposed to finish it. So Granny and I are making a quilt together, 36 years apart. And she's deceased. I lost her probably about, I think, 10 or 12 years ago. But I hung on, of course, to the quilt top. So I'm really excited about it. And it's kind of fun because it was one of her first ones to do. And so in places it's a little bit wonky. And when I was ironing it a couple of weeks ago, I thought, oh, I need to fix this or I need to fix that. And I decided, no, I do not. That's the way Granny put it together. And I am not going to change one single stitch that she did. So anyway, let's get started. I've got this clamp now. I have this one low.
And I'm just going to take a moment. I was
Sure.
curious, is there any way that I might be able to beg you to go out and come back in? There's reports that the video is just a little bit jerky and not totally clear. So I didn't know if that might be an option to see if we can make it a little bit more clear by having you go out, and I'll show them the official product page while you're gone.
Okay, sure. I'll do
Does
that.
that work? Okay. So we're
Yeah,
going to
I can do
head on.
that.
Perfect. So I'm heading
Okay,
on
well, let's try that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I'm going to go ahead and show everybody the product page, and Anne will be back in to join us just here in a moment here. So this is our Sew Steady product page. We've got a countdown. The countdown is for when we hope, crossing our fingers, to be shipping all these products. So we're waiting for our initial shipment in, and that's why we're doing this as a single product. So initially, I know Anne said that there's going to be options to buy, 2 or 4. Right now, we're actually only going to go ahead and ship these in a 4-piece box. So, as we kind of worked with the team to decide the best way to release this, because we're going to go ahead and do these pre-orders, we're only going to be selling it one way, and that's going to be in a 4-piece box. That's the system that we've gone ahead and shared with you today in the launch. It's going to include the 4 clamp arms, 4 of the fabric rollers, 1 ruler worker glider, 1 polish kit, and access to all 6 classes. So that is how we're going to go ahead and introduce this to you. The retail price on that is $250. We've got that box on sale for $150 for all of you today. And it's going to be that's going to be the initial launch. There's already been questions about, what will this fit? Can I put this on a Sweek 16? Can I put this on, different types of machines? Absolutely. I'm going to tell you right now, this system is about as simple as it gets. It's not tied to a specific machine. It's attaching to a Sew Steady table for smaller projects, or to the tabletop you're working out for big. We've had questions over the last 6 years from customers ever since we brought Westerly Design to the world, to ask people, wanted to know if you could do ruler work and do bigger projects. And I know, we've done a lot of Quilt As You Go over the last 6 years, and we've shown some bigger projects. We had DONELLE do her and Beyond series, which was a full quilt. And we've had other ruler quilting done on full quilts, but this system is really what I wanted to bring to market, because it really speaks to the idea that you can do bigger projects. You just need your three sisters holding up your quilt for you. And we have created a system for you to do that. And that is that Sew Steady suspension system. So you're going to be able to clamp it to your Sew Steady table, super easy. It comes with the clamp the clamp that clamps to the tabletop. It clamps to a countertop. It is 3 inches. So think about your whatever counter surface you're working on. If it has a lip, you can clamp to it. I can almost guarantee you. If you have a lip that's bigger than 3 inches, then probably not. But I found that that's fairly rare. So this is the system. I've gone ahead and posted a link to it. Anne is back. Let's see how the quality is. And that looks pretty clear.
Oh,
So
good. Okay.
so
Great.
I do want to go ahead and make one more announcement as we're showing off this product. We
Sure.
are usually only bringing in 500 kits, so 500 launch boxes. So while supplies last, we will go ahead and be shipping those. Our goal is to ship them in mid-March, and that's the countdown timer that you have right there. But our hope is that we'll be able to go ahead and fulfill initially the 500, and then once that's done, the launch boxes will expire, and we'll go ahead and look to going ahead and potentially offering the 2 or 4 piece sets in the future. I'll go ahead and post another link to the product here. Now we do have resellers that are offering this nationwide, and I highly encourage you to take a look at some of those because they're have amazing deals, and you'll be able to go ahead and potentially just purchase directly from them as well. So we've got about 30 or 35, 40 resellers that are already on board offering this. And so I would definitely encourage you to check that out. But again, because we have just that limited supply, we definitely encourage you to take advantage of the offers when you see them. All right, Anne, so I'm going to have you take back over, and hopefully we've got some, oh, that looks pretty clear to me, guys. Hopefully we can get back on board with Anne showing us her amazing Granny and Me quilt.
That looks pretty clear to me too. The clip in the front right here, I have low because it is really close to where my machine is. So that's the way I need that set up. The one in the back, can you see that back there? I know you see a lot of stuff in the background. I apologize for that, but hey, this is a working studio. Anyway, you see the blue clip? That is my back. And then over on the right hand side, you see another one, and I have it down low. It can be high or low, either one. Probably should have been high today to hide more of the my working studio, but that's okay. And I'm glad that she's rolling this out in boxes of 4, because truly, to me, the 4 is the best way to purchase it. They're a great price, and if you don't need one, hey, that's okay. No big deal. Set it to the side. So we're ready to get started. So I'm going to move my camera over and kind of get us rolling. And I think I may just keep it. No, I'm going to move it. I'm going to move it over to where I normally work with it. That way I can have it kind of right in front of my face. And that way I see what you guys are seeing. Now, I want you to see, this is my quilt. This is Granny and Me. And it's just such a fun, sweet little quilt. And I'm honored that I was one of the first ones to receive one of her quilts. Now, in later years, I will tell you, Granny went on to, she ran out of things to quilt for her family. So I believe it was my aunt, got her involved in the Linus Project. And before she passed, she had made about 400 quilt tops, and just for Linus. And then she made a lot of quilt tops, of course, for family. So I'm trying to get that where you can see it really well. So I'm honored that I'm one of the few that got one of her big quilts. And today I want to show you some different things. That was me bumping the camera, guys. Sorry about that. So I've got several rulers to work with today. I have chosen on this particular quilt to not go ahead and stitch in the ditch. But if I were stitching in the ditch, this is something like what I would use. This is 100 weight thread, and a lot of companies make 100 weight thread. It's about as thick as maybe one of my hairs. I don't know if you can see that or not, but I would use that for my ditch stitching, and I even have it in kind of a beige color, and I would really truly stay right with the ditch. So let me get this over here where you can see it. Now we have several rulers that you can ditch stitch with. This one happens to be one of my favorites. Thank you, Donna McCauley, for designing that for us. It has a channel right here that fits right into, let's drop this, that fits right into where my ruler foot is. And I like it because it just keeps me going in a nice straight line. If you don't have that one or don't want that one, there are several alternatives. This is an 8x3 just straight edge ruler, works great. Here's a smaller one. This is a 6" by 1.5", also works really well. And then of course we all have the 12" arc with the arc on one side and the straight edge on the other. And that one works really well too. So you have a lot of choices there. And like I said, I've chosen today not to ditch stitch because I don't know whether I want this quilt ditch stitched or not. It probably will be at some point, but I felt like I would rather show you some more ideas with what we can do and use some of our templates too. So let me grab, oops, and that was me shaking it. Sorry about that. First thing I decided was I wanted just something that looked like a little kind of a floral design right here. And I need some straight lines on this. And I use a chalk pencil, which is something else that we keep at So Steady. And you can order those. I think they're absolutely great. I need one of my 8-point crosshair rulers. You know what? I don't have the 8-point handy, but I have a new one that's a 32-point. So let's just go ahead and use it. Make sure I don't leave that where can't find it. Now I have my quilt very well pinned. I pin about every 4 or 5 inches, and that works just perfect even for using and moving all of my templates out of the way. Sorry about that, guys. So let's go ahead and pull this over. I'm going to slide this over a little bit. And I really just need a good straight line. Let's line everything up. And I need a good straight line kind of just coming up through everything. And I need it kind of long. So let me find a good straight edge. I have laughed. My grandmother was just a huge perfectionist with a lot of her quilting. However, this one, and this is not going to work because this won't slide down inside it. Let me grab another ruler. Apparently this is more for drawing. So I will be right back. Anyway, she was quite a perfectionist, but like I said, this was her very first, one of her very first quilts. So I did find some what I would, kind of call wonkiness to it. Now this is a 6-point, but that's okay. We'll use it anyway. And I've decided, like I think I told you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am not going to change any of her work. If it's a little bit crooked or something like that, that's okay. We're going to leave it that way because that's how it started out, and I don't want to touch her work because it's so special to me that she made this for me. Okay, so I have that straight line in the middle, And I want just a kind of a little curl, just a flower, just some petals in there. So let's move this back over. And I love this because I've got my whole quilt on this table and it's not sliding off the edges. That was one of the hard things about working with a bigger quilt, was you would end up with edges coming over the sides. Now I want to just bring up my bobbin thread. You always want to bring up your bobbin thread and bring it to the top. And I'm looking at this. I have got, I have reversed. Bear with me just a moment, Stacy. You have anything you want to tell them about? I just realized I've got gray thread on this machine and ivory thread on the other. And I was doing just the reverse. So I'm going to switch this out really quick.
Yeah, not a problem. I was going to offer you might try going out and coming back in on your phone again. It's getting clear again, but for some reason it kind of keeps going back to that buffering. So we could try one more time now that you're at your station. That might help too. Okay,
Okay,
so
I'll do that.
here we are. We are on our So Steady website, and we do still have an awesome Valentine's Day deals going, where if you purchase any of our heart-shaped templates and any of our template sets that are inspired by our heart-shaped templates, you will be able to choose one of these awesome free gifts. That includes the pink Space Engage pink stitching lay disc, guys, or the pink stiletto. So one of those free gifts is yours with the purchase of any of our heart inspired templates. Now, what are those heart inspired templates? Well, we've got, of course, our So Steady heart template set. We also have the amazing Flower Power set by Ann Moore, who created a awesome designs using a set of rulers, including the continuous heart borders. And then we have our Quilt As You Go quilt class in a bag that includes Hearts of Plenty, this fun tool here. And we have our winter collection, which also includes one of our heart templates. And then I don't know how many of you know this, but we have this string of heart template design as well. So those are all of our fun heart inspired designs that you can use and do ruler quilting with. And that's one of our fun deals. Now let's go back over to the launch box though, because that obviously is the hot thing for today. That's what we're showing off. That's the first time we've had it. There have been some reports of maybe it not allowing you to check out. I am going to encourage you to go ahead and check out through PayPal. There's an option once you get into PayPal that allows you to go ahead and do that. Let's see here. It says, oh, you know what? They've got so many people on the page right now. It is giving us a little bit of an error. I'm going to ask that maybe we take a moment because we do have a lot of excitement to go ahead and purchase, that you go ahead and take a moment to do that. And then I will also encourage you to go out to some of our reseller pages. Let me see what I can find if we've got some resellers that got that on their website yet. You can also purchase the launch box by calling our office. And that I will go ahead and post in the comments as well. So hopefully we're going to go ahead and get you going with your launch box and be able to take advantage of that. All right. So Ann, are you back and ready to roll?
I almost have it threaded.
Okay.
I can't believe I did that. I was so proud of myself. I got everything set up early and I'm going to work with 2 machines today because I wanted to show you that you can set up the suspension system on a Q20 sit down, as well as this one is my Bernina 790. So you can do it on both. And I just wanted to show you that. Okay, are we back
absolutely.
in?
We are. I'm getting the same error code that other people are getting, which I think just has to do with maybe so many people wanting to look at that launch box at the same time. So I appreciate your patience, guys. You can also take a look at all the classes. I posted a link to those classes in there. So you should have the opportunity to do that as well. And Ann, I will have you take back over.
Okay. Well, hopefully I won't be buffering anymore. I know our internet here is just not the best in the world. And there is a new system coming, and we are signed up to get it when it comes. So hopefully we won't have any more problems today. But if we do, just know that we're doing the best we can here. All right, now I'm ready to needle down and needle up. We're just going to have a regular class like we normally have. The only difference is we're going to have this nice new system that we can use, and I can do nice big quilts. And I have a lot of larger top quilts that I'll be working on in the future, probably for some classes. So I'm really excited about that. Now, always drop your ruler foot kind of in the middle of your template so that you don't catch the edge or something. It probably wouldn't hurt it, but you never know, and you might could do some damage to yourself or to your machine. So we don't want that. Now let's go ahead and slide these out of the way. I think you can see everything okay. And I'm going to hold these threads as I stitch around. And I've got a nice little loop right there, and let's put a couple more in. I'm just going to pick an area and just let's see, let's do like 3 of them. Feels like I've got something stuck. Yeah, maybe not. We'll just do like 3 of them. Now, of course, I need to come back down, so I can come here and come back down. Or I could have gone around the outside edge. Oh, I know what it is. I've got a pin that's kind of pushing in the way. So let's go ahead and get those out of the way as we move around. And I'm going to just do maybe 3 or 4 little locking stitches right there, and then lift my needle, lift this up. I want to go ahead and pull my thread up. Let's do that. Just needle down, needle up right there in that very same spot. That should bring up your bobbin thread, and it did. It's right there. And I will go ahead and clip those and get that out of my way. Okay, so I have a nice little design just right in here. I can do something here if I want to later on, and I may. I don't want this quilt heavily quilted because I plan to use it as, you know, just to kind of keep warm with. All right, so now I need another line up here. Let's go ahead and go with that. I want to come out the center. Let's get a bigger ruler. There's going to be a heart right in here in the pink area. So I need a good line right there. Hopefully y'all can see that okay. And I chose not my largest heart. Just kind of, what is this one? A 3-inch heart that I wanted to do. Move those out of the way, and I want to end up at the bottom each time, so that's where I'm actually going to start, is at the bottom. And I want it about 1 inch. Let's see, let me find a ruler. I would like it to start about 1 inch from the bottom, so let me find a ruler that has inches on it. Oh, here's one right here. That will work perfect. I want to be about 1 inch away from there. So let's go ahead and mark a line on this so I know that's where I need my template each time. Okay, and I want my template there. I don't want to start right here. I want this right here. Let's go ahead and get this out of the way. I like to pin my quilts And in a little bit, when I show you the other quilt, the one that the second one we're working on, and y'all have to keep this one kind of a secret because this is for a new grandbaby we have coming in April, and his mommy and daddy have not seen the quilt top, so try not to share that too much. Hopefully they don't quilt, so maybe they won't see it. So I want a heart right in here. So let's move this over. Again, I'm going to drop, and this is nice because I can shift this around all I need to, and go ahead and drop my ruler foot. Back this up where I need it to be, right there. I've got a drawn line right here on this edge right here. So I'm just matching it up with that. I'm going to needle down, needle up, bring up my bobbin thread. And this is probably one that I would want to bury threads on, since it is kind of a, kind of a cherished type quilt. Let's lift this up, pull this. There's my bobbin thread. And apparently my bobbin thread is not cut on the other end, so let's do that really quick. Here we go. So I'm going to have a really long bobbin thread. That's okay. I'm going to go right back into that hole where the thread came up. And notice I'm dropping my presser foot away from the edge of my template, lining everything back up. Let's hold this right here. I did 4 tiny stitches.
Hey, Anne, I was curious, would you be able to show them what you did with the black rollers?
Yes, I sure can.
When
Let
you
me
have a second.
shift.
And
I can do
then
it right now.
just as a reminder, everyone, we've got classes all day, and so some of our educators, have internet issues at times, and some don't. And so, Anne will definitely continue on. I think that at times the video quality is okay, and then obviously other times there's not. There was also, oh, looks good. You're going to go ahead and show us the roller. Okay, great.
I am. Here is a black roller that comes with this, and I've got you a really good close up here. You take that and put it on the underneath side of your quilt, and then you kind of just roll it around, and then you clip it right inside that clip. And then you can slide this around kind of anywhere you need to. I can shift it up or down a little bit if I need to, just like that. And that just helps hold your quilt in place and keeps it from sliding out of the clamps. So hope that made sense to you.
It's just a
It
really
is.
simple solution, and it really
It
helps grip
is.
everything. Yeah. And you might even show them too. And on the inside of that little clip, there's a little bit of rubber. And so it
Uh-huh.
actually will grip the fabric a little bit too, but nothing will ever damage your project because it's not
Right
like
here.
it's all soft. It's not metal, grabbing metal,
Mm-hmm.
on your quilt. It's all just really soft, unobtrusive materials that are going to grab your fabric.
Mm-hmm. It's perfect. I tell you what, you guys really, you nailed it with this system. You really did. I love this right here, especially because I can roll that up or down and it is very rigid. So wherever I roll it to, it's going to stay. And
There
that's
was,
really
yeah.
nice.
No, I agree, and it's super easy to go ahead and use. I'll share a quick story, and while you figure out how you can maybe reduce or turn off the light on your machine because it is
Okay, I can
causing
do
some
that.
blurriness. So while as we were trying to develop this over the last year, I was making my first quilt, and I was doing a t-shirt quilt for the first time. And I was filming it because I thought, well, this is kind of fun. I'll see if maybe I want to share this with people. I haven't shared it with anyone yet. But as I was filming it, I was using some tools to be able to help me film it. And I realized that those tools would also be amazing for grabbing the quilt. And so kind of went through that process, and I was able to go ahead and kind of use the same solution to grab my quilt and be able to hold it up nice and tall, and kind of act as those arms that you need for holding up your project. So, this was kind of something that was developed as I was sitting at my countertop at home trying to quilt my quilt top, because as much as my mom told me I should do it quilt as you go, I just didn't want to. I wanted to do a t-shirt quilt face with all the t-shirts, a piece together, and then quilt it. And I think that a lot of folks have that same desire. All right. So, Anne, I see that you turned off the light. Let's see if we get any better. I think we can see the template a little bit better now, too.
Oh, I think so too.
Yeah. All right.
It's always kind of giving us a glare.
I'll let you take it away.
All right. How I chose the designs that were going to go on this quilt, I want to tell you a little bit about that. To me, this is kind of an old-fashioned type of quilt, so I didn't want to do anything super modern on it. And I thought a heart would be perfect. The ovals, just for a little simple flower, I thought that was really good too. And let's see if I can get this in a little bit closer. There we go. How's that? Now, if I can get my arm in here, let's say, let's do this. Okay, that should get my arm in there. I want to go ahead and check this and make sure that I'm going to be 1/4 of an inch away when I land. It looks like I am, so that's really good. So let's go ahead and come all the way back around. Okay, and I have a perfect little heart. Our heart templates, just so you know, that come in about, I think there's 3 or 4 sizes. And no, there's 6. There's a bunch of them. I use them a lot of times when I do, say, an all-over design. And I really like them. Now, the other thing I want to do is a couple of little, just kind of a little fleur-de-lis. So let's go ahead and lift this up and drop it right back in that center. And I want to pull this all the way out. And I'm going to, just for centering, I'm going to stick with this little edge. Let's move that out of the way. That Granny, she put in like a little row of rickrack, which I thought was just so cute. Rickrack was very, very popular back then, and you still see it some today. But usually when you see it today, it's huge. It's an inch or inch and a half wide, or 2 inches wide. So I wanted to do just kind of a little curly cue out here, and I'm going to do 3 of them. So let's go ahead and get started with that one. And I'm going to roll around that sharp edge and then just come back down. And I don't know if you noticed it or not, but I came into my template just a few minutes ago through this channel. That's something new that we're doing. Well, I guess they've been doing it for a few years now, but it's kind of nice. I don't have to take the that little key piece out of this particular one. Now, we still have a lot of them that do have the key piece, and we're not doing away with those, but on some of them we have done this great little opening, a little channel, and I really like that. Okay, now I'm ready to come back up and do another one, and what I'm using as my guide is I've got a little arrow back here, and right now it's flipped upside down because I'm using both sides of this template. And then I want to just catch along the edge. Sorry, I bumped that. That was me. I want to, let me find here it is. Right here is the edge of that little fleur-de-lis that I did just a minute ago, our little curly Q. So I'm going to put my ruler on the edge of that, and that's what I'm going to use as my guide. And then like I said, I have it pre-marked back here with an arrow because I'm going to do this on both sides of the heart, and I want to make sure that I'm consistent on both sides. So let's go back around. And I'm going to just stitch back into the center again. And now I've got another arrow. I'm going to slide this in a little more. And if I go all the way over, I'm going to run into my heart. So I'm going to back it off just a little bit so that I don't run into that heart. And I backed it off probably about 1/4 of an inch. And right here on this edge, let me grab my stiletto again. You can just see my row of stitches from my heart right there. It's right on that edge. So that I know is going to put me 1/4 of an inch away, which is exactly where I want to be. The curly Q comes in a whole lot of different lengths. I only have the one length, which is, I think this is a 9-inch, but they come in all sizes. So when you order a set of them, I would order the set, and that way you have all of them in all the different sizes. It's probably something in the future I will be ordering. Okay, now I'm going to pull this out of the way, and that way you can see this is what we have done so far. Now I'm going to flip it around the other way. I found for myself and for teaching you, it's a lot easier if I work towards me. So let's go ahead and raise the presser foot. I have left the needle down. I just prefer it that way. Like I said, this is very well pinned, so I'm not worried about it going anywhere. Let's go ahead and slide this back in using that little channel and drop that right there. And then I'm going to do the same thing again. I lined up on that edge where she has the rickrack. So let's just put that on that edge again. And I've got threads that are, you know what, I think I'm going to cut those threads and get them out of my way. The reason being, I'm coming in and out of that one spot about 6 or 8 times, so I don't think these threads are ever going to go anywhere. So let's just go ahead and pull them up and get them out of the way. Get my stiletto, pull that around. You know, sometimes we just make decisions on the fly as we're quilting, and that's one of them I'm making right here, executive decision. I don't need those threads. So let's go ahead and cut them. And if I were only coming into that one spot once, I probably would not cut those. I would make arrangements to bury them. But since I'm going to be coming in there a lot, I think it's going to be just fine. Okay, so let's line that up again. Everything looks good. Sorry, I'm always picking lint off my quilts. How many people do that? Does everybody do that, or is that just me? And I'm curious too, do any of you have like an antique quilt? Since this one's 36 years old, it would be considered an antique. Do any of you have any antique quilt tops that maybe you made, or maybe a family member made? Maybe with our new system, you can get that quilt top out and you can quilt it yourself.
I think that there's a lot of UFOs out there, and
I think there are. I sure do. All right.
I just was going to make a quick announcement. We
Sure.
obviously have lots of excitement, and so the product page was getting a little bit bombarded, so we were having trouble with that. Now that's open, but the phones are now busy. So I would say that, definitely keep trying. We're doing our best to keep up, and then definitely encourage you to check out some of our best resellers that are out there. I'll just name a few, and obviously I'll try to post links for all of them today too. But I know that More Sewing has that available. I know All Brands has this available. I know that SewBiz has this available, and Fabricated Quilts has it available. So, and again, I'll make some more announcements as we keep going. But I just wanted to make sure you knew that they're all offering this and making it available. Sewing Machines Plus has this available as well. So definitely keep going out there, check out those websites, give those stores a call if they're your local stores, and we'll let you know. Stitch in the Ditch in Canada has this available. Kirsten Sewing in Denmark has this available. So again, we want to encourage you to keep checking out some of our resellers as well. And that is absolutely gorgeous.
I think it's going to be really cute.
Oh,
I think
someone was asking what those rectangles are along the quilt. You can tell them a little bit about your binding, I think.
are you talking about my sashing?
Yeah, those clips.
Oh, they're just safety pins that I've added a top to. Sometimes our hands just get a little bit tired whenever we are trying to pin a quilt together. And I found these years ago, and they just go on top. I'll pull one of them apart. Well, you know what? I've got one over here. It's just a little top that fits on there and just makes it a little easier on my hands. That's all. I don't. I check your fabric store, your local fabric store. If they don't have them, they can probably order them for you. They're just something that I've found that makes it easier for me to pin my quilts together. So that's all. And I've always used the smaller pins, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Okay, the other one I want to use today, this is called Circles on Quilts, spinning wheel number 7. And I'll show you this. This is kind of finished. And I think it turned out to be really cute. I know, I'm sorry, there's a shadow from my, you know what, I can fix that. Nope, I still have a shadow. Sorry. There's a little bit of a shadow from my sewing machine. It's coming from some of the light somewhere in the room. Let's see, let's just pull this over here. Anyway, you can see the design that I made. And if you have these curly cues, you know what, you can also flip them back and forth and do, all of mine came in one direction, but I could have actually flipped them back and forth. I can even put one down here. That would be really cute. And I have the space to do it for sure. Okay, I wanted to use this guy, and I was looking at it when I was drawing out my design. And if I put it, let's get some of these pins out of the way. If I were to put it on a pin right here and then just kept going with it, it's actually going to be a little bit, it's going to be off. So what I've chosen to do is go ahead and put it on my design right here. And I will start right here and come around all the way around and just go from one side to the other. And then I'm not going to pin this back here. I'm going to line it back up when I stop over here. I'm going to use this arrow. And these arrows are, they're G-Easy brand. Sorry, that was me wiggling it. They're G-Easy brand. We have them on our website. And those things have been absolutely wonderful for my quilting. I can mark things and they peel and stick. There's even a couple on top of my sewing machine. that I can pull down and use in a moment's notice without having to dig and find them. And so think about those whenever you are doing your quilting. They just help a whole lot. So what I want to do, I've got an A and a B on this particular template, and this is my center. And it's kind of funny. I was counting last night when I was working with this quilt. Most of the fans have 9 blades. Some of them may be a little bit narrower, but I think I even found one that had 8 blades. Like I said, Granny was just learning how to make quilts when she made this top. So I'm kind of tickled that it's kind of fun that she that I got one of her first ones, because I remember going through, learning curves too, learning how to quilt. So let's go ahead and get started with this one. And I'm going to drop it here in the center. Let's see, let's lift this up a little more. And then I'm going to pull it back to A, and I'm going to drop my needle and bring it up. And I have a feeling my bobbin thread is not cut somewhere. I'm notorious for that. Sorry, guys. No, it appears to be. Okay, let's see what's... There it is. I'm notorious for thinking I have my bobbin thread cut, and sometimes I don't. That's what I was going to say. All right, let's go ahead and drop that back down. And then this is my center design. And I could actually start from one side and just go to the other, but I kind of want it centered. So this, I'm going to just work from my, towards the left. So I'm at A. Let's go ahead and do our 4 tiny stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is another template that has that neat little channel that I can go in and out of without having to undo a puzzle piece. They're not all that way, but it's kind of fun when they are. Okay, I'm going to stop when I get to B. There's my B. And this is a tail I will leave and bury because I'm not going to come in and out of it a bunch. Now I'm going to slide this back over to A again. And then I've got that, remember, I've got the little arrow back here. Let me pull it around. Here's my little arrow. And I'm going to line that up with the curved part of the fan, the green part that you see. And I'm going to line that back up again and just make sure everything looks like it's kind of nice and straight. And then I'm going to make a loop. Stop when I get to B. Now this is going to be in my way as I move over, or in a minute it will be. It doesn't look like it is right now. And I'm going to line back up here in the back again. And this is going to give me just a really nice, simple design on this quilt. I actually plan to use this quilt. I probably will throw it across a bed in a guest bedroom. So I don't want to quilt it really heavily. See, that one's probably okay. Now I'm going to do it like one more time, and I'm going to just stop when I get to the edge. Okay, there's A. Oh, and I've got a pin that needs to be removed. A few years ago, my hands bothered me a lot, and that's why I went to the pin covers. It just made them a little bit easier to put on my pins. My hands don't bother me anymore, and so I don't really need them. Okay, now I can stitch down this edge if I want to, or I can stop it right there. I'll tell you what, let's stitch down that edge, but let's move this template out of the way. And I'll use this one. I like this guy. This is going to give me a nice stitch in the ditch. So I'm just going to line that up. And there are, let's see if I can turn this around where you can see what I'm lining up. Oh, sorry. Yep, that's me bumping it, guys. Sorry. All right. When Donna McCauley designed these, she has all of these nice little straight lines on here that we can use. So I lined it up with the center, and then I'm just going to pull everything and make sure that it lines up well like it's supposed to. And then just stitch down the edge. And I've got my threads coming around. There we go. Okay, pull it down and go a little bit further. There we go. Now, I want to get back over here. And I can ditch stitch if I want to, or I can go ahead and just break my thread, or cut my thread. I won't break it. I've got a curved edge, so here's what I would do. And this is going to give me a little bit of ditch stitching. This obviously is not it doesn't match, follow this circle at all, but it has a curved enough edge that it's going to help me. So I'll stitch for a few stitches. And then I'll stop and I'll just roll my ruler. You see what I did? It was right here. I just kind of rolled it around. And then I'm going to keep going. I need to be over here. So you already know what I'm going to do. I'm going to stitch straight up that blade. I don't know if you call it a blade or if you call it I'm not sure what you call it. I call it a blade. I don't like cutting threads any more than I have to. Right, so I want to stitch to right up here. So I'm going to use this guy again. And I'm going to line up and just head right up that blade. We'll call it a blade.
Hey, Anne, someone was asking, do you think a spacing gauge would help you do this?
Not this particular piece that I'm working on, but yes, I use spacing gauges all the time. But I'm just trying to get back over to where that started out. And I'm just going to take a couple of stitches over towards it. There it is right there. And then, of course, this is going to be in my way, but we'll work with that. Now, find my template again. There it is.
Someone was asking what our thoughts are on the waitlist quilter, as that's been something that we've actively promoted for a long time. And I would say that we definitely still see value in the waitlist quilter. What we've really shown with this new system is that it will work with all sizes of projects. The smaller projects, you can simply bring those arms in and clamp them to your Sew Steady table, or clamp them closer to your project. While the waitlist quilter is a great solution for bigger projects, it has been known to maybe not work as great for the smaller ones. So that's something that we've kind of, someone was asking, would you get this if you already have a waitlist quilter? And I don't know, what would you say, Anne?
I have both, and I like both. I love the portability of this one, and I love that I can clamp it straight to my table. So I guess that would be my answer to that. They both have their use, but this is just so much more portable to me, and it's a little more adjustable.
Now, someone else was asking, is it meant to only clamp to the sew steady? And I definitely want to preface that is no. We highly recommend that you go ahead and clamp it to your countertop or whatever your machine's sitting on if you're doing a bigger project. And, I wouldn't clamp more than 2 of the clamps to your sew steady table, and that's going to be really ideal for smaller projects.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you on that. The way I have my Sew Steady table set up is kind of unusual. I decided when I got this machine not to get the insert. And so my table, my Sew Steady table, actually sits on top of my koala table. I don't know if I can kind of show you this or not. I think I can bring this way down. But you can see there's a gap enough maybe that I could get my finger inside it, and that's it. And this works great for me. And that way I didn't have to buy 2 tables and store one of them all the time. And I get this huge working surface. So that's the route that I chose to go. But everybody, needs to do what is most comfortable for them. This one just happened to work best for me. So, and I'm just going to do a few little tiny stitches right here. I could actually do, go ahead and do the ditch stitching, but let's go ahead and just finish this one out. And then I'm going to take you over to the table where I have Baby Moore's quilt all laid out. We know it's a boy, but we don't have a name for him or anything, and he's due in April. But I'll show you this really quick, and then we'll move over to that one. And we're going to move over to a different sewing machine table. We're going to use my Q20. And the reason I'm doing that is just so that I can show you. I'm going to get this up where you can see this whole block. But do you see how easy that was? Let's get this out from under here. How easy that was. And there's the threads that I will need to bury. Let's just put them kind of there for now. But how easy that was to do. And my quilt, one of the things that's so nice about this suspension system we have is, I don't know if you've ever done large quilts on your domestic machine, but I have pretty often. And if you're not careful, you'll be quilting along. And what happens is all of a sudden you can't move. And the reason you can't move is because part of your quilt has gone over the edge of your table and it creates a drag. So this system that we have gets rid of the drag. So you're able to just really work with a bigger quilt. I have some even larger quilts that I'll be working on, not today. I've been wanting to do this quilt for a long time, and I thought this is the perfect opportunity to be able to use that. So now I'm going to unhook my camera, and I'm going to go over to the table where I have Baby Moore's quilt laid out. So bear with me a second. I will put it back on the hook so you can at least see what I'm doing. And pardon the mess. Like I said, this is a working studio. All right, so let's come around the corner. Let you eyeball this as we come by. See, here's the back. That's where you see where I've got it clamped to my table, and then I've got it raised up. And I love that. And then over here, this one, I just have it low because I really don't need it up high. So there we go. Now I'm going to show you, this is Baby Moore's quilt. He got a whale on his quilt. And I wanted to kind of show you a little bit about how I would clamp this, I'll get it in a minute. How I pin this quilt together. I start, and I'm going to just walk around the camera so you can see. I start over here on the edge of my quilt. Let's put these away. and I use a clamp. You can get, these happen to be in the picnic supply at local big box store. And I would clip these on like this. And that would be like my bottom piece, my backing for my quilt. So I would have several of those all the way around, just clipping my backing into place. And then once I got all of that clipped into place, then I come along and I put my, I used a cotton batting for this one, so I would put my batting in place. And then you don't have to actually clip it because cotton sticks to your fabric really well, but make sure you've got all of your wrinkles smoothed out of it because that's very, very important. Then once I'm through with that, you can see I came in several inches and I've got my top pinned to it. And then I pinned the heck out of this because I want to make sure it doesn't go anywhere. So these are probably about 5 inches apart, and there's a lot of them on here. And then as I go, I will go ahead and unpin these as I'm quilting. And Donnelle, I think, is going to show you how she sandwiches a quilt, but I just wanted to show you real quick. And then once I was through pinning this entire top, let's go ahead and pull those out of the way. Then I would slide my quilt over right here. Always make sure that you have 2 rows of pins on your table. This row right here, and then I would pin all of the rest of this. And of course I had to go ahead and have this one pinned and ready to go because we're going to be sewing on it. So I'm going to move it over to my table, and I've got to change threads out really quick because I don't know what I was thinking, but I ended up with a gray thread where I needed ivory thread. So Stacy, if you've got something to tell them or talk to them about, I will get this done real quick.
All right. Well, yeah, we've got some new arrivals, so I thought I would take everybody over to our Sew Steady to our Sew Steady page again and share with you that Launchbox page. So this is a link I've posted a few different times. This is the official Launchbox, guys. What you're getting with that Launchbox, you're going to get 4 of those arms. So 4 arms that are going to be holding up your quilt. Again, that's a clamp that clamps down to any countertop. It'll clamp to your Sew Steady table. It'll clamp on anything that's got a lip that's less than 3 inches, guys. So that's actually a really tall, thick countertop or tabletop. So that's pretty exciting. You're going to also get 4 fabric rollers. So the 4 fabric rollers that you're going to get are those black rods that we showed earlier. That's what's actually underneath. So it's going to help you just kind of put that dowel or that rod into the quilt where you want to clamp it, and then it grabs on really well to the clip, and they kind of work in tandem that way. So you get 4 dowels, you get 4 of the arms, and then you're going to get a ruler work glider. And right now would be a great time to do a giveaway. So I think we should do our first giveaway. I was going to say the ruler work glider, but since it comes with the kit, let's go ahead and do a grid glider as our first giveaway today, guys. It's Valentine's Day, and as you know, if you've done events with us in the past, we love to give stuff away. So I'm going to make our first giveaway today, the grid glider. That is an amazing tool for doing all types of different sewing. So you can use it for doing ruler work, but a lot of people love to do all kinds of things with it, including, home deck projects or piecing, and all that. So the difference between the grid glider and the ruler work glider is simple. The grid glider has an amazing grid all over it. You get angle markings on it. You get your 1/4 inch seam allowance. You get your 5/8 inch seam allowance. And it's all right there around the needle, and it's cut out. So you can kind of see it on the screen right now, but it's cut out so you can actually have feed dogs up. So it's meant for all different types of sewing. So I'm going to make that because, to be honest with you, before today, the grid glider was our #1 best-selling item. Now I'm wondering if it's going to be this amazing Sew Steady suspension system. Why? Because it's something that works for all quilters, whether you're using rulers or not. It's a tool that you're going to want to have in your sewing room. the Sew Steady suspension system is similar to that. And that's why we're so excited about it, because it is a simple solution that is something that you're going to want in your sewing room. So the grid glider will be our first giveaway. How do you win it? Well, you signed up for the event, right? You're here, you're joining us, you got emails from us leading up to it. That's how you knew you're part of this event. So we're going to go ahead and make the announcement here in the next couple of days on who the lucky winner of that product is. But that will be our first giveaway. So let's head back over. I'm going to take us back to that launch box, which is, again, this is the initial way that we're going to be launching the Sew Steady suspension system. Why? Because we are actually doing pre-orders, guys. So we only want to sell it one way. So what we did is we took a whole bunch of the perfect things to help you doing any free motion, any ruler work, and we combined them into one box. What you're getting with that is you're getting the ruler work glider, which is, I'll show you that next. But that is just that 12 by 20 green mat that has the circular cutout. Actually, I'll show you on the screen right now. There it is. So that's going to cover up the feed dogs so you can do all different types of sewing. You're getting the polish kit. That's ideal for our Sew Steady tables. It works on other tabletop surfaces as well, as they're smooth and slick. I don't know. I haven't done a lot with that on wood. I probably wouldn't. But it works great on sewing machines too. It comes with a little polished cloth as well. And then you're going to get 4 arms, 4 dowels, and guess what else? You're getting 6 classes. So right now we're doing the Ann Moore class. She's got about 45 minutes left, and then DONELLE is going to be joining us, and she's going to be sharing with us a gorgeous panel quilt. We've got more. That's not it, guys. So we've got a full day of education. We've got Lorena joining us at 12:30 with a Love and Spring bed runner. We've got Kate joining us at 1:30 with the technique ruler work. I'm going to post a link to all of these amazing classes, so you can check them all out and get the supply list from them. But this is a full day of education with our launch. You get 48 hours to watch it. And so this is the classes, again, that you're going to be getting. And then when you purchase, we're going to email out to you in the next couple of days a link to all of the classes and your access codes to those. And then, of course, you'll get your launch box, and your launch box will be arriving with that countdown. We're hoping it's going to be shipping out to you here in about 25 days. That's our goal. But bear with us. You know, we are subject to shipping delays and all that good stuff too. But that's our goal, is that we'll be shipping it out in mid-March. All right, Anne, it looks like you're set up again. You've got it all clipped together.
Almost, but I don't have my, I just realized I don't have my clips on, so I'm going to grab those really quick. And I tell you what, let's just come around here. That way you can see where I've chosen to clip those on. Grab a couple really quick. Okay, I feel like I need one back here. Right here. So I'm going to put one right here. And what's nice is I can decide, do I want it right here, here, or here, and just clip it on. And so I'm going to just kind of round the corner with it and put this back down. And let's see. Go ahead and put this in. And I'm going to just leave it downwards. I don't think it needs to be up higher. Let me grab the other one. And I'm going to show you where it's going to go. This is my other corner. And then when I get this on, I'm going to back away from the machine so you get a really good idea of how I've got this set up, because I think that's important that you see that. All right, got this little guy. Let's put him where it's supposed to go. And then, like I said, I will back away from the whole thing. And that way, I want you to see what the exact setup is. So I'm just going to take my camera loose for a moment. Do you see how I have that set up? here's my machine itself. So of course it's going to block some of what would happen with the drag on the quilt. And I just popped this one loose. So let's put it back where it goes. There it is. See if I can do this one-handed. I bet I can't. I'll lay that down for a second. Anyway, there we go. All right, so now let me back away from it. Hopefully y'all can see from my table, and I'll come around different angles because I really want you to see this. That's my table. I have one of the inserts in it, making the table wider. It's not really necessary, but I did that a few months ago, and I've just kind of left it that way. I don't have the one on the other side because I catch myself working more to the left. So anyway, this is blocking part of my quilt, so I don't have to worry about it getting in the way. And then you see these edges. And then this guy right here is what I put my camera on. So kind of a clamp system right there too. I kind of like them. So I was really thrilled when they came out with this because I thought, oh, I'm already used to working with clamps. That works perfectly. So let's put this back in here. I'll slide this around. I've got a little portable table with wheels on it, and I just put my camera on that. So let's bring it around. Okay. And now here's my needle, of course, and then here are parts of the quilt. So I'm going to show you the rulers that I will be using on this particular quilt. Between the lines, I'm thinking up where the whale is. Let's see if I can bring him up here where you can see him a little bit. This whale is one I found just a drawing on the internet. And I thought, well, that's pretty cute. I'd like to do a whale for him because I wanted this little guy right here. And I wanted to put hearts in it. So that's my little whale. And he'll get some kind of body work to him. I'm really not sure what. But I thought, okay, there's always bubbles associated with whales, you know, their breathing and things like that. So I'm going to use all of my between the lines circles to make bubbles probably out here in this area in here. So let's put those over here. I need waves. So this
Hey, we
is
had a
the...
good question come in.
Sure.
Anne.
Okay.
Someone says, how is the suspension system keeping the weight off the table when the clamps are positioned so low?
It's not keeping the weight off of the table. It's keeping it from coming over the edge of my table. When it slides down the edge of my table, that's when I have a problem. It stops, it drags, it catches and it drags on the corner or wherever. So this will keep it where I can move it around like this, but it won't fall off the edge. And that's what's important. Now I could raise the back end of it up and have it higher if I want to, but to me, it was not really necessary. I may like it like that, and I'm just still playing with it quite a bit. I may decide I definitely want it higher. I had it higher on the other quilt, and just because that table is so big, this one's a smaller table though, and so I don't know that it really matters, but I'll keep you tuned. If it does matter, I will let you know. But the beauty of it is I can roll that thing up and down all I want to. There it is right there. I can roll it up and down and make it taller if I decide I want to. That's the nice thing about that. Okay, this guy's going to need... You're welcome. This guy is going to need some waves. And so this is the S5, S6 template. And I can have a gentle wave, or I can have some really serious waves in it if I want to. There is another set of rulers we have. It's called the Wave Collection. It's Sarah Diddy, but she is, you have these choose through So Steady. And so we have them on our site that you can pull out. And I'm just going to pull them all out and show them to you because You can really, there again, you can really get into some serious waves if you want to. Looking around to see if I have something dark I can put up against this. Hang on a second. Let me go grab a piece of black fabric or black paper. I'll turn this around where you can just watch those for a second, and I will go get that black paper. It's handy. But I know it's hard.
Anne, is there any way at some point you'd be able to show people how you would straighten out that arm on the suspension system?
Oh, absolutely. Let's go ahead and do that.
That would be awesome.
Sure. Let me back this off. I'm going to unclamp it from my quilt and go ahead and pull the roller out and just set it aside. And pull this loose. Now, this is really close, so let me see if I can get it a little farther away from me. Just like that. It's a really rigid piece of wire in there, which is wonderful because it's gonna stay where I want it to. And now I've got that one rolled up really high. So let's swap ends. Let's put that taller one, and I can bring it up higher if I want to. Let's do that. I'm going to swap. I'm going to put the low end over here. I'm going to put the low end right here because I want it about a little bit higher than what my needle is. And then I will show you, we'll put this one in place. And I'll show you what we've done. These really fit securely to your table, and that is such a nice thing, guys. Okay, so I have this one really high now, and I'll be able to show you that in a minute. Let me get it in place, and then I'll bring the camera around. This is kind of fun. You're really getting to see this kind of on the fly. See how I've got that adjusted? And it's about 1 foot and 3 or 4 inches above my table. So now I want the low one back over on the closest to me because my needle, you know, my sewing machine and my needle are going to be right there. So I'm clamping this one back in place, and I'm going to leave it low. So I've just swapped the two out. There we go. And I can get this clamp as tight as I need it to be. But I love this because I can, like I said, I retreat a lot if I get a chance to. I get a lot of stuff done when I do that. Here at home, I know my studio is not in my house, but you always run across there and you put a load of clothes in the dryer, or you go stir something you have on the stove. You get a lot of distractions. And really, when I'm at a retreat, I don't. Okay, so now I have this one back in place. Do we have any questions? Anything I can answer for you before I start showing you rulers? I'm happy to do that.
I was actually just getting a couple questions figured out on my end. Someone was saying, hey, I have a countertop that only has a 1/4 inch depth. So it's not the height that they're referring to, it's the depth, that there's only a 1/4 inch that they can grip onto. And I would say that may not be enough, guys. I mean, you can try it. But I've got one set up here that I was going to measure and see if that's a 1/4 inch in. It's definitely on there. My worry is that with a little bit of weight added to it, it may want to fall off because you're only able to clip a 1/4 inch. It looks like I'm, and that's, again, it's just putting it on the very, very edge of a countertop because they only have a 1/4 inch. That could be a challenge. I'm seeing it right now. I can show you on my screen right now what it looks like, but I would
Are
say,
they, yeah, are they saying their countertop? I mean, this is not the situation. It's that they only have a quarter of an inch that they can actually clip to. Is that
yeah,
what they're saying?
that's exactly
Okay,
what they're
yeah, I
saying.
would. Ooh, Stacy, I don't know. I would be afraid I might break something. Not
Yeah,
our
I don't
tool,
know
but
that you would break it as much as I don't know that it would actually clamp. I'm trying to give you a
yeah,
perspective there. But yeah, I'm just worried that because, it's just kind of hanging off here, guys. You can kind of see
yeah,
it right
it would
there.
be. And yeah,
Yeah, I just don't think it would do you justice. So you definitely want to probably focus on trying to put it onto your Sew Steady table, or maybe you wouldn't be able to clip it there. I actually had a similar situation. I was trying to clip it, but the back of my cabinet that I was working with didn't have a lip at all. And so I actually ended up putting one of my rods on my Sew Steady table, one of the arms on the Sew Steady table, and then I clipped because the front of my cabinet did have a lip, and so I was able to clip it on the front of the cabinet. So yeah, you definitely have to look at your work surface and decide if it's going to work for you best.
yeah, yeah. That might be a problem. A quarter of an inch is not very much.
Yeah. So the height though is not a problem at all. As you can see
Okay.
that you can get really, really thick countertops that you can clamp to. That opens up to a 3 inches, guys, 3 inches thick countertop you can clamp to.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you might be able to turn it sideways. Someone suggested that. I'll try that here next. If you want to proceed forward, you could
Sure.
potentially clamp it sideways. That's a good idea. Look at our smart customers. Holy cow, guys.
I
Yeah,
know. I
that
love it
actually
when
works a
we
lot better.
I love it when we let them interact with us because so many
Yeah,
of them, they've been doing this forever. They have some really good ideas.
yeah,
Every time I have a show, I learn something new, and I love
right.
that. Okay,
Yeah.
here. Okay, so back to waves. This is the Sarah Diddy collection, and so I've got a big serious wave here, or let's see what else there's a whole bunch in here. Here's some more. These are all turned upside down. She's got, well, this one's called the unbraided wave. This one's called the serpentine wave. Um, oh, here's one that's a little bit tamer, which would be kind of more in line with what I'm thinking. I probably would go with this one right here. It was very much in line with this guy right here. And so think about we're kind of, if you can think it, we probably have a template for it. It's just everything you can think of to make your quilting easier. We've already, somebody has already thought of, and we've just got some great stuff out there. Anyway, that's all the different waves, and there were just so many in that package. I thought I need to show these to you guys because I can
Oh,
kind of take my
yeah.
pick.
And those are the Sarah Diddy waves, right?
Yes, they are. It's a
Okay.
whole collection of them. There's about
Well,
6 templates in there.
that's just brilliant. I was actually going to show everyone real quick because we had very intelligent customer share with us the idea of turning it sideways, and it actually does work a lot better sideways.
Oh
I'm moving
yeah.
it around quite a bit. Someone suggested you could add a shim. So yeah, I think that could be the solution if you've got minimal space that you can actually grip to. Another person was a little confused. What we're referring to is actually that some countertops, you can kind of see it there. Sorry, the camera angle is hard. Some countertops just don't simply have a lip. You've got the back of your cabinet right here. So we're just referring to being able to clip it onto the situations that just don't have much of a lip at all. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. And the waves are gorgeous. Back to you, Anne.
Okay. I also am going to use my oval. This is the 1.5 by 3 inch oval. And I just grabbed the package that it came in. There are 2 inch by 4 inch, 1.5 by 3 inch, and 1 inch by 2 inch. You saw the 1 inch by 2 inch over on Granny and Me quilt, and then I'm going to use the 1.5 by 3, and it's going to kind of cool where I'm going to use that one, and then I'm going to quilt this quilt very simply. Also, something you need to think of whenever you are quilting, and I just did wiggle that. How do you want that quilt to be used? My daughter-in-law uses all the quilts that I give them for the babies. So, and they live in Canada, so that I need a warm quilt. So this one has a fairly thick cotton batting in it, and I thought about adding a layer of wool on top of that, or a little half layer of wool, but I had this batting left over from another project and thought, I think that will be plenty thick. However, I don't want it quilted very heavily because I want it to be a cuddly quilt. So that's something that you need to think about. This is going to be for my grandbaby. And if I quilt it real heavy, like some of the ones that you've seen on my walls are quilted very heavily, but they're designed to be wall quilts. They're not designed to be laid across a bed. And the more quilting that you put into a quilt, the stiffer that quilt is going to be. So think about that. And like I said, this can be for a brand new little baby boy, and I want it to be soft. So let's go ahead and get started. Let's see, we've got about 25 minutes, so we'll get to be able to do a little bit of work. What I thought about for this little guy's quilt, I'm going to sit back down, but I'm going to move this over where I can see it and you can see too. Move back under my needle. Oh, it's running into my suspension system. I was wondering why I couldn't get it to move. All right, let's see if we need to tighten any of these guys up. Okay, there we go. If you'll notice, now this is my Q20 sit down. If you'll notice, I have a grid glider under here. I just found out a long time ago that this is a nice slick surface, but this is a little bit, it's slick, but nothing like what this is. So I actually have one taped, and you see a piece of freezer tape up at the top. Not freezer tape, this is painter's tape. Every quilter I know always has a roll of painter's tape in her kit whenever we go to quilt a retreat or something. If I forget mine, which rarely happens because I'm such a believer in it, but I can just say, does anybody have freezer, or does anybody have painter's tape? And they all do. And so that's taped in place so that I get this nice slick surface. And it's just something I've done for a long time because it just, to me, it helps. And this is a little bit slick, the table itself, but nothing like our guys. All right, I want to use this, and I want to just come this way and stop. Come down this way and come this side, all the way down. And then I will decide after that, do I want to come back crossways with it and do the same thing again? My blocks are all 3 inches, and so this worked out perfectly to do a 1.5 by 3. This worked out perfectly. I should end right there on that point and come down, and then just be able to shift it all the way down. And of course, I'll be removing pins as I go. Now, the hardest thing that I have to worry about is making sure that I've got my backing not folded over somewhere. So I'm checking that. It all looks good. I need my quilting gloves, of course. I have a hard time quilting without them. I don't know if anybody else has that problem, but it just helps me. My hands dry out whenever I'm quilting, and it makes my fingers just kind of slide along the fabric instead of gripping it like it should. And if I use my gloves, that ends that problem. So it makes it kind of nice. Okay, This one again, I'm probably not going to ditch stitch, but if I do, I'm going to use that 100 weight thread that I showed you just a few minutes ago. So I want to put this in place, and let's come across. This one has a gate, so if I need to be in and out of it, I'll use that gate. And I've already checked my tension. Everything looks good. So all I want to do is come down right in that point and just needle up, needle down, and bring up my bobbin thread. You always want to bring up your bobbin thread. If you don't, you may end up with a bird's nest on the back of your quilt. And they're not fun to deal with, and they're not fun to try to pick out. And this is probably a thread I'll bury. This is going to end up in my way. So let's go ahead and get it out of the way. I still have plenty of pins in here though, so nothing's going anywhere. And I've got these wonderful straight lines. Let's use this black thread, a black piece of paper again. Thank you, Pat, for sending me construction paper. I really appreciate it. It makes it easier for everybody to see what I've got going on. And if you'll see, and I don't have a stiletto handy over here, so let's grab something that can be a stiletto. See this straight line right here? Right there? That's what I'm lining up with. And I've lined it up in the back also. So let's leave this where I can use it as a stiletto again if I need it. And all I'm going to do is just a wavy line all the way down. Stacy, let me know if something cannot be seen, but I think we've got the camera pretty good. We did 4 tiny stitches. Perfect. So my first few stitches are done. Let's come all the way down. All I'm doing is sliding my template all the way down. Get my threads out of the way. Those are threads I'll want to bury, so I don't want to cut them. If you'll notice, actually on this template, I do not have any staple tape. That's why it was sliding a little bit. And I don't have any handy, so I'm going to keep going, but I'm having to hold my templates a little more firmly because they don't have any. This one does not have staple tape behind it. I'm a believer in staple tape, so these will get that. But what I'm doing, because I don't have any staple tape over at this machine, which surprises me because it's all over the studio, but I'm going to put my fingers on these corners. But get your staple tape, please. It makes a huge difference. This one will be in the way. Let's go ahead and move it. Okay, so now I have a nice serpentine line all the way down, and I need to go all the way across and and start on the next one. So let's go ahead and find a straight edge. I think they're all still at my other machine. That's all right. I can find something here that will be a straight edge. I still prefer, whenever I'm doing any kind of ditch work, is to use that template that I just showed you a few minutes ago. You know what? I have a straight edge right here. I like the one that Donna McCauley created for us. That's my favorite. All right, I need to ditch stitch all the way down. And like I said, I don't. Stacy, have you got something you can show them real quick? I want to go grab a straight edge. Oh, she may be answering a phone. Let's go ahead and go. I'm using the edge of my ruler as a straight edge because I just simply forgot to bring them over with me. And I'm going to stitch sideways. Okay, there we are. We're over to the next row. And I think I want to go the same pattern.
Okay. And I'm back. Sorry, I had a quick coffee break.
Well, I'm jealous. I don't get a coffee. Well, I'll get one in a few minutes. Hey. No, I get to entertain our clients or our customers, so that's okay with me.
Yeah.
I hope you had
All
a
right.
really good coffee though.
Oh, I just brought it up to the room because it was getting cold in here. It just started storming pretty good here. I'm in
Oh,
Eugene, Oregon.
wow.
So,
Mhm.
yeah, lots of rain. So, did you have a question? You want me to show something?
Well, I did, but I'm just winging it. I was going to go grab some staple tape. I told them I got off without staple tape on this particular ruler. Please, please, please do not forget your staple tape. But if you do, I was showing them what I do to kind of hold that ruler in place. I have to
Yeah,
catch it
staple
on
tape
these
is very
corners.
important.
It is. Oh my God. I can't believe I don't have any at this machine. I have it all over the studio. I mean, even over on the sofa where I would sit to do handwork, there's staple tape. So I'm holding it on the edges right here and kind of pushing down. So don't be without. We have it. You can buy it in packs of 5. You can buy it in packs of 12. And I do have plenty. That's something I don't ever want to run out of. Now I'm using a 40 weight thread. This happens to be an embroidery thread, but it's kind of whatever is your preference. Just make sure it's a really good quality of thread. You don't want something that's going to just kind of disintegrate over time. We invest in really good money in our fabrics, so do the same thing with your threads, please, and with all of your tools. Really, it just makes a difference. It makes our work fun and makes it easy. Okay, let's see if we can show you some of these. I think you can see the work. See the nice kind of wave that's going along right here. I will do that on all of the blocks that are on this quilt. I think that's going to just give it a nice, easy, it's going to hold everything together. Maybe I'll come along and do some this way, but it's just going to depend. Like I said, I do not want this to be a stiff quilt for my little grandbaby. How many of you make quilts for your grandchildren? I would love to know the answer to that question. Okay. I need to reposition.
Oh, we've got a whole bunch of comments on their grandbabies.
Oh, I'll do that.
Yeah, I think that there's lots and lots of people that are enjoying doing that.
Oh, good, good, good. Well, I'm going to pull out a pin and I'm going to roll a little bit tighter around this. There we go.
So there was a question that came in that I'm not sure if you can answer, Anne, because I'm kind of a little bit baffled by it. Kathy asked, I have a question regarding which size can be used on both a short arm and regular home sewing machine, 1/8 inch or 1/4 inch. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, I think she's asking for thickness of rulers.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a thing about that too, right?
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah, it varies.
I have the Q20 Bernina sit down. I will not use the low shank rulers with this machine. This foot hops pretty high, and I've tried it before, and it's too easy to get that foot on top of one of my templates. So I use my high shank and I use my long arm. And I know some of the instructors have gone to strictly long arm rulers for their even high shank machines. And that's great as long as they work well, and they apparently do. I just don't use your low shank on this machine. This foot hops. So that's my ruling on that, is just no low shank. And I had started with just low shank rulers in the beginning, but over time I have the ones that I use a lot, I have added some high shank in their place, just so that I don't have to worry about that happening. So I'm going to slide across here using the edge of that ruler. There we go. And then I'm ready, and let me grab this again. I'm pulling on my quilt, so it's coming out of the clamp. Let's go ahead and put that back. You know what? I need to actually move my system around, so bear with me, and we'll do that. That's the beauty of this system. I can pick these clamps up and move them wherever I need them to be. So let's just do that. And it's still needed over here, but let's put it a little bit closer to my machine and my needle. Tighten that up. I still forget my lefty-loosey, righty-tighty. All right. And my roller is somewhere underneath, so okay. So I've moved this over. You can't see it. Let me get where I can back off and let you see this. Here's my machine right over here. And I have moved that clamp, the suspension system. It's about 2 feet away from my needle, but that's kind of where I needed it to be for what I'm working on. So that's kind of neat that I can pick that up and just move it. There we go. And now I can slide this back around. There we go. I have done some ditch stitching and gotten back over where I need to be. And I know we have just a few minutes left, and then who's taking over from me? Stacy? She may still be on coffee break.
No, I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
We actually have DONELLE taking over for you here in about 5 minutes.
Uh-huh. Any questions that I can answer?
Let's see here. I'm just seeing, I know we had a little bit of an echo there for a second, guys. I was trying to get a
I heard it too.
I was trying to get a list of all the stores that we have that are offering the system at this point. So I think I'm going to be able to post a list of those here shortly. And we'll have some contact information for you to reach out to those stores as well. See if
Perfect.
there's one near you. Let's see here. All right. I don't see any additional questions. Someone asked earlier, for a long time, we've always said that you want to start your quilting in the middle of the project.
Hmm.
Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
I would like to, yes. This quilt is well pinned. I don't think it's going anywhere. I've had really good luck over the years with not having wrinkles in the back of my quilts. So I don't think it's really necessary to start in the middle and work my way out. If I did not pin it really well, then yes, I would do that. Or if I know a lot of people, they'll just maybe baste it in place or something like that, and they don't baste very close together. Then you might want to start in the middle and work your way out. Mine's so well pinned. You can see, guys, there's so many pins in here. It's not going anywhere, and it's not going to shift. It's all going to be exactly where I want it to be. So no, I don't start in the middle anymore. Now I don't typically start here over on the edge, and I wouldn't do this edge. If I'm going to heavily quilt something, I may start in the middle and work my way out. And the only reason I would do that is because when you're heavily quilting something, you are you're causing your quilt to shrink as you're quilting it. And so that would be a reason to heavily, to start in the middle. But this is not going to be heavily quilted, so it's not going to matter.
Okay, a bunch of questions came in as
Sure.
we were starting that. So, someone asked, "What do you have to set your stitch length when you're doing ruler quilting?"
Oh, I love it when people ask that question. We we have our feed dogs down. So you're in control of your stitch length. I always say slow hands, fast needle is going to give you the desired stitch length that you want. And also, if you're using your Bernina BSR, with that one you will have a stitch length, and you set yours to on your machine. I would probably set it to 2.5 or 2.0, and while I'm using my BSR I will have that stitch length as long as it's hooked up. So otherwise, slow hands, fast needle, and you'll develop kind of your own stitch length. And don't be alarmed in the beginning when you see a lot of big stitches and things like that. It just comes with practice. You got to remember, I've been doing this for a lot of years. And so my stitch length is pretty regular. Um, but it just takes practice,
Okay, great.
or a
Well, we
BSR.
or BSR, if you have a Bernina, they do have a unique proposition there with their stitch regulator solution, and we've recently developed a table to work with that. So that is true. If you have a BSR option on your machine, then that is even more exciting. So, we are ready to go ahead and invite Donnelle in. So if there's any final words that you have for everyone at this point, Anne, then go ahead and please share away.
Get your suspension systems ordered. They are wonderful. I have the set of 4. I'm glad they're selling them that way because I think you need 4. But get those big quilts out, and get your antique quilt out that your granny made for you, and quilt it. And then show it on Westerly by Me because we want to see what you're doing. Have fun quilting, and I'll see you in the next class.
Thank you again, Anne. We'll look forward to getting your class loaded onto the So Steady University. Some of the contents are already there, everyone. We've posted some links to all of those classes. Again, if you purchase your launch box today, we're going to be emailing you out here in the next couple of days access to all of those classes along with the coupon codes. And then you'll get your launch box hopefully in 25 days. We've got that countdown counter right there on the So Steady product page for that. So again, we really appreciate you coming on and sharing with everyone, Anne, and your excitement for the new So Steady suspension system. And now we have to switch over to Donnelle.
Okay, and I'm going to log out, but I'm coming right back in just as a viewer. So
Oh,
I'll be
please
watching.
do. All right, we'll look forward to it. Thank you again.
You're welcome. Bye,
All right.
everybody.
Bye, Anne. All right, Donnell, we are here. We're live. We've seen a gorgeous panel. Tell us about what we're going to be doing today. So, Donnell, you are actually muted.
Okay. How about that?
I do that a lot, so I totally appreciate when other people do it.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to share with you how you can quilt a panel with the new suspension system. And this happened to be one that just came in a couple of weeks ago. And I just fell in love with it. And lo and behold, some fabric came at the same time, not even by the same company, I don't believe it was, that had the colors in it. You can see my squares down here at the bottom. And this panel was printed nice and straight. But I always measure to make sure that I have the same size on each side and the top and the bottom are equal, because sometimes panels are just a little bit funny. And so anyway, this panel is actually 36 by 36, which is kind of an odd size for a panel, but it's going to work perfect for what we're doing. And when I got it all figured out, I just basically, I think I lucked out is the best way to say it. But I just figured out what I needed for my squares, and I used 5-inch squares. So across the top and bottom, I have 10 5-inch squares. And up each side, I have 8 5-inch squares. So I kind of have a cornerstone. If you see this right here, I kind of have a cornerstone right here to pull this together. I always put my sides on first and then my top and bottom. Well, now in this one, since it's a square, who knows for sure whether that's the top and this could be the bottom or whatever, because it is a square. So it doesn't really matter. But what I want to show you here first is I have my friend Bev here helping me. And we have started part of this, but we're going to actually back up and show you how to sandwich your quilt. And it's a really easy way to do it. So as you can see, I have a pool noodle, and that's what the green colored part is there. I've got one over here, and you can actually order these online. I mean, if you're in the area, we couldn't find pool noodles right around here this time if we wanted to. And if you don't want to use pool noodles, just go to your do-it-yourself store, whether that's a Home Depot or a Lowe's or someplace, and get pipe insulation. It works the same way. It's not quite as big as this is, but it will still work. Now you'll notice that this has a hole in here. Some people will tell you to join these for a bigger quilt because this is about 5 feet long. And obviously for larger quilts, I need bigger ones. And they say to, put like a piece of pipe that goes in there. Just get yourself like a 4-inch piece, put it in there, and then to glue these together. Well, I don't want mine glued together because I want to be able to just use small ones when I can. So all I do is I put 2 of these together and use the famous duct tape and put it right around there, and it works perfect to hold these together. But for the size that we're doing today, we really only need the 5-foot size. So we have started this, and I think you can see over there, Bev, you want to point out the pens? We're just using a flathead pen, and we just pinned it right into that pool noodle. So she's got probably about 10 of them along there, 8 or 10 or so. And this happens to be the top. And so the top, we want to roll it so that the top is facing up, and she's going to be rolling that towards me. And I'm going to be moving this out. You can do this by yourself, but I kind of like to have a friend for this because it makes it so much easier. And you don't worry about little wrinkles like you might see that there. Don't worry about that. It's going to be fine because this is not the final end of this. This is just doing it so we can manage our pieces. So this is getting rolled up. And when we finally get to the last part, we'll just put 1 pin in it to hold that all together. Now we've already rolled the background and the batting. So this has already been rolled. The pin is right here. I'm going to take that out so you can see. And it's big enough that I had to join it. So I've got my join right there in the center. And we're going to get that right centered. Let's go. There we go. Right along there. Now, I forgot to tell you, I'm a spray girl. I like to use the sprays. I know Anne was using pens. Everybody has what they like to do, but I don't like to mess with the pens. I like to use the spray. And so we're going to get this layered up and be able to spray it. Now, this is my batting that's already rolled, and Bev's going to take that and put it up against that other pool noodle there. Probably move it about an inch to your right. There you go. And I'm going to take a hold of it. Let's pull it my way just a bit. There we go. And we're just going to roll that back right on top there. Now, once we get that all laid out, we're going to go ahead and we're going to spray this part here. So I'm going to lay this back to her. I like to use Quilt Basting Spray by June Taylor. This is a well-used bottle. You see the nozzle is still nice and clean. And this is very easy to use. And that's about all the spray I need. Now, if I was doing this the way I normally do, I would have a mask on. But if I did, you wouldn't be able to hear me talk because I am moving back and away from the microphone. So I didn't put a mask on today, but I normally would. And just for your information, I'm using Quilter's Dream batting. And here's a little hint I want to tell you about. I'm not sure you're aware of this, but batting has a right side and a wrong side, whether you knew that or not. And how do you tell? You just close your eyes and put a pin through, and the side that the pin goes through with no resistance is the top, because this is the side we want our needle to go into. Now, I can't tell you if that's it or not because I haven't tested the other side. You can see this is the wrong side because I have a bit of resistance. I have to push a little bit harder. So it goes very easily through from this side. So that means that this side is the top of the batting. So I know most of you have probably never heard that. And you're probably thinking, I've been quilting for 40 years and I never did that. Well, it really is not extremely important, but I'm telling you that because it is one of the things that will make your ruler work and template quilting so much easier if the needle is cooperating. Now we've got this, and I need to find, because I'm going to roll it out from this side to Bev, and I need to find the exact center because I've got a center right through here that we're following. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to lay that right in that position and take that pin out and get this even along the bottom. Looks pretty good, don't you think? Mm-hmm. And I'm just going to lay this back first. Give that a little spray to get this all in place. Nice and flat and square. And while we're here, we will just repeat that process. Obviously, I have already treated my fabric with Starch Savvy so that when I go to do my quilting, I will be able to mark on it with my Frixion marker. So I sprayed it twice with Starch Savvy. I'm pulling all of this towards me. Including the mat, right, Beth? Yeah, the mat came with me. So let's just, there we go. Get that all straight again. And this time I'm going to pull this back until I have resistance. There we go. And I'll do the same thing with this one, which is right there. You can see the resistance. So Bev's going to pull hers back towards her. You can see this isn't a very big quilt, so we're almost finished here. There you go. I kind of made it have a skip and a jump. We're going to smooth that out.
You know, Donnelle, someone was asking, how long will that spray last?
A long time.
Okay.
Until you wash it. So like if you started a quilt today and for some reason it was 6 months before you got back to it, it's still there. But let's say you had one and you gave it away next week and they laundered it the next week, that spray's gone. So it works really well. You can see it's holding everything together without any kind of wrinkles. And just that easy, we've pretty much got this one layered up. Now I'm pulling it back till I get resistance right there. Oh, resistance is right there. So we're going to take that one off of the noodle. While she's doing that, I can spray this. It's always nice to have a good center seam that you're following. If it's in the center, sometimes it's not going to be in the center vertically, but a lot of times it is. Give Bev a little shot, but you notice I put a 1/2 inch seam in that. Never use your salvage edges. Always cut them off. I'll tell you my secret. I usually put 1 1/4 inch seam in with the salvage and then cut it off. So all I'm leaving is a 1/2 inch and it makes it a whole lot easier. How far do I need? Almost right to you, isn't it? And you can see having a second person really helps. You can train a son, a daughter, a husband, someone to help you with this. They'll be probably a bit amazed at how cool it is when it's together. And Bev will be cutting off the extra batting. Now I want to be careful because I plan to bring my back to the front. So I'm going to make sure that I leave enough of my backing. As you can see, she's leaving about 3 inches there. And so my backing and my batting will be long enough for me to then turn it around to the front. So our next step is going to be to load this in and get started with our quilting. And let me tell you, why I was so excited about this panel is because this is going to give me opportunity to play with my templates that are circular in, whatever it is. They can be flowers, they can be whatever. But if you look at this, it's already got my 8 spots. So I've got it figured out. Yeah, I'm going to put some lines on there, but all of these have my 8 marks. Now, I think I told Bev there's one with 6. It's this one up here. So I'll be using something with 6s instead of 8s. But it's just so fun to be able to look at that and see that I've got a lot of opportunity You can want to pull it your way a little bit so they can see. I've got a lot of opportunity to play with those that's already set up in a way that I can use my templates easily. My intentions are I'm going to be showing you some border quilting today. I'm going to show you some of this. I'm going to show you how I'm going to fill in these background spots. And we're just going to play. So I'm going to take this and just fold it over. And Bev and I and our camera are going to move over to the sewing machine.
Donnelle, as you guys are moving, we did get a couple of questions that came through. Someone was very curious if you could answer this. How far away from the sewing machine can you put the clamps? And what is the biggest quilt that the clamps will accommodate?
Well, obviously, I think you could do about whatever you want. I have been working on a double size quilt and having no problems with that. So I think you could do a king size very easily. Now, remember, I'm in a studio where I am actually set up for the taping of shows and things. So when I show you my clamps now, you're also going to see a lot of other stuff. You're going to see my monitor and whatever. But as you can see here, I've got one on the back of my table. I've got one up on the table on the other side that's right in front of my monitor, one on this side of my table, and one right down here. Now, at some points, I will be using all of these, but probably not all of them at the same time. So let me go back around here. Like I said, we got wires and cables going everywhere.
That's a great view, though. You can really see them that way, Donnelle.
So I'm going to step back around. Here's my quilt, and since it's square, it doesn't really matter how I set this up. But I'm going to leave it so there's some under my machine here. And I'm going to take the roller out. And I'm just going to roll around. And if you roll a little bit more than you think you should, it'll be the good amount. And I did have one that I didn't have enough to roll, so I actually added a piece of paper towel. I just put a piece of paper towel around that to make it a little bit heavier. So roll that and put that right in there. Now these are going to pull down like that. So you might want to overextend them the opposite way so that they'll have room to pull down. But I've been using mine on my And Beyond quilt. And so we know that's a pretty good size quilt. And I've got another one I'm doing that's even larger than that. So now, Bev, we'll just come over here and we'll get it put in this. It's corner to corner. There we go. Perfect. Now this one right here on this corner, I'm not even going to use it right now because I really don't need it. So what I'm going to use today is a yellow and orange variegated. So it goes from yellow to orange, and it's kind of even a darker rust color, but I think it's going to look good on this. And trust me, I didn't just, pull it out, wind it up, and start it on here. I actually tested it because what I found was the first thread that I had just wasn't working for what I wanted it to do. And so this is going to make it a whole lot easier. Now let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. This one has 8. So I'm going to get my 8-point crosshair, and I'm going to either decide, am I using the green leaves that go this way to line that up? Am I using the little blue balls there? We know what a center looks like. We just got to figure out where we're going with the rest of it. And so I think I'm going to go just like that. I've treated my fabric so that I don't need to worry about these lines. they will iron right off. And in some cases, I'm thinking I might not have even needed them.
What size of needle would
Oops.
you recommend for ruler quilting?
90 top stitch, perfect size. And there is a reason for that. And it's definite that you want to use a, Bev, I think I have a black marker over there, that you want to use a top stitch needle.
Top stitch, yes.
Yeah.
So the next question is right up your alley, Donnelle. Someone said, what is the standard height of a tabletop that you're using? I'm using a card table and I find that it's too tall and it hurts and too high for my arms and tends to hurt my shoulders.
So you probably won't see that, but I can right there. So answer to that is, I will tell you, if you had seen me yesterday piecing my border here, I was sitting down low, almost with my chin level with my table. Because that's the way I sew when I piece and do that. But right now, when I'm sewing and doing this type of quilting, I actually am sitting up really high. So I usually say I like to sew high, which always catches people's attention. But I find that with this, probably next to your machine and your sew steady table and having everything set up smoothly that way, your chair is probably the thing of next importance. And if you can't get your seat up high enough, then you probably need to get either one of the two, a cushion to sit on, or you need to get a chair that goes higher, one that will go up higher. Because when you're sewing with templates, my arms right now, when I have this sitting here, I have an L shape at my elbows. So my elbows against my body, this is a perfect L shape. So I'm not up like this and I'm not down. It works perfect this way. So I think that you're going to find that when you're doing things that require you to sit higher, you're probably going to end up investing in a chair that allows that. So that's something to consider, something to think about.
Someone wants to buy this panel.
No. I wonder what I did with it. Well, I could fix them up on that, on the fabric. I found it. On the fabric, on the template, whatever, I can fix you up, like I said. And I loved it too. I loved it. So now I think you can see maybe that part right there. The first template that I'm going to use, because all I did was last night go through my candy jar, I guess is what I would say, is my big old box of templates. They're all organized. And this, I just pulled out ones that would fit in here. And believe it or not, this is the rope template. And people usually are shocked when I use the rope template for a flower, but it's really cool. So I'm going to come right in here. I need to set my machine for template quilting, or for ruler work in this case. And I'm going to put my needle down right in the center and pull that up. Now, I know you're going to see 5 or 6 educators today. We probably do some things alike and some things different. And there's really no right or wrong. It's whatever works for you. So I like to pull my threads out and have control of them, do my design, and then deal with the tails at the end. So what I'm going to do here, so you can see, is right at the very tip of this template, there is a tail that kind of swirls off. I'm using that as my marker that lines up with my straight line out here. So this is obviously determined where it's going to be. And then this is lined up. So now we're just going to go around. And like I said, I'm using a variegated thread. Some of you might say, well, I think I would have changed the colors with each of those. Well, I might have too, but then I decided this show was only so long, and that just might be a little longer than we wanted. You'll notice I have staple tape on my template, and this particular one has it on both sides because this is a template that when I'm using it as a rope, I need to have it so I can do both sides of the template. And I think sometimes when we look at designs like this, we get too overwhelmed with thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to outline quilt everything on there. Yeah, well, not I. It's not going to happen. I'm just going to do the quilting to emphasize the overall shape. And you might call this more like spot quilting because it's not really going to be connected in any way. Each of these units are going to be standing alone. You can see here, I'm just lining that up. I didn't even mention I have a glider, the glider that's going to come in your Launchbox kit. I polished it last night and got it all ready for today. And you can see, even though I'm in the middle of this quilt, I'm able to freely move everything around. Now I've got one more here. I don't want my threads to get all messed up. I'm going to stop there just to get them out of the way. If you're new to ruler work quilting, you've come to the right place because we have an awful lot of, not an awful lot, a great lot of education for you. And I can tell you that you're going to find that some things will work easier for you going in one direction or maybe going another direction. And that's why the suspension system is so nice, is we can just move our templates, our quilt fabric, whatever way we want to do it. Now I'm pulling up my bobbin thread here, and I like to bury my threads. So I'm just going to cut this one. I now have, oh, I forgot to cut my needle thread. I now have my 4 threads on the top, and I am going to take those and I'm going to show you how I secure them. So I'm just simply going to take and put my fingers like this, flip them around and pull that through. I could have cut those off shorter, and I will before I go on. And I'm going to take a self-threading needle and I put it through the loop and back down in the center. And then when I pull that, it's about 1/4 of an inch away. And so that's perfect because I'm going to bury the threads, and I don't want to bury it so the knot's right on top of the surface. And so I'm going to take this and go right down in that spot there and pull it underneath and bury it in my batting. I like to go about 1.5 inches or so. And now when I pull on this, if you were close enough, you could have heard that pop. It went right in between those layers. And so I pull it up so it cinches a bit so that then I'm not cutting my fabric. And so that is a self-threading needle. You can get them so they thread on the side or on the top. So let me pull that out there so you can see I've now quilted this down. No, it doesn't match the shape of this outer edge, but it is a design that's on top of there and follows those 8 points. So let's come up to this one here and see what we've got. Again, we've got a nice 8-point there. So I'm going to get another template and we're going to stick this in here. And this one will be easy to mark. You can see how I'm just following all of those markings there.
Donna,
Yes.
a question.
Yes.
So when you're doing this, do you start at the center of the quilt and move out?
Good question. What Bev asked me is, do I start at the center and move out? And yes, in a way I do, because I can move this all around. I like to get my center secure and in place, because that's pretty much the center. And I can pull more this way and get this to work. But I like to go ahead and do what's easiest here in front of me. And then I'll just rotate my quilt. So I'll just get up and move what's on clamp 1 to clamp 2, and what's on no clamp over to clamp 1. And then that way it's easier all the way around. Sometimes I only have to move it once. I just change from one end to the other. But yes,
Hey,
it makes
Donnell, a quick question. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Nope, go ahead.
A quick question on the rope and echo template that you were using. Which size was it? Was it a 1.5, a 2.5?
It is a 2.5C. Yep.
All right. I'm going to post a link to those. People were curious about those templates. And then
Okay.
I think now you got the Spinifex flower. I love it.
Yes. So what I'm going to use now is the Spinifex, what she said. It's called the Spinifex Feathers 8, and this is the 7.5 size. And if you've never seen this used, it is super simple. Don't make it hard. I find that people try to memorize all of this, and it's not that easy to remember it all. I keep all of my folders. I make notes in them if I find an easier way to use a template. And so that's what I like to share with you. Most of you know that I teach on Saturday nights, actually Saturday afternoons at 2 p.m. Pacific time. And anytime that you're available on a Saturday, join me so that you can learn the ins and outs of these templates. So on this template, we don't use this part right here. I'm going to be going around this and then back all the way to the back. Now, there is a way that you can use this with an A and a B, and I will tell you it works fine. The way I'm going to show you is easier, and it's a bit more uniform. So I have a ruler sticker out here, what I'm using, and I don't know that you can see it back there, but you'll see it as we come around, like when I'm right here. Well, I'll just do that one first like I did the other time. And so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to come all the way out, touch, and all the way back. Now, if I was trying to do this free motion, first of all, I can't do free motion. And second of all, I wouldn't be able to get right back on that line. And you'll notice that this piece right here lines right up with what I did before. So now when I come out, I'm going to touch that other one just where it should, right there. And I'm going to come back. Now, what I like to do is I like to set my machine to a medium speed, turn my foot pedal on the floor around to the back, and then simply floor it. Because I've pretty much then created my own stitch regulator. So I don't have to think when I just floor it anything about how far I'm pushing it down. But because I've set it to medium, it can't go any faster than medium speed. So it just makes it truly easy to do. And I think Stacy mentioned this in the very beginning today. I'm one of those people that have said, if you could just have a quilting friend or 2 or 3 come over and hold your quilt up, this would all be easy. And so now that we have this, it's just like having those 3 quilting friends, except these you don't have to give them a break or anything like that.
And that's why I decided to call them arms, Donnell. I thought of you. I could have called them like your friend's arms or something like that. But yeah, the arms of these clamps are perfect for being able to hold them up. I did want to do another giveaway. And so as you're doing this mesmerizing work of the Spinifex leather, I thought I would announce the giveaway. And I'm going to tie it to a question that came in. Someone just asked, what are those blue arrows? Tell me about the blue arrows.
Okay, so these arrows here are what are called ruler stickers. And ruler stickers are something that, in my opinion, you can't do without. Now, this is my package that's almost gone. And I obviously have a package that's just barely used. There's 3 colors, green, blue, and the hot pink. And when you find a place you want to match up, for example, this right here, this is my center spot. It just makes it so much easier because when I'm around there, I really can't see that little etched line, but I sure can see that ruler sticker. So ruler stickers are perfect for template quilters.
And that's going to be our next giveaway. Who doesn't want to win a ruler sticker package? So, as you know, we love to do giveaways. With it being Valentine's Day, we want all of you to be our Valentines by giving you a gift. But we only can pick some of you. No. So, we did have a giveaway earlier that you can win, which is our grid glider, another very, very popular item. And we now are giving away a set of ruler stickers to one person that signed up for the event. You'll stay tuned for in the next couple of days. We'll post a link to we'll email out announcing the winners to these items. Now, Donnelle, I wanted to talk about the launch box again, just because it's been a little while and I wanted to give everybody an update. So we've already sold almost 400 of the boxes. Initially, our goal was to bring in set up 500 boxes. Now, based on the fact that we've already sold about 400 in the first 2 hours, I'm going to see if there's any way that I can go ahead and get another round going on these. But they aren't going to be here at the same time. So our first boxes we hope to have shipped out to everybody mid-March, because if I'm going to try to do another round of these because we're almost sold out already, then we're probably going to be looking at having those ship out towards the end of March or early April. So I just want to warn everyone, yes, please get your orders in because we definitely want you to be part of this and be able to take advantage of the initial launch, which is including the 6 classes that we have going on today, the 4 arms, the ruler work glider, and the polish kit. Those are all of the items that we're going to be doing in this launch box. It's the only way that we're actually launching this product initially, and then once we get through the initial boxes, then we'll go ahead and look at breaking it up from the initial launch box. But knowing that we are almost already sold out of our boxes, I wanted to give everybody a heads up. There's only about 100 left in our first round at this point. Now, one other thing I wanted to make sure to mention or ask you is that they are dying to know the name of your panel. We need to know the name.
Okay. So I will tell you, I will try to go through the trash and get back with you. Because it was probably cut off. And I know that this extra piece here, Bev, it's on that piece I showed you right there. Is that a Riley Blake? This one here? Yeah. And I do have some of this. This piece here comes as a 4 fat quarters in a yard. So it's actually printed that way. If you've never seen it, I'll show you this. It is printed so that there's a fat quarter here, a fat quarter here. That's a thread. Don't worry about that. When you turn it to the other side, there's another one in this. So in 1 yard, you get 4 fat quarters of different fabrics. And Bev had that perfect for me, and I did not pay. It's called Shades of Summer by Riley Blake, by Heather Peterson. And it says it's 2020. Doesn't mean you're not going to be able to find it. Okay. And I'm not sure what my panel is, but I know I've got 3 bolts of this. So I will find out what it is and get back with you. So what I'm going to do now is I want you to understand what these gates are about, because you might have wondered what in the world that is. So like right now, if I was going to continue with another design without breaking my thread, I could open this gate and get it out around there. Now, I did not need to do that for this because all I need to do is bring my thread up. So I'm going to pull this thread back and come back to the center, because I think it's easiest just to take care of hiding all these threads right as you're doing it. That way you don't have a chance of anything on the back getting caught up or anything. So let's see, that's the one I want to clip. And my needle thread. Nothing is more frustrating than clipping the wrong thread. So I've got my 4 here. I'm going to flip that around and come through that loop. Take my self-threading needle, just putting it through the loop. Ouch. I put it through the wrong way, I guess. There we go. Getting it in that self-threading spot, and then just hiding that thread and burying it. And I had someone ask me, I don't know, maybe just last Saturday, about how long a ruler work mat lasts. And it's like, oh my gosh, I've had mine for years. I have no idea. But if you take care of them properly, they last for a long time. But I will tell you, I have probably, I don't know, 6 mats, because I keep them at each of my machines, because I use the grid gliders for all types of sewing, and the ruler work mats obviously for doing my ruler work. But the way we take care of those is just to simply rinse them in warm water and then hang them to dry. So if you are going to be using your templates a lot, you might have one that's wet when you need it to be dry. So it's a good thing to have a couple of those. I like to use them interchangeably so I don't get to the point where, you know, oh, that one's totally bad and I got to pitch it. And I'm going to tell you that if you're in a pinch, you can take a lint roller and roll it on the back of your mat to get whatever's on there off. Now, I decided on this, I want to do a little bit more embellishment because I got all of this space out here. So as Stacy was talking, I was trying to figure out, what am I going to do? You know, Bev, I think I'm going to use, nope, that. I'm going to see if I can use my 4-inch from my sampler set and connect the centers. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. So just because I like to have a place to land, so to speak, I'm just going to put a dot in each center so I don't mess up. And look how easy it is for me to just pull that towards me to get it to where I want it to be. Now, you can plan all of these things out, and a lot of times I do, or you can just do what I'm doing today, and that's play. Okay, makes it a whole lot less stressful. And I can tell you, I never ever thought that anything that involved me guiding it would be relaxing. But template quilting certainly is. And I will tell you that I have had my suspension system for about a month, and I love it. Love, love, love it. And I've had the other weightless quilter too, so I've had opportunity to use both. Now what I'm doing here is I'm putting this line right here on that line. You can see in my template there's a center, and I'm going to put that right on that center. And then this should be 1/4 of an inch, and it is, but I don't think I like what I'm seeing there. That's pretty close. Let's see if I can use something. I need something a little bit bigger. So let's see what this does. Yeah, that'll be it. So this is my scallop template, okay, for my sampler set. And it's going to be just perfect for what I want it to do. I've still got that center line, but I'm bringing this up here while that's still on that center line, right to there. So I'm kind of echoing with that. Not sure what I was pulling that for. Don't need to. And I'm going to, again, that center line and pull this up. And some of you guys just need to take a little bit of a brave pill, because you're probably going, I'm not sure I'm brave enough to do that kind of thing. Oh yeah, you can do it. You know, chill pill, brave pill, they're all in the same area. So let's line this up. Because nobody said I have to use my templates in their intended way. And I've been trying to teach from the standpoint that a template is really nothing more than a shape to follow. And you don't have to follow the whole shape. You can follow just part of it. So that's what I'm doing here. There would be my center. There's my 1/4 of an inch. The spacing gauge is telling me that. And I'm just stitching from mark to mark. And I want to get right back to where I started. Get that thread out of the way. And I'm right back there. So I've pretty much echoed this, pulled it out a little bit. I really can't wait to see what the back of this looks like. Pull this away. Remember, I am using a variegated thread on this. And this particular thread is a 40 weight thread. And I'm using the same in the top and the bobbin. So there will be a variegated thread on the bottom. And you know, sometimes when you get finished, it's so much fun to just look at the other side of the quilt, and you may have yourself a reversible quilt because you end up liking that so much.
No, Donnell, that was a 7.5 inch Spinifex feather, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then someone was
It
asking,
was.
what is the blue tool that you're using? I believe that's the spacing gauge.
Yes. Sometimes those are clear. Right now, you can get them in pink because it's Valentine's month. That one is my teal one. And I like to teach with that because y'all can see it a whole lot better than if I had my clear one.
Well, and you can get the pink one if you purchase any of our heart-inspired designs during the month of February in honor of Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. We are doing that as a special. So you can get, you choose a free gift when you buy a heart-inspired template. And I got to be honest, this Spinifex feather kind of looks like a heart, but we're not going to go with that one.
So this one is 6, okay? So I think I have Bev here is 6 pointed, or yeah, division of 6. And so I got to figure out what I'm going to do with that, but to ignore it would not be a good idea for you guys. So let me just see what we've got here. And this is a 6 point crosshair square. So you have 6 divisions rather than 8, or we could make this 12 if we want to. So let's see what we're going to do with this one. So in this case, I am going to use a 7.5 inch Spinifex 10. Okay, so it's kind of an oval, but it's narrower at this end than it is at that end, which is perfectly fine. I can do the wide end in, or I can do it out. And when you're not sure about what you want to do, you can always take and draw this with stitching line disc if you want, which are a little, well, I've got one right here. There's one of them. It is a 1/2 inch from side to side, so it's the same size as your foot. And then the hole in the center depends on what size of a drawing piece you're going to use, whether it's a pencil or an ink pen or a marker or colored pencil or whatever. And you could draw this out on paper. Well, I'm not going to draw it out on paper because that's just going to take time that you don't want to see me doing. However, I'm going to start with 6. And if I decide I want to do 12, it's just a matter of going in between them. So here we go. And again, I do have stable tape. That's what allows me to grip. And I'll show you, I'm down here in a corner. Okay, I started up there in the middle. I'm right now down in a corner. This is a good size to start with because you're pretty much done in a short amount of time. I'm going to turn this. And you'll see that I can go ahead and turn this way to get to my shape even better because of the fact that I've got it on that suspension system. Now, I can tell you there's a lot of people who make their homemade suspension systems, and I think, to be honest with you, Stacy, I've seen some that look like they're getting ready to pull a motor out of a truck. They've got grips in the walls and up in the ceiling. And yeah. I can tell you, I'm serious. But this, I'm loving it because of the fact that it's just so easy to set up. And I have such good control of it. So now when you look at this design, it looks fine this way. But I'm going to go ahead and do the other one in between here. And I'm not going to draw any more lines, and I'm going to show you why. I have this point right here that points to that point right there, that points to this side over here, that allows me to go ahead and line up without even thinking about it. So I'm just going to go ahead and use that. I'm going to come over to this one. And like I said, when you get onto this, and now that this is so easy to use, uh-oh, I don't have thread. Let's see what happened. All right, this gives me a good opportunity to show you what to do when this kind of thing happens. First of all, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to raise my foot, because don't try to rethread with your foot down. It will not get into the tension disc. You have to thread with your foot up. Anytime you start to sew, you need to have that foot up when you're threading. Now, I'm going to go ahead and do the lock position on my machine because that's what I need to do to get my needle threader to work just perfect. And so now I'm going to raise that foot up because I like to start with my thread going through the loop of my ruler work foot. And I really can't see that it skipped a beat there. It's just when I started that way, it stopped. So I'm just going to come into the center. And I don't think my bobbin thread is actually broke. So I'm just going to do a couple stitches and then go from there. Now, if this was like an all white quilt and I had white thread on that all white quilt, I probably wouldn't have done what I just did. But I'm using a variegated thread on a pretty busy design, and I don't think anybody else is going to be able to see that. So that's why I'm not worried about that thread. Now this one has kind of gotten a little bit unruly, so I'm going to get a hold of that because it's underneath that stitch. There we go. We're going to go around to over here. I think this is a fun size too that would be fun for a baby quilt. Especially, you know, you could lay it down on the floor and have it for an activity type mat. So I'm back at the beginning. So I'm going to take that thread up, pull this out, go back to that center, pull the thread up, and then pull that bobbin thread out so I've got a hold of it. Thread is a very important part of your projects. You don't want to just pick up something and use it. You want to make sure you've got the right thing. And it looks like I pulled that all to the back when I did that. So let's get a hold of this. Got to let it know who's boss. Because I don't want this thread tangled up on the back. All right, so now we've got our threads here. We're going to do the same little way of tying this off. One of them was pretty short, so sometimes you got to make sure you get them all. There's my loop down through.
I kind of love this fabric for just doing some pillows or, kind of maybe springing up the outdoors. Is it a thicker fabric?
It is not. It's just a cotton fabric. It's got a good substance to it, but I would say it's pretty much just like a cotton fabric.
I love that. Someone was asking earlier, why would you bury your threads from the front and not the back of the project?
Because I can do them all right now and I don't have to wait. And it's all done. I've got a knot in one of my threads and it's giving me a fit here. There we go.
And you're using the Janome M7 machine today, correct?
Correct. I am. So I'm going to do one more of these and then I'm going to do the border so that you can see how I'm going to use the templates in the border. So Bev, looking at all those templates I got over there, what am I going to use next? Do you know? Oh, I don't know. Does it matter?
Options. Hey, Donnelle, are you using the same thread in the bobbin or is there another thread in the bobbin?
I'm using the same thread. So let me flip this over here and show you. Like here's the, well, I can't get it all turned. Maybe I can do it this way. There's the one from before. You can see the variegated so that it's changing colors throughout. And then This is the one that I just did. I've got some threads to pull here and cut off because that was where that little fun thing happened. But you can see doing all 12 of those really gives it some extra lines there. So I'm going to come up and do
Ooh,
this one
we
now.
just had a good lunchbox question, a suspension
Yes.
system question. The question, and this hasn't been really showed, so I appreciate it being brought up. Someone said, it looks like it holds your quilt up to prevent drag while you're stitching. That's exactly right. But do you have to move the quilt around to readjust it while you're doing ruler quilting? So maybe you can address, like, how many times would you say you're going to end up reclamping this for your project?
Probably 2 on this size, because remember this one is about 50 by 50. So it's not huge. And I will tell you, that's one of the reasons I like this system, because when I was using the weightless quilter, which is a great system, this would not have been big enough to use with that. I couldn't have used it because it just didn't have enough. It wasn't small enough. It was so big. So that's why I really like to use the suspension system that we have now, because of the fact that it will allow me to do those smaller projects. Now, if I was doing something such as a placemat, I don't have a problem. I got a nice big Sew Steady table, because you can't see my hand clear over here because it's not far enough. I'll bring it over there. You can see how much space I have. And then clear over here, I still can't. Here's my hand, but I've got another probably foot of space there. So I don't have any issues with that. But if I'm using my weightless quilter, then I have to have a big project. And this particular apparatus allows me to do multiple sizes, smaller and larger. So if you want really small, you're just going to clip those clamps close to you. If you want something larger, you're just going to clip them farther away. I think I can tilt this and show you the one I'm not even using is up there. Interesting. Let's go this way, and then maybe I can go that way. There it is. See it up there in the air? I'm not using that. That one is way up there. And so, by having 4 of them, I can leave that in place. And when I do need that one, then all I got to do is put my little fabric roller around part of it. If your quilt is, you don't have to do just the corners, okay? I could come into right here and roll this around a clamp and put it on there. So like almost 1.5 feet here is still hanging down the back. So you don't have to have it just on the edge of your corners or whatever. So there's a lot of things you'll learn as you're doing this. I think the one I'm going to use that is a 6-inch spiral in this one. Because that one I wanted to, but it's just a little bit big. So the next one that I'm going to use, you know what? I'm going to use the Spinning Wheels 36. This one. Okay? Because I've not done that. And this kind of has a shape like that. So you guys watch how I do this. If you've never seen our templates, this is a thumbtack through a piece of tape. It's truly just a thumbtack. Okay? I'm going to set it right in the center. I'm going to put my template on here, and we are going to do this design because this is an 8-pointed one. And we start at the A, which is right there, and we're going to stitch around to the B. Get you where you can see better. So I've pulled up my bobbin thread. I've got it lined up. My needle's back in place. I'm going to stitch from A around to B. I stop at that point and I go to the next line. Right here, I could put a ruler sticker on there so that it make it easier. And see how easy my quilt is just floating? And I know you've talked a lot about the features of the launch box. You guys get in on that launch box because obviously it's got all of the extras with it. But more importantly than that, it's a great price. And for those of you that have been just sitting back wondering, what am I going to do with my larger quilts? Wait no more. Get started on them because I will tell you, this is just the easiest thing to adapt to. And the price of it is great. It's like half the cost. I'm not going to say there's anything wrong with the weightless quilter because I have it and on very large, I will probably still use it. But for the most part, this is going to fit my needs for all of the sizes that I do. And again, it's so much easier to set up. And it has a much better price point. So when Stacy was hinting at this back in the fall, I'm like, hurry up, hurry up. I want to use that. So I can take this out, take my thumbtack off, and right here, I haven't filled it all in, so I'm going to be able to do a little bit more here. And someone I know asked about why do I do this on the front? And it's just mainly because now all of these threads are not on the back getting caught up with something else. You do whatever suits your needs, but I will tell you, whether you do it front and back or back and front, whichever way you want to do it, it's so much easier with a self-threading needle. So you can see that pretty much just went right out to all of those. Like I said, it's pretty much lined up for 8 points. I'm going to do a little bit more on that one because it didn't take all of this out here. So let me just show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my spacing gauge, and at the point of each of these, I'm going to make a mark 1 inch away from the point. And so I'm using that spacing gauge to make that mark. I had a lady one time tell me, this has not been too long ago, and if you're that person, I apologize for sharing your story, but her whole goal was to get to the point where she could quilt without using this. And I was like, what? That's my best friend. There's no way I'm ever going to quit using that because it just makes it so much easier. I need my spiral again, or I never used it, but that's what I'm going to use, Bev. Yeah. It's so nice to have help. Makes it go so much easier. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put my needle down in one of those points, bring up my thread, and I'm using a 6-inch spiral. And so I'm going to take those threads back and I'm going to measure my 1/4 inch right here. And I'm going to stitch out to that spot. I'm going to put my little hook right around that again. Stitch to the next spot. Now remember, I can turn this a little bit, but I'm mainly going to be going side to side. Oh, 2 times in one day. Must be time for a new needle.
All right. Well, while you're playing with that, I thought I would take everybody over to our Launchbox page. We've got about 15 minutes left for Donnelle to continue to show us her amazing techniques and tricks with all of her templates. Donnelle, people have absolutely loved seeing all the different template designs that you use today as you're doing your panel quilting. And look how easy that is, guys. Literally go out, buy a panel project, and be able to just quilt a project so quick. Donnelle, how long do you think it'll be until you get this wrapped up?
Oh, if I were to stay with it, I would definitely, because I'm going to show you the border here in just a minute, but I would definitely have it finished, if not in the next 3 hours, pretty close to that.
And, you know, having this suspension system where your project is just lifted up, that is a time saver. Would you agree?
Oh, definitely. That's why I say just get it. Huh?
Yeah, not having to roll it up and move it and re-roll it multiple times to get each section.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Just makes it so much easier.
So I do have the Launchbox page again on the screen right now. The timer countdown, that's our goal for shipping. Our limited number of launch boxes that we have coming in. We initially have 500 boxes coming in. That's how we're going to bring this product to you initially. And then we hope to go ahead and have another 500 now coming in that will arrive sometime early April, because we do have a whole lot of interest. We've already had almost the whole lot already purchased here in the first few hours of our event today. So we're going to go ahead and have the initial ones shipping in March. And then the second batch, we're going to go ahead and have shipping out. So after that, after this initial launch, these will be sold without the classes. You can purchase the classes separately. Again, there's 6 different classes that you're going to be getting with this launch box. And all of those classes, we're going to be emailing out to you access within the next few days. So you'll get access to all 6 classes. And then, of course, you're going to have the product coming your way here in March, or if you purchase a little bit later today, it could be in April. So looking forward to having Donnelle continue showing us her tricks. That is left with her, and then we'll be moving into another project with Lorena Corzette. She'll be showing us Love in Spring.
All right, so I went ahead and finished that, and it looks pretty much like a circle. It's not exactly a circle, but now I've turned my template around, and so I'm making it so that it has this chain effect. So you can see now how this is just kind of a little chain that's around there, simply by measuring that 1 inch distance and connecting those dots. And this is all should have been done in one time, but you know, it just kind of broke there. So I had to join it. It's so funny because before I started this, I had a project I was doing for my store, and I can tell you, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so tired. I don't know if I can do this or not. And now I feel like, whoa, I'm ready to go. It's kind of, like I said, it's relaxing. It's, you know, gives you a little bit of a kick, and it's fun for me, not only to teach you, but to see what we can do together to, you know, keep us all inspired and working along with something that we enjoy. And again, in this case, I didn't even have to piece the quilt. I just used a panel. And when you're doing something like this, I also have what are called background fills, which allow you to do backgrounds. And I believe, I don't know if Shannon's doing one today or not, but she has been posting on Westerly some of the designs that she's done with my background fills templates. And again, it's so fast and easy because they're designed as an all over. And if you have, you know, a print of some kind that is a scene and you don't want to, you know, interrupt that scene, it allows you to easily fill in those spaces. So as soon as I hide and bury this thread, we're going to jump over to the border here. And start that. Bev said she likes this one. I hope you guys like it too. But that's just a way that we can use some of our basic templates that we get with our sampler set and then extend it. Of course, all these marks are going to press out when we're finished. Now, what I'm going to do with the border is I am going to be using, it's a continuous loop. I'm not sure which one it is. Well, I had it out here. Here it is. It's the continuous loop 3-inch loop 2. Okay, so there it is, continuous border 3-inch loop 2. Now it's 3 inches and I have 36 inches across each of these. But you know, it's like, okay, what is going to be the safest and best way for this to work out? I'm going to start in the very middle and work to one direction. Okay. Now, I know that I am going to be bringing my back to the front, so that's going to take up some of this space here. I'm going to simply make this easy as I can. So I'm going to each time just line up right along this edge because my binding is going to come up to here. So that's going to make my line pretty much where it finishes, right at the edge of my binding. And this is going to stay away from my actual quilt. So I'm in the center here and I'm going to work one direction or the other. And after I do one side, I'll know, could I start at one end and go all the way across? Because right now, if I don't draw this all out, I'm not going to know that. So you probably by now know that I'm pretty much one that kind of flies by the seat of their pants when I'm doing this. And yeah, we'll deal with what happens as it happens. So I'm in the border. This goes around to this spot. This is the easiest template in the world. I slide it over, line it up at the bottom. Slide it over, line it up at the bottom. I will give you another hint. You're noticing as I'm crossing seams, I'm not having any hesitation with my machine. And that's because I piece with 60 weight thread in the top and the bobbin. And so that way there is not anything extra or heavy or anything like that. So I can just go right over my seams. Now this is where you might find that it's easiest if you do one side and then again rotate your quilt on your clamps, because it's going to be easier to be going side to side like this than up and down. At least for me, I would say that's the case. So we're almost to the corner here. I love the way Leonie has designed her templates because they just stop where they're supposed to. I don't have to worry about falling off. I can't go any farther than that, but look how nice of a round edge, even when I'm repositioning my template, I get. Now, I know some of you are out there going, wonder what she's going to do in that corner. I'm wondering myself. So let's see what we can come up with. If I stop right there, I can move this over and I can line that up so that this is going right out to the corner and out to that corner. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Go down and around and back up till it meets right at that intersection. Okay. And then I'm going to come around here, line it up at the bottom. I didn't have anything in there, so I'm just going this way. I'm going to line this up again. I'll probably come back and put more in that corner to finish this up here so that there's a little bit more in that space. But I'm going to go ahead and just rotate this, and you can see I've got quite a bit going on there. And I'm just going to line this up. So right now, Stacy, it would be a good time for any last minute questions.
How about, which template is this?
This is the continuous border 3-inch loop 2. I think it's part of the small border set, because I know I have this in large and small, and this is the small.
Okay.
So I'm curious.
I'm going to post a link to that. And then we also have a border sampler, but it's not part of the border sampler, right?
You know what? I think it is the border sampler.
Is it part of the border sampler? Oh, okay.
I'm not certain because I have it in the small and the large. Does the border sampler come in small and large?
Border. Let me see. I'm going to pull that up really quick on my screen.
So just like that, I've got my border going on here. And it looks like I stopped like 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be center right here. So I stopped before I got to the center, so I won't know that part of it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this off of the clamps so I can flip the whole thing over. To show you what the back looks like. So there's my first one that I did. You can see my seam on my quilt here, so it's towards the middle there. There's the next one I did. There's that one. And then this one needs a little bit of cleaning up because I got a couple threads stuck there. That was the one that Bev said was her favorite. And then if I pull down here, you can see I've got my border going along there. You could do it the opposite way. So this was at the bottom. It really doesn't matter. I'm going to come back in here and use some of my smaller templates. Remember, this is the white background, but I'm going to use some of my smaller templates instead of the big 7.5 or 9.5. I'll use 5.5 and put in here, put some smaller pieces. But that's how quickly and how easily I can do my projects just because of the fact that I have a system that's working with me. So like these two are finished, but I'm going to do something round in here. I may use Donna McCauley's coils, not sure what I'm going to do, or I may just do some circular, smaller designs. Yeah.
That could be really fun. Well, you know,
Yeah.
Donnelle, everybody has just said how much they've absolutely loved this session, how much they always learn from you. So great job. Thank you again for sharing. We'll look forward to seeing the final designs here. Let me double check that there's no further questions at this point. Let's take a look. I think we got all the questions answered today. So
All right.
yeah, thank you again so much for joining us. Here we go. Do you have any final words that you want to share with everyone?
I just would encourage you to hop on it. You're going to love it. Take my word for it. I wouldn't steer you in the wrong direction. And hey, everybody, it's Valentine's Day. Treat yourself, right?
Treat yourself. That's right. Be your own Valentine, guys.
That's
I love
right.
it.
That's right. Get exactly
Well,
what
we are
you want.
Yes, exactly. Well, thank you again so much, Donnelle. And
All
we've
right.
got
We'll
Lorena
see ya.
on. See ya. And
Thank
Lorena,
you.
we have you here. Thank you so much for
Hi.
joining us. Hi. We
Hi.
are super excited about your project today. You've got Love and Spring for us. And what's kind of cool about Lorena's project is she's going to be doing a little bit smaller project. So the first two that we saw were bigger quilts. And so Lorena's going to be showing us a little bit smaller project today with the bed runner. Is that right?
That's right. It's a little smaller, but it's long. So it can still be a little awkward to work with. And that's why I'm going to use this suspension system too, because I think it's fab. I'm so excited to share it. So yeah, welcome everybody. And Donnelle, thank you so much. You're a hard act to follow, but I'm going to try and step in here. So this is a small project. It's designed more to give you some ideas about some things that you can do and show you some fun stuff. So with that, Stacy, maybe I can switch cameras and go over and show the project. And yeah, you can do your thing in the background there.
Okay, perfect. Well, what I did want to do is I wanted to take a moment to share with you that I have lunch dates, guys. Oh, they're eating. I have my mom and my Nana here today, and they're going to be my Valentines today. So I did actually get them both a little special Valentine's thing. You guys get to choose which one of you wants the balloon. And which one of you wants the flowers?
Oh, give Nana the flowers.
Nana.
Oh, here, I'll grab them.
All right. So these are my lunch dates because I knew I wasn't going to be able to take off for lunch today, but super excited to be able to have my Valentines here. And I hope you are all enjoying your family and your Valentines today too. All right, Lorena, you're going to show us the project.
I am. So this is the front side, and it's this is set up as kind of spring, but yeah, it's got some hearts in it. So I picked some colors that I thought were going to be fun for spring, and just little 9 patches set on point, and a couple of side panels to play with. So lots of quilting in there. Not real busy, but you know, there's some stuff going on. But here's the secret sauce on this quilt. And I'm going to try and do this as a reveal. So let's see how talented I am. I'm going to flip this up and pull those off. And on the back side, voila. Okay, not quite voila, almost, is a completely reversible quilt. So on the back side here, this is more Valentine's Day because it's got hearts going on everywhere and green and pink, and it's still springtime, but it's a little bit more Valentine's Day. So that was something that I thought was kind of fun. There are only 3 rulers that I use in all of this, and I'd love to show you how that works. So with that, I'm going to switch over to the sewing machine and show you a little bit of setup. And that should just take me a half a second here if all goes according to plan. And there's the sewing machine. So one of the first things to do to set this up, of course, I've got my machine all set up for ruler quilting. So I've got on my ruler glider, and I polished it this morning and cleaned it. I polished it with my table and insert polish right here. And whoops, hang on, let me switch something on my computer so I can see better here. So I gave this a nice polish so that it's nice and smooth and slick and slidey. And this is something that's going to come in your lunchbox. So use that because it will really restore the slick to everything. And we all know at this point that slick is one of the keys to making all of this work. So I have my little 9-patch block here. And this was just an extra one that I did. So I want to show you how I've layered this up to get this great effect. So this is the sandwich that I'm working with on the big quilt. And I'll pull that over here in just a second. But here's the sandwich. So here's my pieced top. Here's my batting. Here's my reveal fabric. And here is my backing fabric, okay? And I have already put on here my template fuse. So that's this. I can't tell where I am. I've got a limited field of vision here. There it is. There's my template fuse. Okay, so this is your two-way fusible. That's great for template because it's really lightweight. It doesn't make the quilt stiff. And what I've done is I've ironed the template onto my backing fabric and peel away this paper, and it's ready to go. So there's my backing. So that's the way my quilt sandwich is done. So on the back side, you've got your backing fabric with your template fuse on it. You've got your reveal fabric. There's my batting, and there's my block. Okay. So that's the way the big quilt is set up. And with that, I'm going to grab the big quilt and show you how I do this. Okay, is anybody dizzy yet because my camera is bouncing around? If so, I apologize. I don't mean to have that happen, but now, would I ordinarily have the binding on my quilt before I was finished quilting? No, but I just thought this binding was fun to play with, and I wanted it on there because it would look cute. So
a few questions that have come in, Lorena.
Yeah, sure.
Someone was asking if what you've done on there is applique.
No, it's not. Let me give you a close-up. This is not applique. It's reverse applique, if you will. And I'm going to show you how this works. I'll give you a quick basic on it. So remember I said that you've got this is my backing fabric, and on that is my template fuse. And then I've got my reveal fabric underneath here. And then underneath that is my batting, and then the top of my quilt. So what I've done is I've stitched around my templates. I've done my quilting from the front side, and then I've come back to the back here, and I have just clipped away inside some of my stitching. I've just clipped that fabric away. So it's a reverse applique. So I did these hearts, and I stitched around the heart. And when I got all done, I came back and I just clipped just inside of that stitching. And what the Template Fuse does, what this product does, when I'm all done, I can come back and I can press this fabric again, and that heat seals these edges so that they're not going to fray and ravel over time and come loose. So it is a reverse applique. And I think reverse applique is a lot easier than regular applique, especially when I use my templates for it. So this is what the back is going to look like. We're going to be quilting from the front side. Okay, that way we know everything's lined up exactly where we want it. And because this is a long piece of fabric, I'm going to put this up in my suspension system. I don't have much to do here, but I want just a little bit of lift to keep this from dragging. So as soon as I get this clipped on, I'll show you what I'm doing here. And we'll put the camera up over here. And there you can see how I have this just lifted up so that it's not dragging over the edge of my table. And I have my suspension system actually clamped to my sewing table as opposed to my Sew Steady table because this is a little bit longer project. It gave me a little bit more room. Okay, I'm going to bring the camera back down so you can see what I'm doing down here. And my screen is actually behind me, so I have to look over my shoulder to see if I can see what you see, and so I don't lose you. So I have these different places that I want to quilt. The first one I'm going to do is this 9-patch block, okay? And the way I'm going to do that, I'm going to use the brand new Bloom template. So this is the Bloom 5.5, and it makes a lovely little bloom design, okay? And I'm going to do four rotations of this. So in order to get 4 very nice straight rotations, I'm going to mark my block. And I'm going to do that using my nice big crosshair square. And I can line up on my quilt block using the lines on my crosshair square. It's a 6-inch finished quilt block. So if I line up the 6-inch line all the way around, if my piecing was on, and sometimes my piecing is a little off, I can line that up, get all those corners in the right place, and know that everything's going to come out square. So I'm going to use my Choco liner. Now these are very light, and I apologize, they're a little hard to see on camera, but they're just barely enough for me to be able to see when I'm lining everything up to stitch. I do have a friction pen that I've used, and it does come out on this fabric, but boy, I'm always leery of friction pens because they don't always come out. So I have 8 rotation lines marked, and I will use all 8, but I'm only going to use 4 to begin with. And I'm going to come across here, and just using the side of my ruler, I'm going to line these up and find that exact center point. So there's all my rotations. Any questions yet, Stacy?
No, it
Stacy's
looks
having
like
lunch with her gram.
I think all the questions have been answered.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're good to go.
All righty. So like Donnell, I'm going to bring my thread up right in the middle of that block that I've marked. So I'm going to lower my presser foot and get all lined up right there. And also check a couple of things on my machine. I just put in a brand new needle yesterday, so hopefully my needle is going to play nice with everything. I have a 9014 top stitch needle in, and I am using what's thread am I using today? It is Superior Threads. It's Omni, so it's 100% cotton. It's a 40 weight, but it's as 40 weights go, I think it's a little bit light, which is fine. It's a lovely cotton, so it's not linty. Okay, so I'm going to bring up my threads right in the middle. So needle down, needle up, press your foot up, and just pull that bobbin thread right back to the top. Pull everything through my foot, and I'm all lined up. Okay, so needle down. Now everything is stable. Okay, so I'm going to use my bloom template. Well, how do I get in there? Oh, that's where that wonderful little puzzle piece comes into play. I'm going to pop that puzzle piece out, put this right over my pressure foot, use the tape, pop it right back down, and I'm going to line up on the short ends of these lines. So I would call the ones that come out to the points the long ends. So these are the short ends. So I have a line right here. I'm going to line up this way at the base. That's what I really meant to do. So my puzzle piece is back by my pressure foot. I'm going to line up this line on my template with that chalk line. I'm going to just hang on to those tails for a second, and here we go. Now, on this template, it doesn't matter which direction you go. You can go in either direction. Come up, I'm going to pause at that point so I get a nice sharp point. Come back down. Now this part of the template can be a little bit tricky because you're coming down, you come to a nice hard stop right there, and then you want to come around this corner just a little bit. So just slow down a little bit so that you can make a nice corner right there and come back to the center, okay? Now I'm going to flip my template 180 degrees. Okay, so I'm going to line up going away from me now. Still lined up on that chalk line over there, and I'm going to go in the other direction. Come around. Pause at that point. Back down, watch that little spot. Come down and stop right in the middle again. I do across from each other, so one here and then one back here, so that I don't get the twisties on my fabric. And it just helps keep things a little bit more in control, I think. Once I have those 4 points stitched in, I don't really worry about it too much. Back around here, pause, come down and touch. Back to the beginning. Now I have stitched over this thread enough times that I'm not really too worried about tying those ends in. So at some point in here, I'm going to just cut those off because they've been stitched over so many times. It's kind of the same as tying them in. And it'll get them out of my way. Okay, so I had a little glitch right there when I came over that seam. It's really important when you're doing your piecing to have your seams as flat as possible. Donnelle talked about using a 60 weight thread. It's a lightweight piecing thread. It gives you nice thin seams. The other thing is to make sure that you press well and that you have your seams all going so that they nest and they press nicely and they make as flat a top as possible. Okay, so I've done 4 rotations with this little template, and I'm going to pop it right off because I don't want to break my thread at this point. And I'm just going to take this template, set it aside, and my next template is part of the hearts set. This is the 3-inch heart. In the heart set, which I just love because you can nest these, you can play with them, you can do borders with them. So it's a whole set that starts out 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches, which I have over on my rack, 5 and 6 inch hearts. And they nest beautifully, and there's some lovely things that you can do with the hearts. They're very versatile. So I'm going to now use my heart template to come out here. So I have my chalk line lined up right here, and I'm going to start doing a heart without ever having broken my thread. So come around here. It's going to come very close to the edge, come back down, and stop right there. Now I'm going to take, I have stable tape on both sides of my ruler. So I'm going to take my ruler and I'm just going to flip it over to the other side. I'm going to line up the chalk line right here. I'm also going to check over the back side to make sure that I'm lined up back with the center of my stitched block. Come back in here, right close to the edge of that block, not quite, and right back down. Okay, so I'm ready to go to the next one. I don't have to turn my ruler over to do this. I can just swing it around. And I'm lined up on my chalk lines. Come down here, pause. Okay, now, because I can see it, it would be a great time to go ahead and clip this tail right here. I know that it's been stitched over so many times, I'm not worried about it going anywhere. I'm going to flip my template over. And when I talk about being lined up down here, I want to make sure that this part of my design is lined up exactly with that line on the template. That way I know that everything will be where it's supposed to be. And it's also the chalk line that I drew. So double check. Come around, come down, stop right on that center spot. Okay, so I have two hearts done right here. I'm going to go back and do the back heart. Now see, I'm never turning my fabric. Yes, I am standing up and looking over the back of my machine, but I'm never turning my fabric. So I have it in my new Sew Steady suspension system, and it gives me the slack that I need to work, and I never have to turn my quilt. So it's so much less physical work. Come around, line up on here, and back to the races. Pause right there in the middle. Turn my template, line up on my line. Pause. And here's my last one. Come back around here. And stop right in the center. Okay, I'm done with this little motif. So let's see, how do we tie it off? I know Donnelle showed you this, and I'm going to show you too. We both have a just a hair different way of doing it, and they all work. Okay, it's just whatever you get used to. I'm using the Clover self-threading needles so that you can just thread from the top. They've got that little groove up there on the top. Okay, I've made my last stitch. I'm going to go needle up, presser foot up, and I'm going to pull toward me. I'm going to grab that thread, come back, line up on exactly the same hole, needle down, needle up, press your foot up, and pull toward me again. Now when I do that, there's my bobbin thread. It just popped up to the top, just like we want it to. And I have two loops here. So one loop is the bobbin loop, and on one end of that, I can pull from the bobbin thread. So that's what I'm going to do. And on the bobbin thread side, I'm going to cut it. Then I've got my needle thread here, and I'm going to cut it. And I'm going to leave a nice long tail on both of those. And here are my tails. So I'm going to tie these in. I'm going to take both threads and pop them into my needle. And Donnelle does hers with her fingers. I am not that coordinated, so I just do my knot with my needle. And I'm going to make my little knot right there. It's going to be about 1/4 of an inch, give or so, give or take a little. And I'm going to come right back into my fabric. And in underneath the top layer of my quilt. I want to make sure I don't come out through the back. Pull that through, pop that knot in, and cut that. And that tail is buried and it's never going to come out. So there's the first motif. Well, what does it look like on the back? Well, right now, it just looks like a lovely little motif. You can see exactly what I stitched, okay? And how do we make it come out the way I did on the other part of the quilt? Well, this is the magic. I'm not going to do the whole thing because you don't need to sit here and watch me cut. I want to make sure that when I cut, I don't cut into my fabric. That's my reveal fabric. I don't want to cut that and have that come apart. I want to cut through just the very top layer of fabric or the very bottom layer, depending on which way you're looking at it. A nice way to do that sometimes is to just take your seam ripper and just pick up a couple of threads. So I just want to get a tiny bit right there. And then I can look through there and see, okay, I didn't cut my backing fabric. So now I can take my scissors, come in here, and just cut right around that fabric. And when I do that,
I was going to go ahead and do another giveaway because it's been a little while and we love to do giveaways. But, you know, there's been a lot of questions about that lovely green glider that you have there. And they're asking things like, is that included in the launch box? And, you know, what's the size of it? So I thought you could go ahead and answer some of those questions. But the big answer is yes, you get it in the launch box. Now you tell them all about it.
Okay. So this is the ruler work glider, and I think it makes all the difference in the world. With my sew study table, I have a nice big flat space, and I want to make it as slippy and slidey as I can. So the way to do that is with my ruler work glider. Okay, you can see mine's got some wear and tear on it, but I always store mine in the tube, and it is a 12 by 20 polyester mat. Okay, it's a cling, so it clings to my table, just like a window cling does, just like the little fake family on the back of your Suburban. It clings to that. Mine's gotten a little bit linty. It's losing a little bit of its sticky. So all I need to do to restore that sticky bit is to take this to the sink, rinse it off in cold water, and maybe brush some of that lint off. The lint will come right off. And then it's ready. As soon as it's dry, it's ready to just restick. So this is reusable. I don't know how many times I've had this on and off of my machine, a ton. And it just makes all the difference in the world because my fabric doesn't get hung up on anything. This little seam between the bed of my machine and my sew steady table doesn't get caught up on anything. It's just dynamite. It comes in the tube. It's got a piece of plastic that backs onto it to help keep the lint off of it, keep it safe, and store it. My sew steady table gives me so much storage space underneath. That's where I store the tube. And I really, really recommend if you're not getting the launch box, get the launch box. But this is a tool that you will use all the time and you will be so thankful for it. Reusable, 12 by 20. Oh, what else can I say about it? It's polyester. It's just the bomb.
Perfect. Well, I appreciate you sharing that with everyone. Now, I kind of teased you guys, to be honest with you, because I told you I was going to do a giveaway, and then I immediately started talking about the ruler work glider. Guys, I can't give away the ruler work glider because that's going to be in the launch box. So I want to go ahead and have everyone with the opportunity to win one of our amazing stitching line discs and our spacing gauges that are the lovely pink color. So we're going to go ahead and give those away as a combination gift. Actually, I'm going to do all three of those gifts that you see on the screen there to one lucky winner. So it's going to be the pink spacing gauge, this pink stitching line disc, and this pink stiletto. And then I am going to go ahead and let you know that you'll get one of those gifts for free if you purchase any of our heart sets. So again, if you're looking at our screen, you go to the main page there, you'll see the heart sets that we have available. So what we are showing you is that if you purchase any of these template sets that have hearts in them, you'll get to choose a free gift, and that is one of our pink accessories, the stitching line disc, the spacing gauge, or the stiletto. All right, I'll let you take it back over.
All righty. So I was just, while Stacy was talking about it, I was just throwing all of those heart templates back up there that come in the heart set, and they are wonderful. They're fun to play with. Okay, so I want to fill in these two little spaces with hearts. And my goal was to kind of do a 5 and 3 design. Well, the easiest way to do that, I've got a little ruler here that gives me a 45 degree on here. So I know that I'm 45 degrees. If I'm 45 degrees there, I know that I'm coming straight across on that. So I'm going to draw in my line right there and then just extend it up to the other side. So there's a line to line up to, and I can go up to the other side. Just flip that around. And this came with my table caddy. So I love this ruler. It's always right handy. It's just a little one that I can use to line things up. My table caddy keeps my chalk safe. It keeps my coffee safe. And I know I'm not going to spill anything. That always makes me happy. So set that aside. So I now have these two lines that are lined up. Okay. I'm going to my little 3-inch heart because is that what I'm going to do? No, I'm going to go to my bigger heart. I'm like DONELLE. Sometimes I make this stuff up as I go, and then I have to go back and recreate what I did. So yeah, it's kind of hard to remember sometimes. All right, I'm going to bring my thread up right here in the middle and raise that foot just a little bit because I got a lot of seam right there. Needle down, needle up, pull that thread to the top, needle down, and I'm anchored. Okay, so this heart is going to line up the same way that the hearts did that I just did when I went around in a circle. And I'm going to line up, got my threads right there. I'm going to line up right down here on the bottom of my heart. And away we go. So this one flops over into my block just a hair, but I figured that was okay. I wasn't going to worry about it too much. Come down, and I'm going to stop right there. Okay. Now I'm going to flip my ruler over, hook it in there. I'm lined up here, but I want to make sure that I'm going to hit that spot on the back side. So I'm going to look over the back of my machine and come right back around. Come down and stop right on that point. Okay. Now I can just flip my ruler the other way because I want to do an opposing heart. Again, line up on my chalk line back there and come right around here. Stop right on that chalk line. Flip it. Now, if I want to, right now, because everything's kind of loose, and I'm not going to lose my place by where I put my, when I put my ruler back down because I have places to line that up, I'm going to go ahead and tie this one off before I get to the end so that I don't have too much stitching to try and go through. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I wait until I have all my tails done and then I just go back. I sit down and watch soaps and tuck in tails. No, I don't watch soaps, but you get the idea. So I did that knot, pop, and now when I come around, that's going to kind of double seal that knot because it's going to get stitched over. Clip that and line everything up. So now when I line up, I want to make sure, this is what I was talking about over here as well. I want to make sure that this line is lined up right to that point so that everything comes together. Come back down, tuck right into that point. Okay, here we go, the tie off, needle up, press your foot up, pull, grab, press your foot down, needle up, pull, and there are my tails. So when I have a hold of that bobbin thread, I want to make sure I cut on the side that I can still pull up from the bobbin so that I don't cut my tail off too short. And there are my tails. I won't go, well, I won't. I think I'm not going to go through this tie off again. You'll have plenty of chances to watch it. And like I said, we all do it just a little bit differently. They all work. Pop that in there and away it goes. Cut that, no tails. So there are my hearts, okay? So when I go to the back side to look at this, let's see if I can flip this over without coming unstuck here. Yeah, that's all right. So it's that easy to just unclip from my suspension system. So here are the hearts that I just did right here. And here are the hearts after they're clipped out. So I'm going to go in, I'm just going to take a couple of threads of this to make sure that I don't get the backing fabric, and just cut around that heart, and that will give me that reverse applique look, the template look. Okay, so I think template is so much fun because you can get such great results and do all kinds of things with it. So I'm going to flip this back over and show you what the last motif is going to be. Before I get plugged in here, I want to do a little bit of marking. So I want this line to extend from the middle of this motif through here, and then it will become the middle of the motif up on this side. So did I do any actual measurements? No, I didn't. It's just all kind of where things land. So if I measure from here to here, it may be, because my squares may not be exact. Yes, it's true, it happens. I may not be the most accurate piecer in the world, but I've got this to line up here, and I kind of already know where, so I can line up my lines on my square so that I know that I'm parallel, okay? They don't line up exactly on something on my quilt, but that's okay. They're gonna line up close enough. So I wanna make sure, let's see if I trimmed this right. What do you bet I didn't trim it quite right, and we're just close, but it's okay. That's what happens if you jump the gun and you want to put your binding on first because you thought the binding was cute and you wanted to show everybody what it looked like. I may end up redoing that, but so I'm going to make 8 more lines. And come right across there, okay? And as I look up here, I've got the center lined up with my motif that's next to it. So everything is just where I want it. Even if I already know it's going to be a little short on that side, but we'll play with it. Okay, I've got all this fabric, so I want to put this back up in my suspension system so that I don't have to fight with all that fabric. Hanging on here. I'm missing a bit. Where did it go? Oh, I just love it when things just, you set something down and away it goes. I don't know how that happens. My husband says that his hammers have feet. Well, I know that some of my quilting things have feet as well. Okay, so I'm just gonna clip right back in to my suspension system up here. And it's what I love about this is there's no setup. It just takes a second to get things lined up. Okay, and what did I forget? I forgot to mark my absolute center spot. So let's do that. And I am going to do that with my black pen just because you'll be able to see it a little better. And I know it'll come out. I have tested it, so I know it'll come out. Kind of doesn't matter what you mark with as long as you test it to make sure that it'll come out. All right, I'm going to go back to my bloom template, and I'm going to use it the same way that I used it before, but I'm going to do 8 rotations this time. So my 8 rotations are going to start like this. Needle down, needle up. I'm going to again start by going across so that I know that my fabric will lay flat and not get all ripply and bumpy. Okay, so my needle is down in my fabric. I'll lift that off, just slide that right over. Okay, and I'm going to line up on my first line right here. And I'm going to do, like I said, I'm going to do all 8 rotations on this one. So start off here. Watch that first little turn because it's going to want to throw you. It'll send you wandering off to Kansas if you're not careful. Come into there.
I was going to go ahead and reiterate the Bloom template is one that does have to be purchased through resellers nationwide. So this is a reseller exclusive product that you'll be able to purchase from the dealers near you. So that list of dealers that I supplied earlier that you can purchase the SewCity suspension system from is a good start, but you can also find them on our website by going to find a retailer near you, and you'll be able to see a list of those resellers.
And support your local retailers. Okay, so there's 2. So I went across. Now I'm going to come down this way. Back across there. Right back into the center. Turn it again. Look over the back. This is the only exercise I get today is standing up and looking over the back of my machine to see that everything is lined up. Okay, now at this point, you can start to see what a fun little design just this Bloom ruler does. So it creates, if I turn it this way, it creates these little extra bits right in the center of this motif. And I think it's an adorable ruler. I love this little one. Okay, I'm gonna put that key back in there. Now it doesn't matter. I can just go all the way around. And nothing will get tied up now. So I'm just going to start down here. Come up and touch. back down to the center, rotate to the next one that I haven't done yet. All the way around, right back to the center again. Get those tails out of the way because I don't want to have them tangled up underneath there. They are going to get just clipped off because they've, you know, like the first one, they've been stitched over enough times. They're not going to go anywhere. And here's the last one. Come right back down and stop. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take this off. I am going to tie my threads off here because we're going to do the hearts on this one just a little bit differently. So needle up, press your foot up, pull toward me. Now while I've got this out here, I can go ahead and clip those first tails. Grab that. Okay. And now you get to see what this little bloom template really looks like. And I just think it's so sweet and so spring-like and just a cheery, happy little guy. And it's 5.5 inches, so it fits beautifully in a 6-inch block. I think there are probably a ton of different ways that you could use this. It really lends itself to Template because it gives you lots and lots of possibilities for how to cut things out. And I'll show you what some of those were when I get done with this motif. Pop that out of the way and clip. Okay. So now I wanted to add some hearts to this, but I wanted them to be maybe a little more subtle. They just look kind of like loopy bits. So where to start? Well, if I start right in the center, it doesn't work well with the hearts. They run over each other and they don't play nicely with each other. But if I start away from the center, I can play with them a little bit. If I brought them all the way out here, it would make my motif too big. It won't fit nicely in here. So, you know, I could even bring them out to here. I chose to start my next set of hearts in right on the points of this little inner flower. Okay, so my hearts are going to have their origin point right here. That'll be the pointy end of the heart, this end of the heart. And I'll show you how I did that. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to bring my thread up right on the point of that little center flower. Okay. And now I'm going to put I went back to my 3-inch heart. Okay. I'm going to put my little 3-inch heart right here, and I'm going to line up right on that chalk line. Okay. So come around. Come down and stop right there. Flip it over.
Someone asked if you can start to the right and end down to the left side.
On the right. So go the other direction?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of doesn't matter which direction you go on the hearts. They're not direction specific. I just happened to pick this direction because it's a random thing for me. Who knows where I will end up? So now what I'm doing, it's a little hard for you to see, but as we get over to the back side, you'll be able to see it better. I'm taking that center line, that reference line, I'm lining up to this chalk line, but more importantly, I'm lining up to the center, the very center of my motif, so that all of these will come out evenly spaced. When we get around to the other side, I'll be able to show you that a little more clearly. But yes, I can go clockwise or counterclockwise. It doesn't matter with the heart template. Okay, now I don't want to have to break my thread to get over to here. So I'm going to do a little bit of a cheat. Or not. You can do this any way you want. I heard somebody earlier say their goal is to get good enough that they don't have to use their spacing gauge. I love my spacing gauge. I'm never giving it up. I'm going to use the 1/4 inch side of my spacing gauge and come right to the point on that little heart, or I'm sorry, on that little petal right there. And I'm just going to bring the side of my template right up to that. I'm not even getting out my 6-inch arc, my 12-inch arc. You know, stitch right across there, a little straight line. Now I'm set to go on the next one. So it just gives me a way to travel to the next one without breaking my thread. So I can use my heart either this way or this way to start with. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which direction I go. It's just wherever I land. Okay, so here we go. Here's this one. Stop right there. Turn that template over, come back, line up, make sure you're lined up on the back side. And zoom right back down to that little point, okay? I'm anchored. Going to use my spacing gauge to come over to the next one. And I'm just using the side of that heart ruler. And I'm only going an inch, if that. So I'm just using the side of that template as my straight line to get over to the next one. Stop right on that point. So see how I got a nice point right there? That's what I'm aiming for all the way around. Okay, now you can start to see, well, no, you maybe can't. I'm lined up on my stitching back there. Back down, touch that point. Come over to the next one. See, I'm never turning my fabric, and my suspension system has this all held up for me, so I don't have to turn my fabric. I'm not fighting yards of material that make it awkward for me. Up here, line up on my chalk line. And because they're flexible, when I do get out to the extent of things, I'm not having to pull against it. All right, now I think you can see what's going on here. So I have this center to my motif, and look, I have a pink stiletto. I'm so excited. So I'm lined up on the center of my motif right here, and I'm lining that up with the line on my heart ruler. So, whoops, let's get it lined up in the right place. Lined up right there so that I know I'm keeping everything centered. Back around. Line up back there. Line up on my chalk line. Okay, there's that center line lined up right on the center of the motif. Right there. Just a couple more to go, and then I'll turn it over and show you what some of the possibilities are with Template, because I think it's part of what makes Template so much fun is how you get to play with the different ways that things work. And yes, I really cut myself short when I put on my binding early. Remember, when you do your stitching, the more quilting that you do, the more it's going to pull your quilt in. And I knew that when I did this. I knew there was a risk. That's why you don't bind your quilt until you're all done quilting. So, learn from my mistakes. My anxiousness to please. So see how that's going to actually run over my border or my binding there. So I'm going to just cheat a little bit, and I'm going to kind of stitch right along here and then come back down and stop right there. Okay, that was a cheat. Do as I say, don't do as I did, because it was not the right thing to do. Come around here. See how it's kind of flipping that little flange up a hair? So I'm just going to lift that up so that I can get over that, next to that flange, and stitch right along there. Come back and touch that template, and now I can finish that hard and come back down. Okay, I'm going to stop right there, come around. I have this one to do. Whoops, oh, what did I forget? I almost forgot to go to my next point. And trust me, that doesn't work. You have to go to the next point or it won't come out right. Come up to that next point. Now we're back on track. Come around here. Pause there. Get lined up. I'm a big fan of, if you can't see it at 30 yards on a galloping horse, oh, maybe it was less than that, it kind of doesn't count. If your friends are the kind of friends who say, well, I see you made a mistake here. Yeah, I don't know. I think your friends need another hobby. So by the same token, don't be so hard on yourself either. I think right at the end of the last presentation, somebody said, be your own Valentine today, buy yourself a gift. Be your own Valentine, be kind to yourselves. Give yourself some room to play and to make mistakes and try new stuff, because otherwise you're not having as much fun as you could.
That's so true. Now,
play.
Lorena, I was curious if you'd let me take a moment or two, because we've got some people that haven't seen the launch box yet. So
Oh my gosh,
I
yes.
thought I would go ahead and post a link to the launch box, and then I would take them on a tour of this amazing system here. So, and Lorena, because you've got it all clipped up, people aren't able to really see that you've got that project held up with it. So I might have you do that here in a moment too. But the launch box is basically 4 arms that are holding up your project. So it's a suspension system that allows you to go ahead and quilt your bigger projects, not just your blocks, but your tops, those quilt tops that you wanted to finish, maybe your UFOs that you've had laying around, or maybe just something you did stitch in the ditch that you've been dying to put some designs on and do some ruler work with. So that's what this is. The goal is to help you hold up those bigger projects, and we've got a simple solution for it. So what we're doing here is we're clamping them to the table, or the Sew Steady table, depending on how big the project is. You can kind of see the clamps there, but I'll have Lorena show hers as well. Here's what the two pieces of our 4-piece set look like when they come in a box. It comes with 4 dowels, 4 of these, we're calling them clamp arms. And then you're also going to be getting the ruler work glider, which we showed earlier, the polish kit, and 6 lifetime classes. So I'm going to post a link to those classes, but we have them all listed right here. Right now, we're in the middle of Lorena's. She'll be going until 1:30, and then we're going to jump into a class with Kate Quinn. So we've got 5 more minutes left. So I'll let Lorena keep going because she's got some amazing designs that she has left for us. You do have 48 hours left to go ahead and keep watching this as well. So I'm going to post a link to the classes that you're going to get with the box. Those classes, the minute you purchase, will be a digital download for you to be able to start accessing. Now, none of the videos are on there yet, right? Because we're doing them all live, guys. All of these videos, all these classes are lively hosted for you today. But those videos will be on those classes here when the videos end in 2 days. You get 48 hours to keep watching. There it is. Thank you for showing us that. So this is kind of cool because you're seeing how you can clamp up different sizes and shapes of projects.
Yeah. So, I think this is great because it provides so much support. And the better part for me is it's so easy to use because here's the clamp, there's the dowel. Okay. So wherever I want this, I can just flip that over. I can pop that in and I'm set. I'm ready to go. That's as much fuss as there is to using this system. I'm just using one clamp because I have a table runner, a bed runner. It's not a very big project, but it is long. And so it would ordinarily kind of fall over the side of my sew steady table, and that makes it harder to move. This is like having a friend hold up one end of your quilt while you're working on it. So I think it's great. I don't know who came up with the idea, but my congratulations to them. They did a wonderful job. It's well thought out, it's easy to use, and I love it.
Well, thank you, Lorena. I actually had made it a personal mission over the last year to come up with a solution because you guys have all been asking us, can you really do bigger projects with rulers? And I wanted to create something that would show you, yes, you can. And we've got a pretty low cost solution for it. And it's pretty simple, right? So, yep, I'm super excited that we were able to bring that to market. Now,
Yes.
You have a final few minutes to show us what your thoughts are on this.
Well, so I am very anxious. I know that one of the quilts that's going to get shown today is a multi-generational quilt.
Yes.
Where someone did the piecing a long time ago, and the quilt has been in a box safely stored for many years. And I did one of those about a year and a half ago. Had I had this suspension system, I know it would have been so much easier. So one of my goals this next year is to get my great-grandmother's quilt top done and turned into a quilt. And I am absolutely going to use this suspension system because it is going to make it so much easier. So, whether it's multi-generational, whether it's a quilt top that you've had forever that is just in the UFO box because you just felt like you couldn't handle it, this is a great way to do that. So with that, I'm going to give a couple of final words here. I think my time is almost up, but I wanted to show you some of the possibilities for different ways that I clipped this project on the back side using the template so that I came up with different looking stuff. All of the hearts were clipped the same way, but this little 6-inch motif that I did for the center block, here's one way to clip it so that you really see the hearts. And here was another way to clip it, and you don't see the hearts as much as you see the green on that one. So a couple of different ways to trim that and get different effects. Here's one of the ones on the side that I clipped out this way. And it looks like that, and I like it. I think it's fun. And if I clip in different places using the template, then I come out with something that looks entirely different. There are so many ways. If you take the number of ways that you can play with your rulers and then add to it the number of ways that you can use template, you will never run out of inspiration. And that's one of the other really wonderful things about Sew Steady is it gives you some guidance. but it also gives you the jumping off places to do all manner of things out of your own head. So enjoy it, have fun. I hope you're enjoying today. I think this is all very exciting. And with that, have a great day.
Thank you so much, Lorena. That was such a fun quilt. I'm so glad you were able to show off the template technique and be able to bring that. We can't wait to get this class onto the university. So definitely check that out. I posted a link to all the classes that are on the So Steady University for today as well. So I'll post a link as a reminder to your class. All these classes come as a digital download with the purchase of the launch box. You'll get access to the classes right away. And then we'll go ahead and plan on sending the launch box. At this time, we're pretty much sold out of our first round. So any launch boxes that are purchased at this point will be shipping in early April. So just keep that in mind. We are going to go ahead and continue to have them available live on the site for the next 2 days. And then the lunch boxes will no longer be available to purchase on the So Steady site. So just a heads up there. Some of our resellers are going to have some available in stock still, but we will no longer have it available to purchase on the site at that point. And then we'll be starting to work on options for purchasing different package structures after that. So again, Lorena, thank you so much for joining us. And I've got Kate ready to go. So
All right.
I will go ahead and switch over to Kate at this point. Thank you again.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day. All right, Kate Quinn is here. Kate, thank you so much for coming. And we're excited to have you showing us some ruler work technique. And you've got your So Steady suspension system in action, is that right?
I do, yes. So do you want to go ahead and put it on the wide view camera first so we can just...
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, you guys, again, I feel like everybody's apologized. I'm not going to apologize. I am a messy quilter with a very messy studio. I tidied it up just slightly for you, just a little bit.
Oh, for some reason, we just lost sound for a second here. So I'm going to go ahead and there we go. I don't know if that helps. Oh, are you back? Can we hear you?
Yeah, so it looks like I might have a little trouble with my phone. It looks like the computer camera seems to be working, so we may want to keep an eye on that.
Okay.
And juggle it if necessary. So
No
I have
problem.
2 cameras, hopefully we'll be good. Right now, this was a sample that I've made, and this quilt is actually part of the Blissful Spirits education content. So if you're interested in making a double wedding ring, I created this one as sort of a nod to modern scrap. And it's also related to today's name. KP's Proposal is my class name. And my husband actually proposed on Valentine's Day. And I'll show you my rock real quick. Let's see if we can stick that up here. I don't know. Can you change the camera real quick, Stace? I'll show them my...
Yeah. She's got a rock to show us, guys.
So this heart-shaped ring, bridal set, he had it in his pocket for the entire day. And I couldn't understand why he was getting so pissed off because we met up with friends and we were doing this and we were doing that. And it just derailed all of his plans. Because I was like, oh, well, what's the big deal? Let's hang out with so-and-so.
We lost sound again, and it was right in the middle of a great story.
Anyway, so I think we're going to have a little struggle with that camera. We're going to have to maybe close out one of these because I don't know if it can support 2 feeds. Okay. But anyway, so this is KP's Proposal. This is the sample for that Blissful Spirits quilt.
Love it.
And we're going to do some of the quilting on it today. I've done some previously in a free video that's out there. And most of that was actually doing this ditch work on here and just a few different designs. But here's kind of where we're going to go today. So this quilt is 45 by 30. So not giant, certainly able to be confined to the space of my So Steady table. But it is a little bit of a heavier piece when you try to move back and forth. that's one of the things that this system is very good at, because it helps alleviate just a little bit of that weight so that I can really easily maneuver the system. So I'm going to go ahead and put it on the wide angle camera, Stace, and we're going to clip it up and then we'll get sewing. Okay, great. So you guys know already, everybody has seen that several people have got their little doodads right there. Okay, so that's what it looks like. And I can configure this in whatever orientation is best for me. So since we're kind of working right in this space right here, kind of near this bottom part of it, we're going to clip up this back area right here. So I'm just going to grab the corner and just roll that up a little bit. This is what it's going to look like that. Just roll it up. All you're doing is really just trying to get that dowel to hold in place. And then I can articulate the clamp a little bit if I need to, and then just give it a little hug and make sure that it's closed. And you can see right there, it's going to stay. If I try to leave this just like this and I'm starting to work, this is not really secure with one. You really need to have more than one support because they are sort of counterweighting each other. There's a counterbalance to that. So I'm going to go ahead and clip up this other side as well. And I'll do the same thing. Just put a little roll on it and just articulate that clamp and give it a little hug. And now all of this can move really easily. The quilt isn't restricted by that. It can still move completely. But now I don't have a lot of weight hanging on. If your quilt is larger than mine and it is draping down here over the bottom, you need to make sure when you put it on these clamps up here, that this part down here is supported. Don't have the weight of this hanging down off of your table, because what happens if you do that, then it's going to basically pull the clamps all the way forward if the weight of the quilt is heavier than the clamp can sustain. So in order to kind of keep this nicely, I'm going to support this area right here and not just have it drape all the way down. Okay? All right, so we are going to be using various templates today, and the reason that there's no real handout for this is just some different designs related to this quilt. So if you want to, you can make this quilt. We have that available. The instructions and the pattern are available, and this will be just a way for you to utilize hearts, feathers, some different arcs, and the between the lines circles. Those are the predominant ones we're going to focus on today, maybe one or two more as needed. So Stacy, what do you think? Are we ready to move into a little bit more close detail at this moment?
I think so. We had some great questions come in. Somebody was asking, what thickness you can clamp to.
Hey, Miss Stacy.
Can you hear me okay? So the thickness you can clamp to is 3 inches. And then somebody else was asking what the opportunity is for being able to do any kind of clamping if there's no lip on the countertop or table. And so I did mention that, I've had that scenario too, where the back of the cabinet had no lip on the top. And so I ended up clipping it to the Sew Steady table in the back, and then I clipped it to the cabinet edges on the side and the front. So, there's definitely different options depending on your setup. Someone else, what's the difference between a weightless quilter and these and this system? And I would say the main difference is that these are clamps that attach to a tabletop, where the weightless quilter is kind of a standalone that sits on the ground. So you have to have the space to be able to accommodate kind of a standalone unit that's going to wrap around a table or a counter area. So it's a little bit bigger. It works great for bigger projects, where this one is going to work for all different sizes. But we definitely still think it's a great complement if you already have a weightless quilter to use this solution for maybe some of the smaller stuff or more of a portable situation. So I think that answers most of the questions. Somebody was asking if you should be clamping in the front on the left. What would you say about that? Would you clamp in some scenarios? You might even want to clamp on the right too, to be able to hold up the project if you're doing like the middle of the quilt. Do you have any thoughts on that, Kate?
I personally, I think if you're trying to clamp on the right side, on this side, you're going to kind of interfere, I think, with your own body and your controls. I don't usually clamp on that side. Maybe if I'm working bigger pieces now, maybe I'll have to relook at that, but I don't do that currently. I try to support the quilt with my body. That part of the quilt would probably be in my lap or kind of over my arm, something like that. On this far side, I would definitely see clamping it in the front here, like right this corner. If this was draping down further, mine isn't, you can see, but if this was much bigger and it was hanging off the table, I definitely would consider clamping that for sure. Anything that you can do to alleviate that. And we're not trying to hold the quilt up in the air. All we're trying to do is alleviate some of the weight, because that's really what bogs you down, is the fact that the weight is pulling as you're trying to move. So we're trying to lighten the load, basically. So with this smaller quilt, it's not that big of a deal. It's not super heavy, but that back of that quilt ends up draping all the way over the back of my table, and then it drags on anything that's there. So that's why I love having this kind of a compact footprint. It really seems to be working well. Let's start out with a few designs right here. This is my 3-inch heart, and we're going to make these two the same. This was kind of my mock-up just to see, and we'll go ahead and fill this in. But 3-inch heart, this is the mini multi-arc right there. This is the 4-inch arc, or you can still use the mini multi-arc for that as well. And then this is the feather, and we'll talk about the feather sizing in just a minute. So I've already pulled up my thread. Those are my bobbin and my top tails, and we're aligned right in this position. In order to center the heart right in the space, this has basically a little diagonal mark. I can actually physically see it because when I made this quilt, I did it by folding this piece right in half, this arc. So there's a little bit of a reference line there. So let me get that heart out. And let me find the correct size. I have a lot of templates out, so I might be fishing around a little bit. Let's find it. Where'd it go? I'm using my ruler rack, Stacy. I got like a million rulers on it. Did you guys see that when you were looking at the frame? I've actually got 2 ruler racks and they're both full. Okay, so we're gonna try not to bounce you guys around a lot. Here's our cute little heart. The line that we're going to use is this center line right here to align, and the foot will be right in the hook right there. When we line this up, this particular template does require that we are using the center line, and so we have to have the grips on both sides. So if the grips get old or whatever, you're just going to take a few extras, put a clean one on there. These hearts have been used so often that when I pulled these out, I had little pieces of staple tape hanging off of them because they were used a lot. So we'll just put some clean ones on there. And then when we flip it over, they'll be ready to go. Okay? So as I'm looking at this, let me see if I can show you. I'll mark the line so you can see it, because I can see it, but you might not be able to. It's right there. Okay, so that'll help you have a stronger visual. The thread is gray. I wanted to make it a little bit visible for you guys, but at the same time, I also want to make sure that it's the right color for this quilt. This little space right here, if you're using your spacing gauge, that's a good place to check, because we don't want to be sewing outside of the boundary right there. So if this quilt is a little full right there, I might want to make a little adjustment right there. Okay, here we go. So we're already in the ditch right there. It should come right up the ditch, and it was perfect. And then it'll tack right into the heart. Okay. The heart is designed to be switched over. That's why we needed that stable tape on both sides. Align it again. And you'll see one side of this is going to align a little bit easier because the reference lines are more visible on one side than the other. And that's just a feature of the fact that we have to flip the template over, right? One side is going to be a little bit easier to see those lines, and the other side will be a little bit more effort on your part. So notice that I'm not having to work super hard. I am holding the template in place because that's what I need to do. But I'm not having to fight with the quilt. I'm not having to beat it up, or it's not causing me tension. We can actually stitch right up the ditch right here. We'll be right in this side, so we'll use our spacing gauge. And I usually like to try to hold the ruler on the ditch side, the valley side, because then I can butt my little spacing gauge right up against the little lip right there. And that pretty much ensures that I'll have a nice clean ditch line. So what am I doing? I want to come up enough that I can put that little mini arc on there and put a little echo shape right in there to create some space. So maybe later I'll free motion that. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I'm going to get that mini multi-arc now so that we can go ahead and put the little arc on there. This is what happens when you have too many templates on your ruler rack. I'm not as organized as I want to be, but they're all there because I double checked them. So let me show you what I'm looking for when I'm putting this on. I'm just going to tilt this a little bit so you can see I can adjust this, and the quilt does come with me pretty easily. I want to put this 3-inch shape right around like that. And it's about 1/2 of an inch. This is a half circle right here. So kind of in my mind, this is the line right there, visibly, I mean, for you to think about it. And so this is sort of the center of this half circle right there. So I might need to come up just a little bit further. I'm not quite far enough to get my template lined up. So just a few more stitches, I think. The distance right there should be about 1/2 of an inch. So now we'll lay this on there. This is the 3-inch. And all I'm looking for is trying to keep the spacing pretty even. So I think I'm going to actually take maybe 2 more stitches just to come up so that this can align right evenly on that existing spot. Now, let's see. I think I'll flip it over. We need our stable tape.
All right, it looks like we've got Kate kind of taking a moment here. Oh, Kate, you're back. Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I realize that that is really a challenge. I hope you'll be patient with me, and we'll maybe try to save that video and edit that part out of there so it'll be more streamlined. Anytime I see that, I won't continue educating. I'll just kind of wait until I get reset so you're not missing anything. So I'm aligned right on the existing shape, and it's the same distance on each side. And you can even check that with your spacing gauge. I'm looking for basically about that 1/2 inch like that. It's just a little bit smaller than that. And then I can go ahead and sew that in. So this is just a way that I am using my mini multi-arc basically to create an echo right here. I don't want another heart. I really want to try to just keep it right around the shape that's already there. So then I'll just line it up with the foot on this other side. And again, trying to get that same distance as much as possible. So we're looking to have the center line of this basically be in the center of that existing heart lobe right there. Okay. Now, before I move from where I am right now, I want to sew back into the center. So right away, I'm just going to go ahead and go right into the center right away. And that's one of the things that the ruler makes that so easy for me to travel. And now I'm perfectly right in the middle. So we can use the 4-inch arc. It's the same as this shape. It's this arc. What we're trying to do is on this center line, I want to just put a little, like an oval or an orange peel all the way up to the center. So I'll go ahead and I'll just mark the top so I can see exactly where my alignment is. And let's put this right on. I want just enough so that I can get right to the top, and then I'll come right back down. Okay. So cute little arc. Let's see if we can maybe change our camera angle just a little bit. Can you guys see what we're doing there? Can you see how it is moving so much more easily? Sometimes these big quilts can be really a big challenge, and this is definitely allowing us to move more freely. All right, so I'm not gonna try to switch the quilt over to another side. Right now, with it being clipped in, normally I might flip it around to show you the other side, but with us being suspended, we normally wouldn't want our quilt to rotate anyway. So let's go ahead and we're just gonna put this right down to the bottom. We'll put the other side of that arc and touch right at the center. Now, because I have the ruler already on, I'm gonna go up just a little ways, back up to the top. And I'm gonna try to go about 1 foot space past that center line. And this can be flexible. This is me making a decision. I can kind of choose wherever I want. But what I want now is I want room for the feathers to be in here. So I don't want to be all the way to the very top of this design because I want to be able to curve up into it a little bit. So let's get some of those feathers out right now.
Hey, Kate, is there any chance that you might be able to get a little bit closer so they can see the stitching?
Yeah, you bet. Let me see. All right, give me just a second. We'll have to make some camera adjustments here. So is that close enough?
I think that'll do better for sure.
Okay. And I'll try and adjust it a little bit. We'll maybe turn it towards you so you can see a little bit more. So again, the quilt is still suspended. You can see that that weight is alleviated right there. It's holding this up, right? It's not just falling down. So right now I've got, this is the 4-inch feather. I'll show you real quick. And when I put it on there, when I align for the other side, what my plan is I'll actually draw a little straight line across and I'll use that to align the other side the same. Right now, I want to put this edge touching this outer circle. This opening right here is touching the line. Then I don't have to worry that the feather is going to come up into the gray at all. I know for sure I'm going to get a little cute 1/4-inch space. The other space that I'm looking for is at the bottom. I need to be able to come back into that little spine that I created down here. So I can use my spacing gauge right there and make sure that on this side of this heart echo, I have a 1/4 inch of space so I can sew back down. Let's see, I'm going to make a quick adjustment. I think my foot is up just a little too high, so I'm just going to bring it down a tiny bit.
If there was any chance for you to adjust the brightness on your machine, that might help too.
Let me see. I will try that. Settings. How's that, Stace? Better?
Yep, you can see much better now. Oh, the light's back on.
Oh, I turned it off, but it has a mind of its own. Let's see if I can make it stay off. Okay, sewing light. I want it off. Okay.
Yeah, that looks awesome if you can keep it off.
All right, well, I'll try. I'm not sure if it's going to behave, but anyway, I want to come back up to the top. Before I move this or do anything with this, oh, Stacy, I don't know. It's got a mind of its own. I don't know how to make it stay off.
Sometimes these things are too smart, aren't they?
They are, darn it. Okay, I want to press OK. And then we'll see if we can exit out of there. No, I cannot do that, honey. I can adjust 1 or 2 other lights and see if that I can turn some off.
Oh,
how's that? Is that better? Still is a little bit bright. I don't know if I can just dim it maybe.
Maybe at a different angle. Maybe you can come in a little bit lower so it's not shining directly on top of the light.
Okay. Let's see. How's that? We'll try that and see if we can get it to shift a little bit better. Okay, so we just want to sew back up. So at this point, I've tried not to move my ruler, at this point. So I'm going to just take a few stitches initially and make sure that as I'm looking at it, that the needle is tracking back, you know, right when I start stitching in case it goes crazy or it's not in its right spot. So we're going to come up. This is where I like to use those ruler stickers really quickly. So let's talk about those for a minute. I want to put one on just to identify where the top is of the feather. What we're trying to do is kind of go to the same position each time. And there's a place on the feather template where the transition is widest. So if we look at the feather and you look right here, this is the widest part of this feather right there. That's where it changes the most. If we sew into here and then we sew to the top, and if we go this way, that's the widest distance when we transition to the next one. So let's go ahead and we'll just use that. I'm always keeping this part right here aligned right with that little gray mark. Okay, so let me just use this as a pointer. This open edge right here is touching the little gray circle back here, this ring. And then right on this side over here, this is where I've got to make sure that I have enough room. Right as I'm coming back in to that feather spine, that's where that additional space is at 1/4 inch so that I can actually touch the spine as I stitch. Okay, so here we'll touch it and we'll come back up to the top. And same thing, just rotate that around and we'll kind of turn this a little to put a different angle on it for you. I'd like you to kind of be able to see the back there. Let's see if we can come down just a little bit so you can see more. Okay, so there is a little space right here. This is the curvature right there of the heart, and then there's a little 1/4 inch gap for me to be able to stitch right in there.
What size of feather are you using, Kate?
This is the 4-inch feather. Could you hear me okay?
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
sorry, I was sewing at that moment. Okay, so what happens when we butt up right into the seam like this? As we sew in, we want this part right here, and then we also need the bottom. We can't ignore the bottom of it or it's gonna look unfinished. So let's go ahead and we'll just sew this part, okay? Now, if I wasn't comfortable stitching down the ditch right now, I could mark where I need to be. I need to be 1/4 inch away, and I could just put a little tick mark with my air erase marker and say, okay, that's where I need to stop. And then I could flip this over and I could sew down the ditch right in that white space because the white is the side that we need to be on. And that way I can get nice and cleanly down the ditch right to the perfect spot, which is about right there. I can't freehand this, but if you want a really clean look, a lot of times ditching is much easier with a ruler. I find that it gives me a better look to it. So here I'm going to line it up on the existing feather as much as possible. Right here I'm using the existing design as a guide. I can even put my little spacing gauge right on there. And what that's helping me do on the bottom is have the proper angle for that rest of the feather coming in to touch right there. So then we'll just tack that down, put a few tacking stitches in, and then I'll pull this out. All right, let's go ahead and cut that real quick. So I'm just going to pull it up a little bit so that you can see, and we'll clip these threads back here too since we already tacked them in. All right, no dropping things. Put your tools in a safe spot. So this is what that looks like right there. Don't you think that looks so cool? So it's going to fit pretty much up to this area for the most part. And if I wanted to, I could put an arc right in here 1/4 inch away because that's where these are located, 1/4 inch away. In several areas of the quilt later, I do plan to put a little ditch out here, a little 1/4 inch echo right in this seam. So this will be sewn and then the echo will also be sewn. On this side, I would cut this thread because I'm done over here and I really want to come back over to this position to start this next one. Let me do this first one to show you how we would want to align keeping these two approximately the same. The first thing I need is I need a straight line. So let me grab that same ruler. We're using that same feather, the 4-inch feather, so I'll grab that. And I'm just going to make a straight line from the top right here of this existing shape. Let me switch this around. Okay. Line it up right on the straight line and then push it down so it's right at the tip of the existing feather. We're just trying to create a straight reference line for where we're going to put that other side. And we only really need to worry about it for the first one. All right, so this one comes almost all the way down to the very tip. So when I line this side up, I'm sort of looking for that as well. I want to put this angled so that I can have enough room here to be right where I want to start. So right there, a 1/4 inch away from that, pick that thread up and get the bobbin up. Okay. I'll go ahead and tack a few stitches right here in the existing stitch line just to secure those threads and come right back over them. And then I can just get them underneath and out of the way. Now, we'll use the same rules. We want to touch here on the gray, and we want to come almost all the way back to the existing shape on the bottom. And back up to the top. Okay, so same thing. At that widest part, we don't have the arrow on that side, but that's where it would be. Let's see, I guess we had our staple tapes upside down. No wonder I was gripping for dear life, right? Okay, so let's just keep going. Touching that, touching the gray circle, and then turning this to have this 1/4 inch space. So just like we talked about previously with our little pointer right here, we're looking for a 1/4 inch on that side because the foot is going to cross over and then the needle will be right in that little spine right there. Here we go. Back to that
someone
arrow.
was just asking a good question. They were asking, do you draw out the motif on paper before stitching it?
In this particular case, I actually started working with it on the quilt, but I do draw a lot. I mean, the stitching line discs, whether you're on paper or you're on your fabric, these tools are essential, critical, vital friends, right? You need these little guys. I do a lot of different types of quilting, a lot of different shapes, and some things are more appropriate in one situation or another. So I really want to know before I sew it. I don't want to sit there and rip it out because all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I don't really like that. And I'll give you an example. I even have one on this quilt of an example of something I already decided I don't like, and I actually am changing it for you guys to something I like better. But I'd rather not rip it if I don't have to. So stitching line discs are very powerful. Anytime that you have, your Choco liner, if you can do some different markings with that, those help you get your designs before you put them on paper and then say, oh, that wasn't what I wanted. I'd rather know. So
All right, so I'm going to head over to the Launchbox screen again. Looks like Kate's back. We're just taking a moment. We do have 3 other classes left today, so definitely stay with us. We'll look forward to having you join us for those. Actually, 2 more classes. We've got Donna McCauley and then Diane coming up. So tons of education left. And again, you've got 48 hours to keep watching.
All right. Well, thanks for your patience, you guys. I'm gonna keep going. And so you can see that we're lined up. And I'll just quickly quilt the rest of this side so that you can see basically how the design forms. So we're touching the spine right there, coming right back up to top. Okay. Did I lose my thread? Looks like I lost a thread there. Oh, I sure did. Had a kind of a funny sound there. So I'm using a So Fine today, and usually I have a little bit of a heavier thread. This is still a 9014 top stitch needle. If that happens to you, I know that the thread broke right there. So I'm going to just come back to that position real quick. Pick up my thread again from that bobbin. Make sure that I'm disconnected because I can tell this is still one piece. It's connected on both sides. So let's go ahead and we'll cut the bottom. This is the part that's touching the quilt. And now we can go ahead and tack this back in. If I don't want a big tack right here, I can just leave those tails right there and I can use that self-threading needle. Right now, I can just carefully try to make my way back up to the top as smoothly as possible. If you're not comfortable with that, you can go ahead and put your spacing gauge on and put your ruler right back on. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll put the next one in. Just as we did before, this one is a partial. The whole piece of this is not going to fit into this space. So here we can come right out to the ditch and then we can just travel down the ditch. So this is the freehand style, right until we can get back into our spine. And this one looks like he has a little bigger gap. So I don't know, I'll have to debate whether I would put another one in there or not. You can judge that space out there. But I'll go ahead and just keep it the same and we'll go ahead and tack this in right now, right here in this existing space. I'm going to go ahead and cut that. I could tie it off, but I think people know me by now. I'm pretty lazy. I don't want to do that. So what do you think? Do you like that design so far? Does that look good to you? Let me see if we can turn it. We can't really turn it upside down without unclipping everything, but we can kind of hold it up a little bit so you can see it. So, and we can put an echo in here if we wanted to. We can do some free motion fills in here. We can put more detail. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to a different area of the quilt that we have an idea for. So because it is hearts, you know, it is Valentine's Day, I definitely selected hearts because of the holiday. And then also because I think that that'll be very representative of things that I like. I love hearts and feathers. So we're going to be using these a couple of different ways. So let's go ahead and adjust our space really quick. We're going to have to change our clamp a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and let it down because we're going to move over it to a different area. And that's not unusual. If you are doing a different spot on your quilt and you're going to need a different orientation to better get into that space, that's exactly what this system is designed to allow you to do. So let me go ahead and get reconnected. We've actually turned it about 90 degrees, so a quarter turn. So I'm hugging my clamps again and getting them up. And again, I definitely want at least 2 of them in order to have that counteracting balance between the 2 clamps. I want them to hold each other in place. So, okay. Nice and easy. Good movement. I'm so excited about that. You have no idea. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I want to go ahead and put some feathering in here, and I want to do this side first. And if you can see, it actually continues to like 2 or 3 more squares, and they go in different directions. They're not all straight in a diagonal line. So what this is right here is I took my feather spine and I just laid it along the diagonal, and I just put the spine in. So that's what this is right here. I didn't worry about if it matched up to the corner or not. I just made it so that it would go all the way across. And I think I lied to you. I think this is the 4-inch arc. 4-inch, there you go, this one. This is the 4-inch back to back, and this is the shallow side. So let me show you. This is the 1-inch, right? So this side is not very deep. And what my plan is just using this existing arc, I'm going to go ahead and I'll feather all the way up until I finish this white area. And then I'll use the curve to come back down and I'll feather the other side. And any space that is not used, I'm not trying to fill up the white all the way to the edge. I'm just trying to make a feather sort of on this vague diagonal. That's just something a little bit more freeform, and then I can put an outline curve on the sides and I could put other fill in here. So let's just start right there. We're going to leave a little space because we are going to put a little arc in there. So we're just going to mark it at a 1/4 inch. We're not going to start exactly right here. We want this little 1/4 inch echo right there. So I'm just going to vaguely mark that in. We're going to stitch that echo in later. All right. Put my needle in place. All right. So let's go ahead and we'll pick out a couple different size feathers. We want maybe at least 2 different sizes because we want them to look some bigger, some smaller. I don't want everything to be just 100% the same size. We're trying to create a little visual variety. So I think I'll use the 3 and the 4. Let's see. I got the big one. Where's the other one? I just used it and I set it down and I can't find it already. Okay, here we go. I got you. All right, so 2 sizes. Because this is a little bit narrower, we'll just put a little baby on this side. And I have a lot of freedom to put this design in. I don't have any boundaries that are restricting me. There's quite a lot of space, so I can just go to town, just start sewing. So the key here with this is to really see how easily I can move with this suspension system. So I'm not fighting with the quilt. I can just rotate this up, always looking for that 1/4 inch right down on the bottom. And that spacing gauge is really helpful, letting you see that if you need to. That blue line is that spine. So as long as I have that
getting Kate back online here for a second. So just again, taking a look at our sale page. And it looks like Kate is back with us here momentarily. As we take a look at our sales page, just a reminder, we do have 48 hours to continue watching these videos. And we do have 48 hours to continue to make purchases of that launch box right here on this page. We've got 25 days until we are hoping to ship the first round. And because we were so successful, we're going to have a second round of shipments going out to all of you by the early to mid-April. So we've already sold out of our first round that's going to be shipping in hopefully 25 days is our goal. And we'll look forward to having the second round shipping out to you in April. So take advantage of that because the launch box is a limited time special. But we are still going to continue to offer it through our resellers through the end of April. So definitely consider that as well.
Stacey, I closed down the other camera, so hopefully it'll feed a little better. It won't be trying to stream excellent. Twice as much data.
Perfect. Thanks, Kate.
Okay, so hopefully that'll help us. So we've done that first one. The first feather, whenever you're working with the feather, you tend to have to put the first full feather in all the way around. So you'd be sewing around the entire shape. Now at this point, as long as I can come back into my spine and I can make that adjustment by just tipping my template and I can open up this space. Let's just rotate that a little so you can see. Right there, that's what I'm looking for, right? So I can adjust that to get where I need to. As long as I'm touching here, I can put a bigger feather in, a smaller one. As long as I can get back to the spine, that's what I need to do. Okay, as we come out with this one, we have a lot more space back on this side right here. So let's just put a bigger one in because we can. That'll make it so it's a little bit more of a whimsical, free, fun feather, not so perfect sized this and that, everything having to be so, what do we call that? So regimented. This is going to be a little bit of more flirty feather, a little bit more fun, and that's going to allow us a little bit more design creativity fitting that in. Okay, so we'll touch that spine and come right back up to the top. Okay, now with feathers, if I come much further out on this feather, which we'll do that right now, we're going to pass up the arrow, okay, and kind of come out a little far. Notice that right now, if I push this up, I can't go very far, and this is much narrower. This is going to make it look almost like this feather is behind the other one. Right? It's not going to be nice, fat, juicy. It's going to be more like a little three-dimensional echo behind. Okay, so this is something we haven't shown very often, and you can see that this is a much narrower slice than this one right here, just because we went a little further out on the edge. It's still going to look pretty, but it's going to change that dynamic from everything just being regular to nice little narrower spacing there and then a little wider. And again, the idea here is to create a little less uniformity, a little more fun and fancy, a little bit more freedom, not so perfect. Because of where this is, I want to maybe take 1 or 2 more stitches towards the outside because I don't want to cut into that when I do the next one. So here again, I'm right at the bottom. I'm aligned right here with that 1/4 inch space, and here we go. Okay, touch the spine and back to the top. And I'll keep going. I'll put 1 more of these, and I'm going to kind of push him out a little bit because I have enough room to do that. And then we'll maybe make a little echo out of him as well. Thank God for my glider. I can really tell how smoothly that this is moving right now. So just like we did with this last one, we have a little room out to the edge. So let's put a very small echo with him right there. And then we'll put some smaller units in there. So touch the spine and back up to the top. Again, looking for that centering position so that we're ready to put that next one in. So you can see that this really changes the look of that feather and makes it so it's not so strict and so traditional looking. It's just a little bit more fun. Let's go ahead and get one of the smaller feathers out too. We'll put the 3 inch and we'll fill in this smaller space by using some of these smaller feathers. Okay, so I'm just going to flatten this out, adjust my position a little bit. Because this one kind of is pushing out to the outside a little bit, let's bring this in just a little closer. We'll take about 3 stitches, and then I can orient him a little better to fill up the space. So touch your spine, back to the top, and then we'll just keep putting as many in as we can. Notice here that this is going to be less of the feather because we're actually cutting all of this part off. Right now the foot is at the limit of the spine. So that one on the top is really just going to be like a little curvature of the feather and not actually the whole thing. Here I'm actually getting a lot of it cut off. This is why we have those different sizes to allow you to find what can fit into your space. So right now I'll just put one little baby in there to complete this and get this filled up. I think he'll fit in there very nicely. It's just a little tiny arc, and then we'll go right into the corner with another one. So this one in the corner is sort of going to disappear off of the edge right there. I'm so sorry, Stace. We definitely have challenges today.
All right, here we go. Back at ya.
Yeah, I think that the internet just must be full. I don't have anything else going on, and we usually have really good internet from here, but today it's poop. All right, so we have put in this beautiful, crazy, fun feather. Let's go ahead and we'll put in the spine, and we're again using that's the 4-inch back to back. And this one is, let's see, I think it's the back to back number 1. So I'll tip it this way. It's 1 inch on this side and 4 inches on the other side, which is basically a half circle, right? Because it's 4 inches wide and the curve is also 4 inches tall. But on the 1 inch side, it's very narrow, it's very gentle. And now I can lay that right on there. And I'm only going to put a little bit on at a time because I want to try to align it right on the existing curve so I can get those feathers completely touching. So I would use my spacing gauge and check a couple of the spots at a time. So I'm not worried about the line, I'm worried about the existing feather. So as I go, that's what I'm looking for to make sure that I can get that in there. Let's go ahead and we'll finish up this arc before we switch this over. You guys would laugh, I just bumped my head on the camera. Okay, so I'm right at the center. That's where this arc transitioned. That was where I split it, right on the diagonal. So now I can use this side and I can line it up right down to the bottom. And again, I always want to check it with that spacing gauge because we're really interested in making sure that the feather is actually closed. Not almost closed, but actually closed. So as I look, I want to respond to the existing design and not just follow the marked line. I want to actually close my feather all the way down to the bottom. Once I'm done and my needle is stopped, then I can go ahead and start feathering this side. One of the things that I want to do is I don't want to have the feather be cut off, although I could, and that wouldn't be a problem. I personally don't want to. So right down here at the bottom, I might just put maybe a little baby. So I'm going to kind of close this, make sure that this area is all the way tacked down to the bottom where the existing thread is. And then let's just come up a little bit so we have a little bit more room to put that other side on. So we'll put a little baby in there first. And we'll kind of just not try to make him too perfect. We'll angle it and play with it until we get a nice shape. So one of the things I do like about the feather is that I can play with it. I can get whatever I want out of it just by manipulating the shape a little bit. Typically, I don't use the lines when I'm working on kind of this free form shape. As we go, we're going to try to start making a bigger one, always checking on the back side that you have enough room to come into the spine. And this is just a little tight, so I think I'm just going to tip him up just a slight bit, just to change the angle so I can start filling up the space a little better. And back to the top. Now I'm not trying to fill this all the way to the boundary. I want to just kind of start vaguely going up. Okay, so each time as I check it, I'm going to use my spacing gauge back here on this side, make sure that I can actually get in. We'll do one more at this size, and then we'll start moving up. I'm not trying to make the feather lobes touch each other. That's not a goal that I have in my mind. I wanted to come out just a little bit far on this side, and we'll put one of those little echoes in so we can kind of vary those up a little bit. So this one should be shallower than the one below. Okay, and then we'll start putting the bigger ones on. So I'm responding to the space that I have available. Okay, I don't want to cut into the existing feather, so I'm kind of on this far outside. And then here, there's my 1/4 inch right there. And here we go. Touching the spine and back up to the top. And then same thing. I can change the angle a little bit. I can push him in, I can pull him out as long as I can touch the spine. That is always the limitation in order to make sure that your feather can actually fit into the existing design that you have. Okay, so let's see, we have two. So let's make one of those little echoes. We'll just come back around a little further. The further that we come around, the narrower this little part will be when we move up, because we're basically coming down the outside of the feather, and that's what's making that next one narrower, because we're using up that space by traveling so far to the outside. Okay, and then let's put a bigger one on. So that was a couple fours with this cute little echo on there. All right. So again, checking right there, this is going to start to fill up this space quite a bit. There's not very much room out here, and if we want to put a fill, I don't want to fill all the way to this boundary. If we're doing any kind of free motion or mini quilting, I do want to leave a little gap. So this would probably be the only one at this size. All the way down. And I can even just scoot this over to make a very narrow echo like that. You'll see that we can play with these and sort of get whatever we want out of these. There's a lot of freedom with the feathers. We don't have to be so rigid in how we apply them or use them. This is going to kind of create that little irregular plume in there. I really love that it adds a lot of 3D definition to the whole area. So let's go ahead and start moving down a little bit. We'll go to the 3-inch feather. We're starting to get where the size is just a little bit tighter. So I'll just tip this. I'm looking for my 1/4 inch on this back area, right? So as I line that up, I've got to have that on that side of the spine. And then now it's really starting to see where you can just get a very little bit of the feather. You're not getting as much of it because there's just not as much space right here. So the way we're positioning it is just moving up just slightly. This one's going to take up almost all of the space available right there, but it's sort of a half of that feather. As long as we can come down a little bit to the spine, that's really all I care about. I think it's pretty tight at the top, so I'm not going to try to fit anything in there. And then when I get to this one, I'll just restart with the feather sort of disappearing underneath the seam over on that side. Let's go ahead and we'll tack it, and we'll pull it out and show you what it looks like. Looks pretty cool, I have to say. All right, so the learning objective here, besides the fact that you can really see how much easier it is to maneuver and manipulate, this is how we can make a feather that isn't just so perfect and so structured. We can add a little 3D definition. We can put these little echoes behind here so it has a little bit of a life of its own. You can even take one of the curly cues and you can put some curls right in here, coming kind of out of these as if they were an extension of the feather, which will broaden it out a little bit. So that's an idea that I've thought about. And what my plan is that there'll be some feather on this side that'll somewhat come over here and kiss a little bit, and it will create some fill units and some interplay between those two areas. So we've done the 1/4 circle with the heart, and then what I would consider to be a more regular, sort of very structured feather. Then this one is a little bit more whimsical, a little bit more free-form. And then let's go ahead and put one more. We have about 30 minutes left. So we've got a couple more ideas that we want to share. This quilt has quite a few of this.
as Kate's kind of coming back to us here, I just wanted to share on the screen a little bit more information about the product itself. Someone was questioning the idea that it wasn't totally clear what came with the launch box. And so I wanted to see if I could highlight this a little bit better. So with the launch box, you're going to get 4 clamp arms, 4 fabric rollers, 1 ruler work glider, 1 polish kit, and lifetime access to the 6 classes that we're hosting today. You can watch these 6 classes for the next 48 hours. And those are all free to you to watch for the next 48 hours. Then, if you choose to purchase a lunchbox, you will actually get the digital download within that time period, so you can immediately start accessing these classes on the So Steady University. And then the lunchbox itself will be arriving to you in 2 different times. If you purchase the lunchbox this morning, then most likely you're going to be in on the initial launch, which is the 500 boxes. That was our initial goal. You guys totally blew that out of the water this morning. So we're now going to go ahead and have a second round, yay, that is going to be coming in early April. So again, we went ahead and just offered as another round because we saw that this was going to be such a great, awesome product. I thought it was going to be. I know a lot of our educators were super excited about it, but you just never know. So we're super excited that you guys are excited about it as well. And so the second round will come in early April. And so again, you get your education right away, and then all the lunchbox kit contents will come in early April. Kate, you're back with us. I'll let you take back over.
You guys, I am so thankful for how patient you're being. It's professionally, it's a big challenge, and I wish that I had control over that, but I appreciate how patient that you're being. I can see some of your very patient comments. And somebody did mention, they asked me about stitching the spine, right? So we sewed this half of the feather on this side, but we had marked the spine. Can I stitch the spine first? Absolutely, you can. If I stitched the spine first, I could stitch down and then I would stitch up. I like to build my feathers from the bottom. For me, visually, I don't have to have them oriented this way when I do it. I can sew the feather upside down. I can sew the feather this way, but visually, I want to build from what is the bottom, this side, to the top. So think about it. For me, if I make the mark of the spine and then I sew the feather, I can stitch down on the ruler 1 single time, no stitch traveling, a super clean spine right on the ruler. I've only done it 1 time. I connected each of these lobes with my spacing gauge. I basically connect about 2 or 3 at a time, adjust the ruler, 2 or 3, adjust the ruler, and then I get a really pretty spine. And then I'm right down at the bottom, ready to sew the other side. So there's no rule about that. I am showing you what I prefer, but that doesn't mean that you have to do it that way. If you prefer to sew the spine and have that be your established baseline, totally fine. Go ahead. And if you need to sew again on your spine, like so you sew this once and then you have to come back down and you do your ruler and you sew on it again, who cares? If you have a ruler, you can sew that spine 3 or 4 times and make it really beautiful and dense. And then it really just has more presence in the center line if you want to. That is absolutely up to you. Let's see, I think there was one more question, Stacy. Somebody was asking about a different size of feather. Somebody said that they had a 4-inch feather. Let me see if I can find that question. And they were asking, can you do this with just 1 size of feather? Of course you can. It's a little limited in the sense that you're not going to get that diversity of size. Is it still going to look awesome? Yes, it will. So even if you do it with 1 size, you can still play with it. You can pull 1 in and push 1 out. You can do these little arcs over here, which change the dimension. So even if you only have 1, I do really like having more than 1 size. I will not lie to you. I want that. Okay, let's go over to this other area and let's kind of adjust a little bit because we need a little bit more of the quilt down so you can see this area. So I'm just going to scoot my clamp over a little bit so that we can kind of see two of these a little bit. I'll bring the camera out for a minute and then we'll readjust it to the sewing area for just a second. So give me just a minute. I want you to be able to see these two pieces right there, the two rings. What my plan is these rings kind of are a V, right? This is a 45-degree angle right here. So this one going one way and the other one. Well, then there's a whole line of them, right? And then they go into another V that goes the opposite way. So what I want is I kind of want this part, like the feathers, would maybe go in as if this were the spine. So like they would go like this, orientation-wise. Okay. So there you go. And then that means that this one, if this is the spine, we would maybe want that one to start over there and these to come together so that they would sort of look like they are one entity. Opposite wise, I could start at this point and I could make both of these mirror out from this perspective. It doesn't matter what you choose. You just want to understand that these are not all by themselves. These connect with other areas of the quilt. And whatever my plan is, my plan needs to consider how these touch along the rest of the quilt so that whatever my plan is, it doesn't look like all of a sudden one of the rings is not correct. That doesn't look like it's out there by itself. I want to create a unified look. So here, I'm going to make these go out, and this V right here, they'll both be oriented, spine on this side, and they'll be starting from that furthest position.
All right. So
I know it just comes right back, but it's a little bit of a pain. I appreciate the patience. Let's sew fast, right? Let's get going. Okay, I'm going to pick up my needle right here. One thing I want to mention is that I have already ditched this area right there. Okay, so this area of the quilt is already stitched in, and this part too. So I would do that first. Since we showed that in another class, I decided not to take a lot of time to do that right here. So I'm going to actually come up just slightly. I don't want to start right there because I want the first feather to lay over a little bit. So I'm just going to come up maybe about 1/2 inch. I'm not worried about if it's a perfect space or the same for each one of the other ones. I'm just going to tack it in and just go with it. So let's go ahead and secure those stitches with a few tacking stitches right there, right in the ditch.
Kate, someone asked a good question. They said, will the Sew Steady suspension system work on a queen or a king size quilt? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think that it could. I still think you're gonna have to have the clips a little far apart, so your table orientation is probably going to be the limiting factor in that case. I don't think it's that.
Or you might even just want to get more clamps.
Right. I mean, I think you would need more. Yes, absolutely. But then they need to be spaced out. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't have two right next to each other. So your table spacing in order to put that on would need to be able to spread those clamps out a little bit to distribute that weight. So I think that is definitely possible. I haven't tried it on a king size quilt, so I'm not going to tell you that I have when I haven't done that. I think that it's possible. It's certainly holding up this weight. And I did a piece that was like 50 something by 60 or something. It was pretty big, pretty good size, like not quite not a twin size, but pretty significant and double batted. And it held up very well. I mean, I was able to do it, and I only have 2 clamps. I don't have 4. So I think that that potential is very much there. I do really like that this has a little smaller footprint because I also have the weightless quilter, and that can certainly hold up the weight of a big quilt, but it also takes up a large floor space footprint in order to use that effectively. And right now I have this right on my Sew Steady table, 18 by 24 or 22 by 25. All of that is contained right in my workspace. And I could probably easily put another 2 or 3 clamps around the back of my koala table if I needed to in order to hold that. So I think that that's something you can definitely do. And, you know, we will definitely be, I think, learning more about this system and its power and potential as we go. Since it is new, we haven't really learned everything that it is possible to do. So I hope that's a good enough answer.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell you,
No,
I don't want to
think
tell
it
you
is.
anything
And, you know,
wrong.
I would also say that, like, if someone suggested earlier, this is a great kind of stepping stone into eventually wanting to get a frame, or a stepping stone into even getting one of the bigger weightless quilters that might be a better solution for the really big quilts. But what we're really doing here is we're providing kind of an entry level solution for being able to really get those projects up and off of, you know, your tabletop, and keeping them from dragging, right? Taking the drag out of quilting. And that's kind of why we added that slogan to everything.
And I
So,
think it's definitely doing that. I mean, my
yeah.
personal, I'm an experienced quilter, but I always tell people the small throat and a lot of drag on a heavy quilt, ruler work doesn't solve that issue. It's not designed to solve that issue. Rulers will make your lines prettier, but they cannot make the quilt lighter, right? But this system is doing that. And I really feel like I can move quite a bit more freely with something that is heavier. And I know that a lot of times in class, we tend to sew on smaller units, you know, that we're demoing some visual thing that is more compact. But here you're really seeing, I mean, this is a pretty good piece. It's pretty weighty. It's certainly bigger than a baby blanket. I would call this sort of a generous lap quilt. And I'm able to absolutely move it with good freedom and get the designs that I want and get nice stitch quality. And I really do appreciate that. So I'm looking forward to Stacy sending me a few more clips since I have to.
I limited Kate, guys. She only got 2 initially.
That's okay. I'm easygoing. I'm fine with it, but it was working fine. So let's sew this first feather. One thing I want to show you real quick as we're getting this set up, right in this space right here, there is a little bit of the ring inside this plastic. And if I were to tip it, I could make that 1/4 inch gap between this edge, but because this is such a small space, I want to make that gap a little smaller. So I'm actually just coming over that ring, this colored ring, just a little bit so that I can have a little bit of a tighter fit there than I did when I was doing the feathers on the other side. Okay, back here, a little bit right there of a big seam, right? So I'm trying to be careful. I'm coming right around. There's a lot of seams on this because there's a lot of sewing. All of this seam right here, and then this one has got all these junctions right here and it's pressed under. So I am having to pull a little bit to make sure that I can keep that a nice pretty look. Right now, this size I think can still fit on there, and I'm going to use the same alignment, just crossing over the line here. But on this side, I must have that 1/4 inch so that I can come back. The way I can get it, if I just rotate this, I can widen this out or I can narrow it out just by orienting it a little bit. Again, your space and gauge is the key to making sure that you can fit that in right there. The more that it fits just at or slightly over a 1/4 inch, the prettier the return to the spine is going to be. The wider that is, the more squared off your feather will appear. Okay, so I'm going to get right in there. Now, because I'm kind of on a diagonal right there, this is sort of on an angle, we're stretching the feather sort of like that. We're not going straight up the line. We're kind of at an angle. So what's happening now is that I need a little bit of a longer feather to bridge that line, that diagonal, right? A little bit more, because this angle on the back, you can see how long that is, right? And that 3 inch wasn't quite fitting anymore. So just a little bit over the line here, and the 1/4 inch on that side will let us put a beautiful, nice big feather right here in the middle. Okay, getting right into the seam, having to pull just a little bit. Now, this is basically right in the middle of this space, and now it's starting to get a little narrower widthwise. So I can try to see if this will fit, but I think I want to grade back down to the other size, which is going to let me put more than one feather remaining, because this one is going to take up a lot of that room. He can fit in there, but he's not going to leave very much space remaining on the other side. Can you see that? He's taking up a lot of that space. So that's just a design decision. There's no rule about that. You can do whatever you feel that you want to do. I don't have this knowledge that my feather is going to perfectly fit in here and that I can have an exact amount. I don't know that. I'm going to make it fit to the best of my ability, and whatever happens, happens.
Oh, so we've got a
Touch
fun
that
little,
spine down at the
we've
bottom.
got a fun challenge for you, Kate.
Yes.
Someone's asking if you've designed a peacock feather.
I actually have designed a whole peacock. That glare is really bad, Stace. I'm going to try and get us a little different angle.
Okay.
Is that better? Because that seems like that glare was really
that's
bad right
better.
there.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I've never had this problem before. I guess it's because I don't sew that often with white fabric. So maybe that's my challenge. So I designed a peacock feather. Oh, okay. I will put that into the idea box and start working on that, but I don't know when that will come out. But doesn't this look so pretty in there? I love it. So let's go ahead and we'll put the last one in. I think we can fit one more, and let's make sure we can actually connect him. So we're going to have to tip him just enough to get him in. So I think this is probably the last one that we could fit in there. So we'll come down until we touch the spine. And then we have just a tiny little gap right there at the top. One of the things that you can do just in order to close the gap is just put the top of your feather in and kind of let it orient you. You can even change it so that I could use this flatter side if I want to get right to the corner. This is going to lengthen that curvature right there. As long as I don't go outside the boundary, I can still play with how I want this to touch, right? So let's go ahead and see what we can get. Oh, I got right in there. Okay, and then I'm just going to actually kind of get right into that extra seam knot, and then let's put our tacking stitches right in there. So the goal on this is going to be that now there's going to be this line of rotating feathers. So the two right here are actually going to be mirroring each other. And then as they go along this diagonal line with these shapes right here, one will go one way, one will go the other way until they go into the next V like this. And I will make sure before I start sewing that the V will be able to orient the same way so they can have this mirrored image like that. And then we'll be able to put some of this feather in here that will connect over here. So there'll be some kind of feather flow. And then we're also going to be putting the echo in here. So since we're right at that position, let me pull those out. We'll do those echoes. And then I think we have one more design. So we've shown two different feathers, the heart, and I'm going to pull out some interesting templates that we don't show very often. The reason that I want to use them for this is they are a good fit for this shape. Okay. This design right here, this is a 15-inch circle. And if I want to echo that, this is a 16-inch arc right here. So let me adjust my clamp so it can lay down back there. He's kind of holding him up a little tall. So let me scoot over. There we go. I love that the clamps can articulate in different directions. Sorry, I'm bumping you. Okay, so I know we're a little bit cattywampus, but I want to show you real quick that this is going to fit on there really, really well. If I align this and I basically have this centered on it, look at how this fits basically perfectly right at the 1/4 inch, right? You see that? And so this is really a good visual to show you how we can put this little arc around here. And I think we'll kind of start right here off the edge and we'll go to the center and see what we can figure out. If it won't fit perfectly, which, you know, that's probably me. It's probably the piecing issue, right? Because we want to keep this aligned right at that 1/4 inch right there. Well, that's quite possible that maybe my piecing is off a little bit. So let's start right here in this seam. I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with this area. I think I will make that go all the way. Oh, I guess I will. I think we'll be better off if we sew towards you. Let's move our clamp a little bit more. There we go. I think we've got the bottom now resting a little bit closer to the bed of the machine. And what's nice about those clamps is I can bend them a little bit. If I need that to articulate a little differently, then I can. Okay, so now we got a little bit more of it. So let's start over here and we'll just sew all the way over. I'm using my foot as the spacing right there, and I'm going to try to get right into the ditch right there so that I'm just on the very edge of the black with this white thread. The black is the low side, so that's where the thread has to be. But the tighter I can make it to the seam, the better off it's going to be. And I think I will go ahead and use a self-threading needle and hide these threads. So I'm going to leave these kind of long for now, and we'll go ahead and fix that up later. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, guys. I just bumped you again. Okay, so let's go ahead and stitch up enough so that we can tack it a little bit, and we're going to be a 1/4 inch away. That's what we're trying to do. Get this aligned right on that edge, and now we can go ahead and follow the template. All right, I didn't go without you. Here we go.
What is the blue marker that you're using, Kate?
So if I notice that the edge of this is not tracking nicely, I can just make a very gentle adjustment. And where I'm going is the seam right there in the middle is splitting those arcs perfectly. So that's going to be where I'm going to look to stop. So pretty much about right there. And you can see that the edge of the foot is really close to the arc on that side. Then I'll just flip this over, put it on this other side, and try to get it lined up nicely in the middle. And now I can sort of tilt this just a little bit. I don't really need to rotate the quilt in the sense that you wouldn't want to, you know, if that's one of the features that we're trying to help you see. A lot of times I do rotate it mostly because I want you to be able to see the alignment. But here you can see that I don't have to rotate it, right? So if this side now is not at the perfect angle, I can just make a very slight adjustment. It won't be noticeable once I sew it. And then I can just go ahead and stitch this all the way down. Now, this right here, this curve is, I can shallow it out just a little bit. I think that if I don't, it kind of goes out a little further than I want it to. So we're just going to follow it right off the edge of the quilt, and it connects right to the feather. And then I'll just put a little tacking right there, and then we'll be done. The reason that I want to use the arc and put a little spacer in there, there is a lot of extra seaming right along here. This area, you can see that this is filled with this stitch connection, and then this is folded over and it's bias and it's very full. Also, there tends to be a little bit of see-through, show-through right there. So by making sure that I'm tacking this down, I'm sort of distracting from that because you'll see that thread. And then now I've got this really pretty arc in there. And then my next design is going to come right up off of this area. So as if this center line is the alignment. So let's go ahead and we'll do that one. And that's probably, I think, all we'll have time for. I'll try to sew really fast. Right, Stacy? I'll sew fast.
That's right.
Okay.
We've got about 3 minutes left.
Okay. I know. I can't take up other people's time, so that would not be right. Here, I can decide how big I want this or not. I'm just going to go into the existing stitch line, Now my design is not going to have to be right up against all of that other stitching and having difficulty pushing and pulling. So this is a workaround here that's going to let me have a little freedom to put something in here without having to fight with those seams so much. So I'll go ahead and I'll stitch this double. Okay. Now I can take this off. This is the 3 by 1.5 inch oval. This is the same one from Fun and Fancy. And I'm going to take the other one that is the inner oval and show you something that we can do with that really quick. So this is the inside piece, the inside and the outside. This one is actually ends up being bigger. Even though it was on the inside, the reason that it's bigger is it is being sewn on the outside, whereas the outer piece you're sewing on the inside. So I'm just going to scoot up a little bit, and I'm going to line this right up on it like that. And I could even move it up a little bit further if I wanted a bigger gap. I can decide how much space that I want. And I can put a little echo right in there of that existing design. Okay, so I'm lining it right up. I want the foot to be touching, and then I'm just going to hold it in place. Okay, notice that my finger is precariously positioned. So I'm just going to try to get a little further around the arc, and then I'll adjust my hand to the back. Okay, and now let's come up a little bit, not all the way. We have this sort of center position now, and now we can feather out this way, and we'll just kind of go wherever we want. I mean, we can have this be a spine or not. You know, we don't have to, we can actually draw a spine in. It doesn't have to connect to this if we don't want to, but we can make it if we want to. So let's go ahead and we'll just play with that, and that'll basically be our last bit of education for the day. So right off the bat,
someone was just commenting how much they've enjoyed this class because they have a couple of wedding ring quilts that they're wanting to quilt, and you've just given them some amazing ideas for it.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. All right, well, good. So let's go ahead right here in the middle. Think about this as being two sides. So we're going to make this mirror on this side as much as it can, but it can't do as much as this side because this has got more space. So when we put the first ones in there, we want to make sure that we can be far enough back here so that it's not going to touch or cross over. So we're going to come back a little further, and I can tip that first feather to maybe fit just right inside there so that he's just touching the line. I'll show you what I mean. As I tip this, I have to be able to come back to the spine. We already talked about that. And right out on the far side, I'm going to be just inside the seam. This center seam, he will be close to it, but not crossing over it. And that'll be sort of the first one. So now that we've come down to this position, we can go ahead and just put this in. Okay, touch the spine, and we'll come back up. And I can do any of the things that we talked about, like if I want it to be right here at this position, or if I want to put one in, another big one, or I can start making some smaller ones. As long as I think that I can repeat this on the other side, that is pretty much my goal right there. Okay, so we'll just put another one in. It's another big one. Keep my finger out of the way, and I'll come back up to the top. And at some point, we're going to run out of space right here. You know, we can't just keep putting big, big, big. So I put 2 in there. Let's put a couple of smaller ones in just to create that same variety. Let's see if we'll do a 4 and a 3. I think we can get at least 2 more out of that. Okay. So right there, looking for that 1/4 inch right there. Touch the line and back up to the top. Now, if I came all the way up to the middle, that's kind of far, and that really narrows out this space. if I come back just a little bit shorter, that's giving me more room for a smaller template. It's going to fit more of the feather right in this opening than in this narrow space. Okay, so we said a 3-inch right here. And I can just put this last one in. Again, always checking that 1/4 inch. This is the space that you're looking for on the other side of that spine. That's where you're going to end up connecting. So you can do it visually, but the reason that I can do it visually is because I trained with the spacing gauge a lot. So I already know what I can get. So we'll keep a little gap right in there, and we'll just put one last little arc right in there as our little spacer, and then I'll just tack that in place. Okay. All right, I think that's it. My time is up. I'm right at 4 o'clock. So let me just show you what this looks like, and we'll be done.
Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing all these feather tips. I will say that someone said that you've given them so many tips for feathers and they've had trouble in the past. And I would agree, Kate, you've taught me a lot about feathers too. And I've gained a lot of confidence in doing feather quilting from your.
Oh, I'm so glad, Stacy. Thank you for that. So yeah, you can see that this right here will kind of be a mirror image right here, and it'll kind of keep this whole idea of how these mirror in towards the center. So you're creating a little iconic fit right here with this, and we'll be mirroring this at another place on the quilt. And if I want this to be the same, then you would just measure a 1/4 inch in, and that would be your starting line. And then you can also measure that upper line if you want to have that same spacing. So that's our last feather design. So we didn't do as many hearts, but my Facebook Live this weekend is posted, and that was all about hearts, and it had quite a few different heart designs, and that was shown on a long arm, but all those designs are certainly available for you on your domestic as well. So thank you guys so much for your patience with my technical challenges. I hope you had a great day, and really look forward to being able to use this system to quilt things that are a little bit bigger and unwieldy. Thank you, Stacy, for giving me this opportunity.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you all so much. We've got Donna live here. We gave Kate a little extra time because she obviously had some awesome stuff for us that she wanted to share. And Donna thought that she'd be able to spare a little time. So, hey, thank you again for joining us. And Donna, look at you. You've got your suspension system and your braided quilts. You know, I don't know if you guys are all seeing a theme here today, but every single one of the projects here would be something that would have weight to it, that's a top, not just a block. And that was kind of our theme for this, is quilt your tops, not just your blocks. We've done so much block quilting, so much quilt as you go with ruler work. And now we're saying, hey, guess what? We've got solutions for you to do your tops too. So that's enough from me. Donna, tell us all about what you're going to be doing today.
Well, hi, everybody, and thank you, Stacy. This has really been a fun quilt to work on. It is a good-sized throw quilt. It's about 70 by 80, I believe, in size. Didn't really measure it. It's a quilt top that I put together a couple of years ago and didn't really know how I was going to go about quilting it, and didn't have a lot of time to mess with it, and left it in the drawer. And I bet you have those too. So it's really just a French braid pattern. I don't have a pattern for it. I just had an idea of what I wanted. I used 11 different fabrics and just blended them so they work. Let me see if I can pull this down a little bit so you can see the other end of it. This part repeats again. Right here is my halfway point on the quilt. So maybe you can see up here just how much more there is to it. So it's a big quilt. You know, it's like Kate said, we've worked on so many small pieces and then put them together and things like that. Now it's time, we're moving on up into a few little bit bigger quilts. And this suspension system is perfect. Right now, I only have 3 clamps on, and I have one of them actually not connected so it doesn't block the camera. But what I did with my quilt, in order to make it manageable. You can see that my machine is in a cabinet, and whether you have one of the wonderful Sew Steady tables with your clamps attached to that, or you have a cabinet, what I really appreciate here is the way I have back here in one corner and then the other end, I have my quilt connected to that. So it doesn't necessarily lift it up, but it keeps it from falling off the table. It's very manageable. I can move it around however I need to. I can push it back a little bit, but I still have it under control. And so if you've ever tried working on a larger size quilt, one of the challenges is to be able to keep control over it. There's a lot of fabric and a lot of weight, and you can see there's backing and batting and the whole bit. And it can get out of control and it can drag. And so we have no more drag. We have control. We have the ability to maneuver around however we need to. One thing I found in working with this, even though my strips are not bias cut, because they're sewn on 45-degree angles, I do have quite a bit of give and flex in my quilt. Well, I wanted to do one of the edge-to-edge templates and do an all-over pattern with it, and we'll take a look a little closer at that in a minute. I don't know how well you can see it there, but it turned into really a great way to do it. I decided the best way to handle it, because it is a good sized quilt. We're talking 70 by 80 inches, something about like that. And rather than try to go all the way across or up and down or wherever you want to start, one end to the other can be a little bit overwhelming. I decided that all of my patterns are going to connect nicely for my all over pattern. I sectioned off my quilt into 4 quadrants. I don't know if you can see, but I have a line marked right across here. And that's just kind of where I determined the halfway point from my lengthwise would be. And then also one down the center for the width. And you can tell here that this is the center. So this entire quadrant is already quilted. I didn't have to worry about what am I going to do up here. I know what I'm going to do. It's going to be the same thing. But I only worked on one part at a time. So it's 1/4 of the quilt at a time rather than the whole thing, which can be a little bit challenging and overwhelming. Now, it doesn't matter if you're using this template, which was the curvy diamond from the edge to edge set, or maybe the winding way that's in that set also. You could still do the very same thing, whether it be rows across or sections. The way these templates work, they will connect and go the other way. So once this whole part is now finished, I will rotate the quilt and I will work on a different quadrant. Everything will connect at the center line, whether it's the vertical or horizontal centers. And when it's all finished, you're not going to know that it wasn't done all over at the same time. But because I had so much flex and give with all these 45-degree strips, I needed to keep it kind of straight for my own benefit. And it just helps with my alignment a little easier. So there are a couple of different ways you can do this particular template. And we will do some stitching and I will show you both of those methods. I think you've probably seen a few times here how to put the quilt on and all of that. But you know, there's something I discovered because of the weight I was working with. I decided to wrap a piece of stable tape around my tube. And so that grips my fabric even better. And when I roll it on there, it helps me hang on to the roller. I was having a little bit of trouble because of the weight of this thing with them pulling out, because the rollers were kind of polished and slick. And I put that stable tape on there and it grips my fabric just like the templates do. And that was the answer. I'm going to leave this one unhooked. But that stable tape, so if you're having trouble with it popping out of your holder because your quilt is big and heavy, try a piece of stable tape. And I just took a piece and wrapped it around. I didn't cut it small or anything, just left the whole strip and put it on there. So this is how our template pattern works. On this particular design, I stitched in a vertical pattern, and I started at the center and came down and then terminated at the bottom, cut my threads, and came back and did my next row. So it might sound a little bit cumbersome, but it was a lot easier than trying to go backwards, basically. You can do it that way. If you want to come down and up and down and up, there's nothing wrong with that. For me, it's easier for me to see when I'm coming in the downward direction, because when you rotate the template back, then you've got to see the back side, and I have to stand up and look over the top and all of that. And I was just trying to figure out what's the easiest and best way for you. And so you could do your entire row all the way down and break your thread and then come back. But if you didn't want to do it like that, meaning break threads and bury them, you actually could go in a horizontal pattern and do part of it and come back. And there would be no backtracking or double stitching that way, where this method there is. And so it's really whatever you are more comfortable with. We did have a handout, and I hope Stacy has that available for you, that has the instructions on how to use the templates. I will demonstrate how to do both of those stitch patterns for you. So this is really not a real complicated pattern. I don't know if anyone out there has ever put together a French braid quilt. I did a tote bag with this kind of a pattern and really liked the way it looked. I decided I would make a whole quilt using that same basic design. And so I didn't have a pattern. I'm sure that somewhere there is one, but I had 2.5-inch strips and then a 2.5-inch square. These are all the same fabrics coming down through the centers. I put sashing strips that are 1 inch wide. This is about 12 inches across. And so it's real simple bits of fabric. However many combinations of fabric you want is just going to give you more and more to work with. So we can do a little bit of stitching. What I'm going to do though is, because I want to show you how to do that horizontal pattern as well as the vertical pattern with those templates, I'm going to not stitch on here because all of these were horizontal or vertical, and I think it would just be a lot easier for you to see it on a different piece of fabric. So that means I'm just going to slide it over, and while I'm doing that, I'm also going to reposition the camera just a little bit so you can see what we're doing. So you can see how easy all of this moves. It stays connected it doesn't pull off. If you had a smaller area, that's not a problem. You can keep it under control and well tamed. Let's just set the camera over so you can see. And I may need to do a little bit of repositioning of that. So bear with me. I'll try and get it positioned in a way that I'm not bumping into it. So one thing that was really, I found quickly to be helpful is having marked a grid pattern. The instructions that come with your templates show you a little bit. They don't show you the grid, but they show you how different ways that it could be patterned and stitched out. So the curvy diamond is going to stitch this particular pattern right here, which is 4.5 inches tall and 3.5 inches wide. So it's a good size template, which makes a nice size pattern. Right here is the template. And because of that, I move my hands around quite a bit, and I have placement in different areas. So a little more stable tape on this one is probably helpful rather than just our 4 pieces in the corners, because I frequently would be holding my template here or here or here or here. And so having these extra pieces, I found that I needed to add them to it. It has the A and the B, C and D, and thread slot down here. Also, when I'm working in a vertical manner, see if we can move that just a little bit. I find that having the template upside down allows me to position it where my vertical center line is right exactly on my marked line, and I can see where I'm going easily as I travel down my pattern when I'm stitching. If I'm back here, then obviously my line is on there, but I have to just kind of center here. So whatever you're most comfortable with, they both work. When we're going side to side, we have the etched lines representing the previous patterns. Those are guides. They're not hard, fast rules that have to always be positioned there. They're just kind of helpers. And so I've marked out a little bit of a grid and turned my fabric the wrong way. So let's get it oriented correctly. And to stitch vertically, what I did in my rows is started at the top, which is B, stitched to C and down to D, and then backtracked just like this, right back up here, then to A, just a single stitch, and here. So these are double stitched, and this is single stitch. But on the quilt, you really don't notice that so much. It just doesn't show if it's consistent. I always did my backtracking on my right-hand side, and so it's very consistent, and it just flows on the quilt. Once we've stitched around to here, then we slide the template down for our next pattern. And so that's really all there is to it. It works out quite nicely. When we are working and stitching horizontally, we would, see if I can find my row that I wanted to start on. We would be here and stitch across the top. Let me double check my instructions that I gave you. I hope that you're able to get those. We have this page here was a new one that I added to it showing how to do the horizontal and the vertical. And I hope that helps clarify it. So we would do across from the top, just half of the top part of the template. And then our next row would come back and stitch down here. And so we would end up creating our orange peels. Then when we do our next row, our third and fourth row, they would connect together and we would end up having this, well, more like this pattern here. So it still looks the same. It's just created in a different manner. There's no backtracking with that because we're just doing a continuous pattern. So we would actually start at A and stitch to D and back to C. And then once we're here, move the template sideways or horizontally and repeat. And we would only stitch half of the pattern or the template at a time. Once we are at C, then we would stop up here and reposition the template so we now are here. And without having anything on there, it's a little bit confusing. So now we would stitch across this way and come right back up, right over the top. I'll show you how to do that. And I wanted to spend a little bit of time showing you that. And I thought that stitching on the solid fabric might make it a little bit easier to see what we're doing. Are we able to see that well, do you think?
That looks great. I don't know if you can get it any closer. Someone asked if you could, someone said, could you ask her to show the other quilts so they can see how the system works?
Yes, let's do that first before we start the stitching. And I will see what we can do to position it more or closer. So here, let's see if we can look in this darker area. You can see how those work. So here, hold on, let me move this down just a little bit, Stacy. Okay, so right here, you can see where our template is positioned, and you can see the edge lines there. So we would stitch, this one was done in vertical pattern, so it's the whole thing starting up here, all the way around in here, back, and then to this point in here. Then we move the template and repeat. It's kind of crazy, but this curved diamond, when we connect all these points, it creates our orange peels. So this is 3.5 wide, excuse me, and 4.5 inches high, but we're not using an oval template to do it. We could, but with this, it's a little bit easier to make all those connections. We just go from point to point to point to point. Now to work across, let's see if I can find one where we can see that. We would stitch only part way and stop, move the template, and you can see here how the next one forms. Once we get to the outside edge, then we're going to reposition the template because we have created these curved V's, but we want to now have, let's get over here, our orange peel. So here we would come right back again. Once we're at this point, then we move across and it's back up and across and back up and across. So it's a little more difficult to actually see on here, but I hope that gives you an idea. You still end up with the same look, whether it's vertical or horizontal. You could actually not have to mark it if you didn't want to, but because my fabric had so much movement while I was working with it, I did have to put a few grid marks on it just so I could keep it squared visually on my quilt. There are the etch lines where you could position and connect. And I honestly didn't have to use my spacing gauge very often. I keep it right here because it's my best friend. But occasionally I would want to check and make sure that where my stopping point, that I'm actually going to be where I want to end up. And so it wasn't quite as much use as what Kate got to use with her feathers, but I did use it some as we go. So let's see if we can get the quilt or the camera positioned. Move these out of the way.
All right. Well, you're getting all that situated. I thought I would answer a couple of questions. Folks were asking if you can buy the templates and the edge-to-edge template set separately. Some of them are exclusive to the edge-to-edge template set. Isn't that right, Donna?
All of these are only in the edge-to-edge template set. There is a winding way in here, but it's a 4.5 inch. So if folks already have the set there, it's just a little different. It's a single template. So for the smaller size, it's made like the 5 inch where it's all one. There's not half of it rotates, but it's a smaller version. And so this is unique only to this set. You cannot get that particular template except in the set.
And then is the curvy diamond unique to the set?
So the curvy diamond, let's take a look at what those are. We have 4 templates in that set. The curvy diamond is one. The winding way, 4.5 inch is another. And then we have 2 brand new ones that are very different. This is the skinny ribbon candy. And I'm going to actually use it in my borders. And so it will stitch 2.5 inches tall, but only 3/4 of an inch wide. So it really is skinny, but it stitches out quite easily. With this one, we simply start at A, come around, stop at B, and slide the template over and repeat. And you can see the etch lines here, what the pattern is. It's real small in there, real skinny. So that's really fun. And then I have another one. I call it the flourish. And with it, it creates a real pretty combination of patterns. It's smaller. It's 3.5 inches tall, but it's only 1/2 of an inch wide when it's stitched out. And so let's see if we can turn that so you can see. We can create some ribbons by doing some offsets or loops and all kinds of pretty things for the borders or different effects. So these are 4 templates that are all in the Edge to Edge sampler set. It's a fairly new combination of templates, and there's a few people with some out there, but not everyone yet. So let's move these aside.
Someone just asked what the second one was called, and I think that that was the Winding Way, or was it the
This
flourish?
one here, this is the 4.5-inch Winding Way.
And then the flourish was the one that looks like a mustache.
The flourish looks like a mustache. It does. It's kind of reminds me of the Wiggles, the way it works. It curves around, and then, you know, we can spin the template and go the other way, or just move it on down and repeat, or work across. So it's kind of a fun one, but it kind of makes me think of the Wiggles. And then the skinny ribbon candy, we all know about that, except this is totally calorie-free candy form for you on Valentine's Day, and it's squished up skinny. So it's 2.5 inches tall, but it's real narrow, and it creates this real tight little ribbon. So we'll see how we do on time today. We might even get to play with some of those. So how are we on the camera, Stacy? Do you think that's close enough?
I think that looks great, actually, Donna.
Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now hopefully I won't bump it. That's always the challenge here. And I've turned my sewing machine light off, hoping that it wouldn't glare too much, but I also hope I can see. So let's see what happens. I may have to turn it back on. So I'm going to insert my needle right up here at this point. I have marked, mostly so you can see, these would be my outside edges or my connecting points for the next templates. And I'm going to start up here at the B location and stitch around and then back. Now I find too that because this is a bigger template, if you have a hard time hanging on to it or quilting with it, maybe a pair of gloves might help. Let's turn the machine on, wake it up. I don't know, I might need some light. It's kind of hard to see in there. Like where my thread is. Maybe that'll work. So I am just in the center. I could use my thread slot and enter in that way. And sometimes I start my needle without my template in place and then put it into position afterwards. Doesn't matter. So here's where my alignment comes in with my templates. You can see, I hope, where my horizontal connecting points are. And now let's just stitch. So I'm really close to the edge of my fabric over here. I hope I can hang on to it well.
I don't know if you can get any closer to your machine or turn on the light, but they were asking if there's a way to see what it looks like with the light on your machine.
Okay.
I think with you having dark fabric, we're not going to have the same glare issues that we had on the last one.
Okay. I think that's going to be better.
Yeah.
I can see where we're going. Now, at this point in time, I'm not going to let go of this template. I'm not going to put a death grip on it, but I'm going to hang on to it really well. And I see my camera's focusing. I'm sorry about that. But if I let go, it might move. I have better luck backtracking by not letting go. And also, I don't go as fast as everyone else quilts because I don't like ripping it out. And if I go slow enough, I can stay accurate. You have a little bit better formation, I think, of your stitches and curves and different shapes when you're not highballing around. Some parts of it, you know, certainly can pick up a little speed, but in the critical parts, I think it's important not to go too fast. But you can see here, was able to stay fairly accurate on my placement. One thing I like about this template is that there is some forgiveness with it. It's similar to the puzzle template where you match your corners and points and the stepping stones. And so if you're off kilter just a little bit, you can finesse your way back into where you need to be. And we come right back down to where we started. Let's take that out and turn it around. And this
Hey,
is
Donna,
our...
today we had that handout and there was a question because we're not seeing the flourish on the handout. Was that intentional?
You know, I was only planning to use these two templates on the on this quilt. And so this curvy diamond had, because there were two different options on how to do it, wanted to include the instructions. I can certainly add the flourish and the winding way to that. Those are both included in the information with the templates. This was supplemental information for that handout, was the only reason why we added that. So maybe I should have included all of those, huh? So let's line up and get ready for our next pattern.
I posted a link to the handout for everyone. I'll go
Okay.
ahead and post it again.
So here we are. I only planned on doing in this vertical pattern a couple of them because I want to use this space for the horizontal. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and we'll do one more down here, but this is part that goes for the horizontal. So we'll do it and then stop on that. and go back and show you how we would do our next row. It's really quite easy to connect once we are looking at the completed quilt and trying to figure out what the placement is. It's more complicated looking than what it actually is or doing it. So if anyone has worked with the stepping stones templates, it's on the order of that with a different shape, the way you have your different connecting points and rotates around and things like that. So I'm just going to do a little bit of tacking stitches and just cut my thread in place. This is just a sample so we can show you how it works. But even if you simply did only this much, it would be okay. You could easily just position over here and create the ovals, but that's not what we want to do. Now, I'm going to put my needle right back in the same area and pretend that we just buried those threads, because we're going to start right there for our next row coming down. So now we started our first pattern with our template positioned like this. Let's see if I can turn that a little bit. We are going to stitch this portion over here. And so to do that, we just simply move the template around, and now we have our orange peel edge right there. And that's only for our first one to get repositioned. And then after that, we'll do the same vertical pattern like we just finished. So our edge lines are right on top of the previous stitches. This is our side where we do the single, no over stitching or backtracking. And now we'll come up to C. So this would be the edge of our quilt, the edge of our border, or in my case, the center line of my quarter. Now we're ready to start our next full pattern, and we will connect over here and down at the bottom. So it does go kind of quickly, and it's very repetitive. So we're doing the same movement again and again and again. So these are easy templates. If you're not a big fan of backtracking, these are real good templates to learn that and improve your backtracking abilities. Then we connect there. I think that making our connections is part of what helps our eye see how it works nicely. And you can see we're right on top of our previous stitches with our etch lines. I always double check my alignment points where I'm going to be connecting, because it's real easy while we're working with this for our fabric to move. Not just this template, but all of them. The fabric, it's fibers and it's woven, and as we're pushing on the template and moving it around, it's just real easy to have that happen. So let's just finish off over here. And we're going to cut that thread. So I think that from this, you get the idea of how that vertical pattern would work. We start and stitch the whole pattern, but when we come back for our next row, we only do part of it, and that's half of it, and then come back down to our center point and make the whole pattern. And it just progresses like that. Our next row down, we would do the same thing. Start right here, stitch to here and here, or I'm sorry, here, and here, that's right, and back. So let's go now down to our bottom part. On the handout, this is how we are going to do our horizontal rows. And I may have started in the wrong place for that. What we want to do is start at the top, and we're going to do the bottom part or the V part, and it will create a row. What I was playing with this template, and I found that I was able to do not only the orange peel pattern with it, I could also do rounded, circular almost clamshells, but I could also do an oval clamshell, and it turned out really neat. So I had 3 different designs or pattern options with just this one template here. I like it when I can get more out of it than just one thing. So I'm going to come and start this row here will be my starting line. So let's start put the needle in position right down here. We're going to get right back in there. This time we're only going to stitch from A to D and back up to C. We're going to do the bottom part or the V part. Maybe we should finish off over here. So to do that, we would position our template, stitch to this point and back. So this is kind of the cool thing. If you miss a loop, it's easy to go back and add it in, or figure out where it goes. There might be a little backtracking, but your eye is going to compensate for it and you're not going to have a problem with it. So this is our continuous pattern, and I hope I don't run out of fabric there and can show you. So we'll come. There's no backtracking on this horizontal pattern. We just slide across. Lost my foot pedal. So having a few horizontal lines helps keep yourself kind of aligned and going straight. I try to watch the bottom part coming down here, so I'm still parallel to where I want to go. This might get tricky. Let's try it and see what happens. Once we get up to C, that's going to be our stopping point, is real close to the edge, so I don't know how that's going to work. We're going to try it. So now we reposition the template and work our way back. So this first one might be kind of loopy because I'm on the edge. And then we simply move the template over and realign and go to up and back. So this method is going to eliminate the backtracking. I don't mind doing the backtracking. Sometimes it's a little easier to see where I need to be. So if you use the top half or the bottom half, it doesn't really matter, or the whole thing all the way around. My center vertical line up here in the back is met right at my point where I started, and that's what I want. Right up there. So I honestly could have completed this pattern without coming on down. So let's just go ahead and stitch down there because we want to be over at that A location. And now we'll do another bottom V to work for our third row. And you can see we didn't do any backtracking. So this method might be a little faster, if that matters. and I don't want to go past my stitch point. So I can now move and realign so that I can connect at my next intersection. And then we move again. And here we are at our C location, which is where we want to start our next loop coming down. But I think this gives you the idea. It's something that you just want to play with a little bit to make sure you have the hang of it. You still end up with the same look, you just get it in a different way. I think I'm off track here. Oh my goodness, what happened? I really got off on that one. So that's no big deal. We're still going to come right to that point. It's just going to be a little bit narrower right there. We'll fill in this other one. So I think that shows you what we need to see about the curvy diamonds, but I want to take a minute here and show you a little bit of what the skinny ribbon candy looks like.
That would be amazing, Donna. And we do just have a couple minutes left, but you can go a little bit over since I know you are towards the tail end and we all had a little bit of extra time today.
Okay, well, it won't take very long. These go a little quicker. There's not quite so much alignment issues there. I've marked
somebody was asking though, it looks like you've got quite a bit of space in front of you in that cabinet. How far away are you, would you say you're reaching?
Oh, well, let me show you that. This is something I added. I have a lot of room here. This is a separate piece that I had made, and it sits in front of my cabinet. So I actually have, oh gosh, probably 14 inches or so to my needle.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So here's a 12-inch ruler, and I've got another 4 inches. So there's about 16 inches of space. It's just a laminated shelf on across here with a hinge, a gate hinge is what I use, and put another one to hold it upright. And so it just helps. I forgot it was there. But it really helps have all that room beside me and in front of me. So we're going to position the template so you can see how it's going to go. And let me turn it sideways. Maybe you can see the marks a little better. So here is on the template, we have a vertical center and a horizontal center. This is the one we're going to follow on our marked line. And I'm going to stitch it in this manner just so you can see what we're doing. So whether we start at A or whatever isn't so critical. But we go right down into that little foot hook. Drop that needle down. Now I'm on my center line and I stitch. No, I think I just messed it up. See what happens when I kind of shortcut a little bit, then my threads get all tangled up. Now these actually touch and connect, and we come right back down into the hook, slide it straight across, stay on our alignment, and repeat. I mean, it can't get much easier than this. Has etch lines underneath to help you guide where you're supposed to be. But it's really that quick. So I'm going to use this template in my borders on my quilt. I think that gives you an idea. Let's cut that so you can see what it looks like. Isn't that pretty? Just a real nice, close, skinny little ribbon candy. Two and a half inches tall and 3/4 of an inch in between each one. So if you were calculating a border, you would just use those numbers. 2.5 inches tall fits nicely inside a 3-inch border, or you could even come back and do additional rows on here where they're continuous if you wanted to do it as an all over pattern. I have a drawing here of that. This is information that is in the templates also. And so it's just a single continuous rows of a single pattern. What I did here, my first pattern, just like what we did, and then came back and offset it by 1/4 of an inch and made the same pattern again. So I would then come up here just a little bit. Where's my spot? Where actually, if you use the bottom edge of the template as your guide and started here, it would end up with this kind of a double ribbon with a little crisscross in the middle. So it's really real easy template to use. It's probably of the 4, one of the least complicated and easy ones to do. So how are we on the time there, Stacy? Oh, we're a few minutes after, I see.
Just a few minutes. But yeah, no, we're so excited to be able to show off some of your DM quilting templates and tools. This edge to edge is just such an awesome set. where you can do amazing quilting. Donna, why don't you do a pan out again one more time, showing how you got your whole quilt set up and how you've been quilting that larger braided quilt the whole time.
I would be happy to do that. Let me get this out of the way. You know, and I have my grid, or no, it's not a grid glider, it's one of the free motion gliders. And what I want to show you, because I have an insert in my machine, if I turn my mat the other way, it doesn't cover my whole insert. So I have to turn it front to back. I had the ruler work glider on here, but it just didn't quite cover in the same way. And so I have to span across all of that acrylic onto my cover, or my countertop, which doesn't really grip it real well because it isn't acrylic, it's a laminate material. Let's pull this back over here and I will move the camera, but maybe some of this might make a little bit more sense now after seeing how it's all accomplished. And I have.
So have you found that it's been easier? I know you've got a pretty nice tabletop area for doing your quilting, but have you found that you've appreciated using those the suspension system?
Absolutely, definitely have. Let me lift this up. I've got the sun coming in now, so it might have a little bit of glare on there and make it harder to see. I really did, Stacy. Honestly, not having the suspension system, I was constantly struggling with keeping my quilt up on the table, even though it's bigger work surface, it would fall off. And I need to have it up here so there's no drag on it. And there honestly isn't. I think that's the perfect way to explain it, that it eliminates the drag. We can move it around wherever you need. I could do any marking or any measuring or adjusting or anything I needed to. I've got right now only 2 of them in operation, but I honestly had 4 of them going. I just you couldn't see anything with the others in place, and so I've unhooked them. But it really did make a big difference. I don't think I would want to do it without it. I've done large quilts on this machine before, and I've had to struggle because of keeping all of my fabric under control. There's a lot of weight and a lot of material here, and it just makes it so much better. When we're doing ruler work, we want to have a flat little area right around the needle so that we can move our project around, and I call that puddling. But look here how easy it is. If I didn't have those edges attached to these hooks, they would just go right off of there, and then the whole thing is a mess. It doesn't, it just doesn't work. This has been a lifesaver. When I first heard about these, I thought, oh my gosh, I can't wait to try them because I know they're the answer to a lot of problems.
Yeah, no, I'm so excited that you've been able to show it on that bigger project, but also on a pretty big work surface, and how the value of even having a large work surface, having that suspension system really brings value. I personally, when I was developing this product, I was on top of my counter, my kitchen island, and I have a feeling there's a few of you out there that might have a similar sewing setup. But I was on my kitchen island, and which is a pretty big work surface, but I was still doing the same thing as you, Donna. I was battling that it falling off of the edge, and being able to kind of keep it up in the air. And that's what inspired me to go ahead and try to use these clamps to grab onto it. So I'm so excited that we've been able to have all of you show your uses of it today, doing bigger quilt tops and not just the blocks. And we are going to go ahead and post another link to the So Steady suspension system right now. Those of you who are just joining us, that is the new item that we are launching today. It's our new So Steady suspension system launch box. Donna, again, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to take them over to that So Steady suspension system launch box now to show them all about it. But we'll go ahead and have your video and all of the other classes loaded here in the next couple of days on the university. So any of you that purchase the launch box here today or in the next couple of days while supplies last, you'll be able to go ahead and jump right into the university and get access to these classes right away. Again, the first 500 sold out this morning. Those are going to be arriving in March. We went ahead and this morning made the decision to go ahead and buy another 500. So those will ship out and hopefully arrive to you in early April. That being said, we are looking forward to continuing to have you purchase through resellers nationwide. I know a whole bunch of them pre-bought. So, and we offered a special for them to be able to pre-buy and have that for you. So, we anticipate that you should be able to, if we've sold out, there should be resellers nationwide that you still be able to purchase from if we've sold out in the next couple days. But definitely while supplies last. And then once we, have all the launch boxes arrive, we'll have the solution available in a different format. But this is for right now how we're going to do it. Donna, did you have any other things that you wanted to share with everyone before we pan out of you?
Oh, Stacy, I thank you. I think that, like I said before, whoever came up with this system is an absolute genius. Now I know who that is. And so I think you've done a great job with it. They work beautifully. They fold up nicely. If you pack up your machine and take it to a retreat or other locations, it's easy to go. It's the best system I've ever run across. I just love it. The way that clamps attach to any kind of surface, whether it's the acrylic table or a cabinet or dining room table. It's just really great. I can see everyone needing one of these for sure.
Yeah. Well, I will say I can't take all the credit because I took it into the office and I was showing my dad, and he's the one that said that we needed to use the dowels, which are those little fabric rollers to be able to really grip it well. And I couldn't agree more. I think that really completed it and made it just like the perfect setup. And it's super stable, super simple. I think that that's the thing that I love about it, is that it works on our So Steady tables as well as to countertops and tabletops. And it's portable, right? And that is all about So Steady. And the one thing that I absolutely love, and this would work for any suspension system, but it elevates your creativity. And I don't know if you guys know this, but that's part of our slogan.
Exactly right.
Yeah. So I felt like it was just a necessary product that we had to have. All right. Well, I appreciate it, Donna. We have one more lesson for all of you today. And it's a baby quilt by Diane Moore. So I hope you'll stay on and join us for that. And again, Donna, thank you so much for sharing your project and your edge to edge sampler set there. And we'll look forward to getting that onto the So Steady University for everyone.
Well, very good. Thank you. And bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. All right. So thanks again, Donna. And now we are going to go ahead and take you over to the So Steady suspension system again. It shows hurry up. You've got 25 days. Again, we maybe overestimated that because it is while supplies last. And the 25 days, definitely our goal is to be shipping your boxes in that time period. So, but we are definitely running out of our supplies. We went ahead and are doing a second drop that's going to be hopefully arriving to you in in early April. We've got the first one already on order, and those shipments from this morning are going to be heading out to everyone in March. So again, just as a reminder, what you're getting with this set, you're getting 4 of the, let's see here if I can get this screen up better for you. You're getting 4 of the Sew Steady. Oh no, it's not going to be nice to me. 4 of the clamp arms, 4 of the fabric rollers, 1 ruler work glider, a polish kit, and 6 classes. So some people said, hey, I already have a ruler work glider and a polish kit. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. It doesn't hurt to have another one of those, especially if you're going to be doing free motion quilting and quilting, you know, a lot more things now that you're going to be able to pull out those quilt tops. It doesn't hurt to have a backup on that ruler work glider, and your polish kit might run out. So again, you get the six classes that we hosted today for life on the Sew Steady University. And someone asked earlier if we would be cleaning it up and taking out some of the pauses and that sort of thing. And we absolutely will be working on that too for all of you. So again, we've got our last class that we promised today coming up now, and that's going to be the baby quilt with Diane Russell. Now let's go ahead and see what I can do to get that pulled up for you here. All right. So Diane was not able to join us live today, but she did go ahead and pre-record for us. So let me see if I can go ahead and get that screen pulled up, and let's go ahead and move over to, all right. So I think we are ready to go ahead and have Diane join us. So let's see if I can pull up that screen. Here I am. Hi, everyone. And I will go ahead and pause the video. We're going to have one more giveaway today. But I'll pause the video and answer questions that might come up throughout. So stay tuned for that as well. And I've got the video ready for all of you. All right. So let's go ahead and have Diane take it away.
In the neck to machine quilt because everything seems to drag. And with this new suspension system, which you can see is already hooked up to my table, you will be able to machine quilt smaller quilts and large wall hangings with a lot of ease. So let me just underneath your quilt and you give it a few rolls.
Can you hear the sound now, everyone?
Let
me go ahead and
because I'm trying to do
pause
this
this
by
for
myself.
a second.
You attach it right to the clip.
All right. I was getting reports of no sound, so I'm going to go ahead and stop that screen recording, and we're going to try one more time. It says, oh, there it is. All right. Let me see if you can hear it with me keeping my audio open. So I'm going to try that. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that that wasn't going to work for everyone. So let's see if we can do it this way. And I'll back up the video for everyone so we can go back. All right. Let's see here. All right, we will go to right about here. Sorry, everybody. All right. Just one second. Of course, this is the end of day and we're having this additional functionality issue. Let me see if I can get this better for all of us.
I'm showing you baby quilts today because I have had a lot of babies born in the last year. More are on the way. And so I've been making a lot of baby quilts. But quite honestly, they're kind of a pain in the neck to machine quilt because everything seems to drag. And with this new suspension system, which you can see is already hooked up to my table, you will be able to machine quilt smaller quilts and large wall hangings with a lot of ease. So let me just show you real quickly. I'm sure you've seen this many times today, but the suspension system is hooked right up to my table, and it's in place with these beautiful clamps. So I have two on the table right now because the baby quilt, I really don't need any more than two. And they have the flexibility of the poles. And we also have, before I break something over here, we also have the curlers. So what you do is very simple. You simply place the curler underneath your quilt and you give it a few rolls and you attach it. And excuse me, because I'm trying to do this by myself. You attach it right to the clips that are on the table. And this is going to give you a lot of freedom when you are doing your ruler work because you have a lot of mobility with the clips and the whole system. So I've got that already hooked up. You can see both are hooked up. You can see my messy studio. And we're going to go back down here. And I can do quite a few of these blocks at one time. Now, I have to tell you, when I make baby quilts, I like to make first of all, when I quilt at all, I love very simple patterns because I like the ruler work to really shine through and be the star. So this is a simple rectangle pattern that I used. And once I was done, I took my 12-inch spine, my feather spine, which I use this as a straight edge ruler all the time. It actually sits next to my machine because I am constantly using it. And all I did was I lined it up a 1/4 of an inch from where I wanted to put my seam, like this. And I always use my seam guide. So you can just mark it up, and then when you go to stitch, you just stitch right along the seam, and the 12 inches makes it go really fast. So for this particular rectangle, what I did was I outlined all of the seams in a straight stitch with my feather guide. And then I decided I wanted to do something fun in each of these rectangles. So what I used was my other favorite tool that Sew Steady came out with recently, and I'm going to put it over here just because I have a very small studio and not a lot of mobility. This is the sketchbook pad and design guide. And let me tell you, this thing is amazing. Before I had this and before Sew Steady came out with it, I used to use a giant sketchbook, 18 by 24, and it was big and it was cumbersome and it didn't have any grid lines in it. So everything I wanted to do, I had to pre-draw things in. And quite honestly, it took a lot longer, but I was able to achieve with a lot more effort what I wanted. Then Sew Steady came out with this. And let me just tell you, it is absolutely fantastic because this is a pad that has 25 sheets to it. And you can draw out all of your designs. It has an area for your design guide. It has plenty of space. As you can see, I have a lot of different designs on the first page. I'm almost done with my first pad, and I'm ordering my second one. But see how easy it is just to draw out the designs? So I decided that's what I wanted to do with the rectangles. So here, I'll show you a couple other things I have in here, but nothing is going to be as much fun as what we're going to do today. Here's some other designs. I have larger designs, but today we are going to work on the baby quilt. And what I have done here is I have drawn the exact measurement of the rectangle. Then your design pad also comes with your stitching line discs. And I don't know if you've ever used the stitching line discs, but they are the world's greatest things in sliced bread, quite honestly. You get 8 discs in a package, and the stitching disc comes with the sketchbook. And this you have 4 different hole sizes, so you can use anything from a mechanical pencil to a big marker. And you are able to, with the stitching line discs, you're able to replicate the 1/4 inch seam. Okay, so we know that your needle is always in the center position, and we are sewing a 1/4 inch on each side of the needle. So you automatically have the 1/4 inch, and that is being replicated with the stitching line discs. So what I decided to use today for a pattern is one of my favorite, because it is very simple, but it is striking. It is the Spinifex #1, and I have the entire collection of the 5 different sizes, and we're going to use all 5 sizes of this. So I have a high shank machine, and you can tell the thickness of your templates are according, and you probably already know how to find the thicknesses and if your machine is high shank or low shank. So we won't worry about that right now. But this is a high shank, and these are the templates for the Spinifex #1. The other thing you can use, because this is an oval, you can also use the oval set, which I have, but I'm using the Spinifex 1 because there are 5 different sizes. So what you're going to do to start designing is you are going to take whatever size you want. Now, I have to tell you, the thing that I like to use for a marker is I like to use friction markers that are erasable, and I use the felt tip markers. So this is a friction erasable felt tip marker, so it's a little bit thicker, and it just has a really nice line to it, as you can see. When I sketched out this design, I sketched it out with different color friction markers to depict what sizes they were. So the largest one was an 11.5 inch, which is this. The blue one is a 9.5 inch, and then the purple one is a 7.5 inch. This particular one, I put a simple circle 1 inch in the center. Then I have this design, which we're gonna just move the camera. So I have this next design, and this is the design that I decided to use for this quilt because I wanted to use all 5 of the Spinifex #1s, and I really like the way that looks. And when you start and finish at the top, it just gives it a really nice teardrop look, and it fills in the rectangle beautifully. So that's the one I decided to use. So I'm going to show you real quick how to do this. We're going to get that and put that all to the side. And I am going to take one of my stitching line discs that is going to fit into this hole. me just grab one here. I absolutely love the stitching line discs. So I'm going to put this, and I hope you can see this all right. Hard when you're working in a very small space, but I make do and I love where I live. So I'm going to put this right into the center of the rectangle. Now, you see this red line here and the red line at the bottom? That is another thing that I find invaluable, and it is called the Quilter's Creative Erasable Pen. It's only for acrylic surfaces. It comes 3 to a pack. So you get 3 different colors, yellow, blue, and red, and they will show up on any background of fabric, and you can draw directly onto your acrylic template. And I just love these because this, I put a line right down the center at the top and at the bottom, and that way it's just quicker to line up and to use. So I find those invaluable to use. So we're going to put this straight down, and we have our little stitching line discs. We're going to put that at the top, and I'm simply going to put my pen in, and I'm going to go all the way around. And there, it laid down my first template. So that is the 11 and a half. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the 9.5 inch template. So that's the second template. The biggest template is the 11 and a half inch, which I have right here. So again, we have the red line at the so patterned, but that
Oh
is the
my
pattern
goodness,
that we're going to be
ladies. I
doing
am
with the
so
rulers.
sorry.
It's going to show more prominently
I
when we do it on
apologize.
purple, so you'll be
Hold
able
on
to see it
here.
better.
I do not know how long ago I left all of you, but I'm guessing it's been a little bit. So I'm back. That was a big botch. You will have this video to rewatch, but I'm going to back us up and we're going to watch what you missed. So can anyone tell me how long I was gone for? I went out to try to get you a link to the design pad and the pens, and apparently I closed you out. So let's see what I can find. It's been a few minutes. Yeah, I think it has. So let me see if I can back this up a few minutes for you. I will go ahead and, oh, it says 8 minutes. Wow, 7:30. Okay. So I'm going to back this up about 3 or 4 minutes for you. Let's see. Back it up. All right. And how about right about there, I bet. She was drawing. She was busy drawing for us. Okay. Let's see if this is where we were at, and I'm going to get her screen pulled up for everybody. Holy moly, I guess 8 hours live will catch up to you. Here we go. We're going to share this screen and we're going to play the video.
Wow, that was a good catch. You can design on paper before you put thread to fabric. The reason I like to do it this way is because sometimes you may have a design in your head and you think it's going to be absolutely fabulous, but when you get it on fabric, maybe it's not so much as what you thought it was going to be. So I like to design on paper first because you can adjust, you can make changes. The erasable marker, as you can see, look at that, erases right off. So that's why I like to use these for design. This last one that I just did while we were talking is the 7.5 inch. And then we're going to move down to the 5.5 inch. And we're just going to keep going until we get our design in place. And it goes really quick. I love this design on the baby quilt because with the suspension system, I can come in and sew for a little bit, a few minutes even, to do a couple of blocks, and then I can leave. And my suspension system keeps everything right intact. I like to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning because I like to sew before I start my day. And I'm able to come in and just do a couple of blocks, and then I can start my day again. And everything stays right where I left it with the suspension system. And so I just find that such a great value to have it and to have it already set up on my machine. So this is the design that we are going to do. And I really like it because it fits into this block beautifully. So you can see how great the sketchbook pad is with the design guide. I'm going to show you a couple other things that I am going to be using. First off, you know that we are using a So Steady acrylic table. And this just gives you a much larger work surface to work on. You also want to have a glider mat down. And we have quite a few different glider mats. This particular one is the grid glider. And I like this because when I am sewing and I'm doing piecework as well as ruler work, it has an opening, a rectangle opening, so my feed dogs can come up if I need them. And so when I'm doing piecework, I tend to use this glider mat. When I'm not doing piecework and I'm just going to use ruler work exclusively, then I like using the plain green glider mat. And that just has a little hole that is the same size as your ruler foot. And so that's a nice glider mat to use as well. I go back and forth between them depending on what I'm doing. So I have my glider mat on, which gives me, look how easy it is to move. With the suspension system, look at this, there is absolutely no drag. So we've got the glider mat, and I always polish my glider mat ahead of time. Right now I have the same thread in my top and in my bobbin. I'm using a good quality thread. Do not cheap out on your threads because you will find that it makes a difference. So for this particular project, I'm using an Aurifil thread, and I'm using it in my top and in my bobbin. I want my stitches to show. You can see, let me get up close here. I don't know if you can see it because this fabric is so patterned, but that is the pattern that we're going to be doing with the rulers. It's going to show more prominently when we do it on the purple, so you'll be able to see it better. So I'm just going to use a white thread in my top and my bobbin. As I said earlier, all of my straight lines are seamed. The reason for that is because I like to have a lot of seams in a baby quilt. I want people to be able to throw it down on the floor, let their baby play on it, throw it into the washing machine and the dryer, and just get use out of it and just really enjoy having the baby quilt. When my son was born, I had just started quilting, and I just loved the fact that he would be playing on, or I'd be carrying him around in a baby quilt. It just meant a lot. So I love to give baby quilts as gifts. In fact, I just gave a baby quilt to my son, and my son-in-law just had a brand new niece born, and I sent them out their quilt last week. So I don't have that to show you, but I used the same system as I'm doing with this one. So it's a beautiful gift, and it's just made sturdier when you do some straight line quilting as well as ruler work, because the ruler work is really going to show off what you're doing. So we also use a good quality needle. I like to use the Superior brand needle, and I use a top stitch. It's a 90-14, so the eye of the hole is just a little bit bigger. And when you're ruler working and sewing quickly, that needle's going in and out of the fabric, and that's why you want a good quality thread, and you want a good quality needle as well. It's really important that you have both because it will make a difference on your quilting. So we've got that all in place. On my rulers, I always have staple tape. Now, staple tape comes with all of your rulers, and you can also buy an extra package or two of it. I like to have a lot of staple tape around just in case. As I get better with machine quilting and ruler work, I find that I don't need as much staple tape, but I like to put it around the openings of whatever my template is, because it just helps you hold everything in place easier. And you will notice a difference if you don't use staple tape. Your template may slide a little. I'm always amazed because Leonie West doesn't use staple tape, and she never slides. But when I started, I really needed the staple tape, and I still do like to use staple tape. So I just cut the pieces in half. They come in pretty wide pieces. So I will cut this in half, and then I'll show you how to put it on real quick. So I like to go up the whole strip and cut it in half, and then I can cut my sizes accordingly. So you cut a little piece that you're going to use, and then it's very easy. It's adhesive on one side, rubber backing on the other side. So I just stick a pin in it, and I take it off the paper, and then you can turn your template around, and you can just lay it down with your pin, give it a little press, and it's on. Make sure that you're putting it on the back side. I can't tell you the number of times I've put it on the front side without even thinking about it. So make sure you have it on the back side. And we are ready to go. We're ready to use this fabulous suspension system that I know you're going to love. Okay, so we're going to start with the largest template, and that is going to be my 11.5 inch. And I am going to line this up in the center, and I pretty much eyeball it, but you can pull out your tape measure or your ruler, but I can pretty much tell when I am in the center. So I'm going to lay down my ruler, and I'm going to drop my foot. You're going to hold onto your thread. You're going to drop your needle, and you're going to pull your needle up and pull up your bobbin thread. You always want to pull up your bobbin thread, because if you don't pull up your bobbin thread, you run the risk of there being a bird's nest underneath. So you really want to make sure you pull that up. You're going to hold both threads in your hand, and I like to wind them around my finger. Let me just readjust this so you can see. Okay. All right, so we're just going to go around and do one large oval. We're actually going to go around, I'm going to go around twice and do 2 ovals. So let me reposition that again. There we go. Hold the threads with your finger. I like to go a little ways down, and then I can go in and I can cut my threads and just get them out of the way. You can also bury them if you prefer, but for demonstration purposes, it's just quicker for me to cut them. So I'm going to cut that. I've got this lined up, and I'm going to use a medium speed on my foot, and my hands are controlling my speed. So if my hands are going really fast, I'm going to get really big stitches. If my hands are going super slow, I'm going to get very small stitches. What I want to do is I want to strive for something in between. So I'm going to put that down so you can see that those are pretty even stitches, and that comes with a little bit of practice, and it's just controlling the speed of your foot and the speed of your hands. And I'm just going around here twice, and then I'm coming right back up to the top, and I'm stopping. Now, you all know about our wonderful little key system. So with the key system, or it can be called a puzzle piece, it's called both, you can just pull off your tape, take the puzzle piece or the key out, and you can remove the template without breaking a thread. That's the best part of this key system. So we just did the 11.5 inch. Now we're going to move on to the 9.5 inch. And you can see how when I'm not talking and I'm just sewing, this can go really quickly, and how I can just sit down for 20 minutes a day for a couple of days, and I will have this quilt completed. And that's what I like about the suspension system. Everything just gets held in place, and it's not going anywhere until I come back. So now I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to move the camera in just a little bit so you can see. And I'm just lightly holding on to my template. And the great thing is that my staple tapes help me to just have a light hold on the template. Oh, I just went totally off on that one because I wasn't watching where I was going. Okay, so you see that right here? I'm going to show you how to correct a mistake like that, because things like that always happen.
Okay, before she shows us how to correct the mistake, I wanted to go ahead and announce our next giveaway. So, because you guys have been so patient and we lost a little connectivity for a few minutes and you stayed with me, I'm going to make our this a couple different giveaways. So, we're going to do our design sketch pad, which we showed off earlier. Again, that's something that she was using to draw out some of those designs ahead of time. So, that will be our first giveaway. We're going to do some pink stitching line discs. That's one of our promotional items that we're doing for the month of February. You either get a pink space engaged, pink stitching line ditch. Can I say that 10 times fast? Pink stitching line discs or a pink stiletto. So I thought we should do the pink stitching line discs as a separate giveaway. The design sketch pad actually comes with stitching line discs in it already, as well as one of our So Steady pens. And then finally, I'm going to do those marker pens that she was using to mark the actual templates. I'm going to go ahead and give a set of those away. Those are called our Quilters Creative Pens. I posted a link to them. So those are 3 giveaways for all of you for sticking with me here. We are going to be announcing those winners after the event. So I'm not going to be picking them live, but you know what? Why don't we pick some live giveaways? You guys are still here. Why wouldn't I want to pick a live giveaway for you? Let's do that really quick. So I'm just going to pick randomly right now from the people that are making comments. That's what's important. Make a comment, and we're going to go ahead and give a couple of live giveaways right now. So I'm going to go ahead and pick whoever's at the top of the screen right now. All right. So Carol DONELLE, you are the lucky winner of our pink stitching line discs. So I'm going to give another one away for one lucky lady here or gentleman joining us today. And we're going to make that Jamie Lawson. You are going to be a winner of our Quilters Creative Pen set. And again, that's the 3 marking pens that you can mark on templates and then just wipe away. Be careful not to get them on your fabric, but they're great for marking the templates, and then you can wipe them away after that. And then one more, and these are live giveaways, guys. So make sure to email the office info@SewSteady and let them know that you won at the end of the event. And then one more winner is going to be Audrey Sis. You are the lucky winner of our design pad. So 3 winners right there as we're talking. All right. So I'm heading back over to Diane. I'm still working on getting her handout posted. I will go ahead and remind everyone, all of these classes are going to, you're going to get as a digital download when you order the launch box. So you'll be able to jump in and dive into those classes on the So City University. They're already there as placeholders. The actual videos aren't there yet because we have to edit them. We're going to take them all, get them all separated because we've been on for 8 hours today. But we'll go ahead and get those videos in there in the next couple of days while you're still watching this on the live broadcast. And then we'll be able to go ahead, and anyone that purchased Launchbox will have access to those classes right away. And you'll get your launch boxes either in March or April based on when you ordered today. If you order at the beginning of the day, you'll get them in March. If you ordered towards the end of the day, you're going to get them in April. So let's head back over to Diane and have her keep showing us her amazing quilt.
I would say they always happen, but sometimes they happen. So here's how you correct it. First off, you want to take your spacing gauge, and you want to make sure, because see, I've moved this around a lot. So you want to make sure that my first line is exactly 1/4 inch from the edge of my template, because remember, we're sewing in the center, it's 1/4 inch from the edge. So see where I went off here? Well, that's going to be easy to fix. So I've looked at my spacing gauge, and I'm just going to sew down this side, and I'm going to sew a little slower, and then I'm going to go back up, Okay, so now that I put in an extra line in there, I can take my seam ripper. After I take this out, I can take my seam ripper and I can seam rip where my mistake is. Isn't that an easy way to fix a mistake? So if you go a little off and you're not watching what you're doing like I was, you'll be able to easily fix that. Just rip it out, and because I put a second seam in there, it will hold my stitches and I don't have to worry about it. So see, you got the added bonus today of seeing how I fix mistakes. So we're going to take that out, just pull it right out. Now see how I don't have to worry about anything shifting because of the suspension system? It really is absolutely fantastic. And it will make a big difference in sewing projects. A lot of people, for instance, I don't machine quilt or ruler work anything larger than a full-size quilt on my own. If I have something larger like a king or a queen, I usually send that out. And that's why this is such a godsend for me, because I tend to do baby quilts, lap quilts, and large wall hangings. And so to have this suspension system is absolutely fantastic, because I can do it all on my own now without any drag and without any problems. So I just put in the 7.5 inch, and we're going to go around, and I'm going to go around twice with that. And this time I'm watching what I'm doing, and I'm making sure to hug the side of my template. And I had it lined up to the red line that I put, and look how easy that just erases right off. I don't even have to use the cloth that comes with it. I can just do it with my finger and nothing lingers on my fingers. So I love those quilter markers that are just for acrylic. So we're going to put that back in. I always have a roll of tape in my sewing cabinet. That way I can, when my tape gets a little wonky or doesn't stick as well, I can just put another tape on. So we're going to take that out. We're going to slide this in, and this one is the 5.5 inch. So it goes rather quickly. When I sit down and sew in the morning for a little bit, I can usually get 3 or 4 blocks done. And so it makes your machine quilting go a lot quicker. Okay, we'll just take that out, and I'll erase my little marks from there. Take out my key. Just keep going. Now, that piece of tape got all messed up, so I'm going to show you what you do with your tape. You take your Scotch tape and you fold over one end of it to make a little tab. And that way, when you take it on and off, it will be easier because you will be pulling it by the tab. See how the tab sticks right up there? So you're going to be pulling it by the tab, so it's not like you're going to be trying to start the tape every time. So it just makes it go quicker and easier. So here we're down to the last one. Take out our little key. You can use just about any Spinifex ruler. You can use your simple circle. You can use just about anything for this. We're going to put that down. Got my line lined up. And we're just going to go around twice. And that is going to finish off the design. So once I go in here and I take out my mistake, you won't even know it's there. And you'll just see how pretty that looks. And you'll see how wonderful the suspension system holds up. I can move it with ease. I can do this block, I can do these two, I can come over here. In fact, I think we'll come over here and we'll do this block. Now, it's giving a little bit of a pull. The great thing is, all I have to do, because the arms of the suspension system are so flexible, all I have to do is move the arm down a little, and I can move on to this block even. So let's do that. And we're going to go back to our big one. And we'll just do one more block quickly. Put down your needle, pull up your thread, put on your glasses so you can see your bobbin thread coming up. Okay, so of course the bobbin thread isn't going to come up because I want it to. Nope, not going to come up. Okay, we're going to have to reconnoiter. Oh, there it is. Now I use a grabber. This is a hemostat, and I use that because I have pretty big fingers, and so it's easier for me to grab the thread. And then I always twist it around my finger. We'll put it down. I've got it lined up. I can tell exactly it's in the center, and I'm going to hold on to that. And we're going to come around a little bit. And I'm going to take my scissors and just clip it. I like duckbill scissors because see how flat they can lie and my hand is still up. I find them very easy to use. And I do a lot of template quilting. I absolutely am obsessed with template quilting. And duckbills are my favorite scissors to use for that. So we're going to go around. And I just need to reposition my hands a little. This time I'm only going to go around once so that I can show you how quick and easy this is. So we'll remove this. Now, the other thing you can do with the suspension system is you can work very easily on larger wall hangings. And I'm about to launch a class that's going to be a 6-part class, and it's going to incorporate a larger wall hanging. So I'll be able to use my suspension system for that as well. And there's just so much you can do. If you like to do lap quilts, I'm doing lap quilts for all of my nieces and nephews and my son and son-in-law. And lap quilts would work beautifully as well with the suspension system. So there's just so much you can do. It's really going to open up the world for you for doing your own machine quilting and your own ruler work without having the drag of your quilt always getting in the way. And the fact that you can just leave the suspension system up and still do piecing, still do whatever you want. I mean, it's easy to put it up and take it down. So Steady has really knocked it out of the park with this product. And I'm just so thrilled that I was lucky enough to be one of the ones that got it a little early so that I could play with it. So here you can see my lines have come off of my ruler. So all of the lines that are in the templates all have a meaning and purpose. So this is to follow, and I'm doing the top and the bottom, and that's so it will make when you're quilting and you want to quilt a little faster, it'll make it easier because you're just going to line this. I'm lining it up right here with the end of my oval, and I'm just lining it directly up with that line where the oval comes down at the end. So it just makes it easier to see, and that makes you be able to quilt a little faster, which is always nice. So I hope that you have enjoyed today. I think today has been an absolute blast with all the wonderful educators that we've had, and all of everybody gives a little different spin. So I think it's just been fantastic, and it's been such an enjoyable day to watch all of the different quilts and all of the different hints and tips that the educators have given. And I hope that you have enjoyed my baby quilt, Oh Baby, and you can see how quickly you are able to use our suspension system and also to use the design sketch pad and design guide, because that's really one of my absolute favorite things. And I like to do a lot of designing on that while I'm sitting and watching TV. So I hope that you have enjoyed that as well. And we just have one more little block to finish here. And then you'll be able to go and enjoy Valentine's Day with your sweetheart. I just got absolutely gorgeous flowers in the mail today. I got purple roses, which are my absolute favorite, purple and pink roses in a beautiful arrangement from my son. And that made my day. I was so excited when I woke up today, the fact that we were going to be launching this great suspension system. And that just added to the beauty of the day. So here we are finishing up our last little oval. And there we go. You can see how pretty this looks. I could have used a contrasting thread. I could also do it over here in this white spot with like a purple thread or a pink thread. So there's just so many things that you can do. And the suspension system is just going to guide you in everything you do and just make your life easier. So I hope you've enjoyed today. I hope you have enjoyed my demonstration with baby quilts. And I wish you a very wonderful Valentine's Day until we meet again. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Diane. We have so appreciated having you as on this event with us, and all of the educators today. It has been so fun to have y'all here, and it's over 8 hours. So I know it's after 5 o'clock in Oregon time. So it's kind of late for all you on the East Coast, but I did promise that I would share with you the quilt that I was doing when I was inspired to try to bring this cool system to all of you. And again, I had made it my personal mission to create something that would work with our Sew Steady tables, and something that would work with just being able to really make a simple solution for you. So here is my quilt. I am not as amazing as those quilters out that are the educators that have worked with you today. But I have learned a few things from all of them. So I created this t-shirt quilt you can see on the screen here. And it's from all of my friends because I like to run. And so I've done a few races along through the last 15 years. And so I created a quilt that has template and all my t-shirts from all those races. And I didn't want to do quilt as you go with it. I wanted to do a whole cloth quilt where I could piece them all together first and then be able to quilt them. So this is my back, and I'm stepping way far away so you don't get to see the quilting, guys. But I will say the template was amazing. I love doing it. I actually had a chance to make some of my own designs for it because I'm a runner. I had to make a little shoe design. And then I used the feather leaf template that we have in our line to create these little wings. So that was the inspiration for me that got us into this world of suspension systems. But I'm super excited to bring it to everyone here. And of course, the teamwork of the launch and putting together the product for all of you was amazing. And I can't say enough about the amazing partnership that we have with all of our educators. So I so appreciate you guys joining us today and taking part in this event. And hopefully you'll take advantage of getting that launch box. I'll do one final show on the launch box for all of you. So let's take you over to the launch box page where we'll just go ahead and remind you what it's all about. So again, the launch box is going to give you 4 different arms to hold up those projects. So 4 arms. Do you need all 4 arms at once? Maybe for the bigger projects, but for most of them, you're probably just going to use 2 or 3 of the arms. But we wanted to give you 4 because, you want to be able to use, it for all the different sizes of quilts. People have asked today, how much weight will it hold? Will it do a king size quilt? I would say add more arms for the bigger projects, space it out. So if you can get on like maybe your kitchen island, so you have a little bit more space to kind of have the quilt spread out, that would absolutely help for the bigger projects. But no matter what, you have the ability to do big and small, or smaller wall hangings, lap quilts, that sort of thing with this with ease. And I think if you watched today, you would have seen that for sure. Again, what the kit includes, you get 4 clamps. Here's what the two of the clamps, 2 of the rods will look like, 2 of the fabric rollers. You're going to get a ruler work glider. You're going to get a polish kit, and you're going to get all 6 of these classes that we watched today. So all 6 of the classes are available to you. We have a digital download taking you straight to the university when you purchase the launch box. Anyone that purchased this morning, we're going to email you out here in the next couple of days so you can get access to those classes once we have all the videos on there. Because right now you're going to get access and then you're going to say, where's the videos? Well, the videos are live for you for 48 hours. So you still have another probably 36 hours to watch those videos over and over and over again, which would be maybe like 8 times. I'm quick with math, guys. But you still have the opportunity to watch these videos over again and really be able to pick up all those tips and tricks that you learned. But if you purchase the lunchbox, you get them for life. So you might as well just do that. You can also purchase those classes individually on the university as well. So if you decide the lunchbox isn't for you, or you already have another solution, all of those classes are available on the SoCity University, and I have posted links to those too. So again, we just really, really appreciate you joining us. We are going to have a solution to be able to purchase these, the arms separately in the future. Initially, as we were launching, we really wanted to get this out to everyone. So we had to do pre-orders. Why? Because, unfortunately, logistics, getting things shipped across the world does take a little bit longer these days. And so we're working with things that we can't control. But we have done several orders to this point so we could get all of our educators set up and get our stores set up. So we know we have those relationships, and we're confident we're going to be able to get these shipped out to you mid-March for everyone that bought this morning, and then early April for the second round of buys that we've had this afternoon. We do have what we started with this afternoon was 500 more boxes because we decided to extend it. We initially only had 500. We decided to extend it to 500 more. We do have quite a few of those left. So as long as those supplies last, you'll be able to go ahead and keep purchasing. we did post links so you could purchase from one of the resellers that is included in helping bring this launch to all of you. So there was links in the chat to go ahead and take a look at those resellers and see if you can buy from them. I know several of them did bring in quantity of those, so those are going to be another option. If the deal ends on our site, those resellers could be another great place to be able to go and get those launch boxes from. So again, great day today. Looking forward to having you go ahead and take advantage of getting that launch box into your homes. And again, we'll look forward to getting an email out to you for the winners of the prizes that we offered today. And if you won the prizes this evening that we just announced, go ahead and just email us at info@sewsteady.com. Make sure to share your email, or make sure to share your address so we can ship you the prize, what you won, and let them know that you were the lucky winners. So I will look forward to hopefully hearing from all of you soon. Thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful day.